Welcome everybody to day 2 of the Missouri Valley Conference Esports Championships hosted by Illinois State. And we got an incredible set of games today, Molly, ahead of us. But it's going to be Rocket League up first, followed by Overwatch, then Super Smash Bros., and then wrapping up with Valorant for here, at least on the stream. And Molly, we got that Rocket League Grand Final up first. Illinois State from the uppers against Missouri State from the lower bracket.
Yeah, these two teams very familiar with each other across the season. Of course, their second time now meeting in these grand finals, almost following the script verbatim as of last year's 2025 Spring Championships. I know this best of 7 is certainly going to deliver on the action today.
Yeah, it definitely will, and maybe a slight, home field advantage here for ISU. We've kind of seen that throughout the whole weekend so far. We'll see if that continues today on Championship Sunday. Again, like you said, best of 7, and because Illinois State came from the upper bracket, they start off 1-0 up. So they only need to win 3. Missouri's got to win 4. And we can't do an event like this without our incredible partners at NECC, Rally Cry, and the United States Space Force. Student-run gaming events are the heartbeat of college esports. That's where friendships form, rivalries spark, and future leaders take to the stage. Rally Cry's college event support program is built to amplify that energy, helping campus organizers transform local tournaments, watch parties, and events into unforgettable experiences with support from partners like the United States Space Force. Scan this QR code on your screen right now to apply and ensure your events are always above. If you're ready to take your next step beyond the game, start your future today at spaceforce.com. We got an incredible day of games ahead of us. And it will be Rocket League, like we said, starting off. No Mansion will be replacing me in just a moment after the break, our first grand final of the day.
My hand. Grab my hand. Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh. What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. No, just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing. On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
We
not looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that. Oh! Yeah. There's something in there. Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh, God. No, come on, just reach. Just grab my hand. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is... Oh!
It's a wonderful Sunday here at Illinois State University as the championships for the Missouri Valley Conference kick off right now. It will be our Rocket League match to start us off. Illinois State made it through this bracket undefeated on the year, only dropping a single game to none other than their opponent, Missouri State. Second year in a row, we're seeing these two teams in the finals, Angel, as ISU looks to go back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to a lot of these guys. You know, they really like this tournament. They're actually pretty confident going into this. Again, since they are coming from the upper brackets, we are going to see them with a 1-0 lead, and I believe we'll be getting into this match shortly. So I am looking forward to it, as again, they've only dropped one game, and that was against Missouri State.
Yeah, and that was yesterday, mind you.
Yeah, right.
And it really has to do with this LAN environment. It is a lot different being in person. But, of course, the Illinois State roster, well, you're playing in the Illinois State University esports facility. So,
Exactly.
a home field advantage for this team. And Missouri State, I think they have put up some good performances. With this being a full senior roster, we got to see them in the lower finals yesterday against Bradley. Very solid all around. They like to play slow. They like to control the pace and are very methodical with how they find each other on the field. So, as this is kind of the last hurrah for this roster before they graduate onwards. And this is kind of that rematch, that one last piece of revenge they can get as we start our best of 7 right here.
Yeah, we see already that Missouri State on the attack right now. Like, go for a little ground pinch, able to miss it there. But Miller already back on the counter. Again, top, maybe going for something else. Probably trying to get something off that wall. I'm not really sure. Maybe getting a little overzealous. A double commit here, something we saw yesterday. Actually, I believe the names are flipped. Yes, because I recognize Andrew from yesterday's match against, I think it was...
Against Bradley, yes. So
Bradley.
Missouri State will be in the orange on the right. It is Illinois State in the blue on the left. So we'll get that flipped for you in a moment. But for the time being, we will look at it this way. But so far, it's a lot of just kind of coming out the gates pretty strong. We saw yesterday, again, it's been less than 12 hours for Missouri State when they played that lower bracket match, just because of how late things were getting started yesterday. So they're coming off a full night's of rest, and you can already tell the pace significantly higher than what we were watching. Bob Evan, waterfall shot attempted across the goal. It's a nice defense from Missouri State. We'll take it back to midfield.
Yeah, I mean, this is really back and forth, honestly. It's pretty equal right now. Obviously, Illinois State maybe with their foot on the gas, no pun intended, just a little bit more than Missouri. But Missouri playing really good defense right here, not trying to get it past the penalty box right now. And, again, this is just pretty good offensive air moves. I think what's going to be the Achilles heel for Missouri State is seeing those double commits. It's just something we saw get the better of them yesterday, and I feel like that's something to watch out for again today.
Yeah, Missouri State, they were, again, a very methodical team with how they were playing. They didn't take a ton of risks or do anything crazy facing that elimination match, but especially starting down 0-1, you kind of have to be the one to force Illinois State to play against your pace and leave very few opportunities open. As we see Spicy kind of race back here, gets a nice 50 over Bob Evan, and he'll get this Bears offense going just a little bit longer. Good demo on the side. It will set up top QZ, taking his time on the ball, but will eventually lose control in this corner as all three members of the Redbirds roster flock to it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too slow on that that attempt right there. Gave Illinois State plenty of time to regroup and counter that. And there we go, demo and the first goal from Troy right here. Beautiful play right there. A nice demo into a soft pass, and Troy able to hit that at 63 miles per hour.
Yeah, we talk about taking initiative for Illinois State. I want to see you get in there. We are playing, it's Rocket League. This isn't soccer. You can get physical. You can blow up your opponent if you want to. And there's a reason that mechanic is in the game. So good on the Redbirds for using that early. They'll take that lead about halfway through game number 1 here. And now let's see, the Bears really have to find a way to respond themselves as, again, this team has shown that they have great potential to find each other on the field. But I'm seeing this a lot from Bob Evan in particular, getting in the middle of these passing plays, reading what Missouri State is setting up, and it leads to risky moments like that.
Yeah, honestly, this is a game of like inches and millimeters at this point, because each player is so close to hitting the ball, and it's such a crucial moment, and then are just barely missing it with the tip of their car. So again, like right now, these bumps are crazy. That was a almost beautiful goal earlier with the pass, and now Troy possibly going for it, but no, Missouri State on the counterattack. And again, they're just meeting each other head to head in the air. And Missouri State, again, not doing anything super flashy, but playing simple Rocket League and simple mechanics that they are able to do so well.
It's a good demo there for Missouri State. At least get on the blue side of the pitch. Can they actually make anything of it? Has been kind of the struggle for Missouri State. Is while they're getting there, they're getting the touches, they're getting to the ball, but again, I think they're a team that doesn't like to take as many of these crazy risks. They're not up in the skybox nearly as much as we're seeing from some of these Redbirds players. A perfect example from Miller, swiping it out from under Andrew on that last play. So approaching this final minute and change, something has got to give for the Bears, because a 1-goal lead, while it's not a lot, it's enough to take you to game 2.
Yeah, I mean, with only a minute left, again, this is just back and forth. And there's another goal. Speaking of, right as you were saying that 1 goal would be enough, they wanted to shut it down and make it 2 to give them a pretty good lead, but it's Rocket League. Literally anything can happen with any amount of time on the clock.
Yeah, but if you're Illinois State, like textbook double tap play off the crossbar there, and not only does that feel good mechanically for your roster going forwards, you now have that insurance goal in this last minute and have a clear dominance over this game. I think if you're Missouri State right now, even if you don't end up winning, getting one, converting on some of this offense to have these shots in, because you're looking at the stat line, there isn't too much, like even Spicy 0-0-0 across the board, where you can see ISU constant pressure on this Missouri State net. And while they've done a decent job of staying alive, it's ISU who's managed to find the gaps in that back line here. It's Troy and Miller. Bit of mid-air collision that does give an opportunity for Missouri State, but thankfully Bob Evan will come in to save the day for the Redbirds.
Yeah, Andrew here coming up for off the wall right now, trying to do something, but no. I mean, this is just really, you're able to see the difference in levels. Wait! Oh! Bottom left corner of the post right there. That is so unfortunate. Again, the game of inches where that slight adjustment, that slight shot sooner would have made a difference. And here, the ball back on Missouri State side with time winding down. And another goal. That is going to be it for this game, honestly. 2 seconds left on the clock, but Missouri State is not going to be able to do anything else to change the result of the first game.
Yeah, Illinois State absolutely in the driver's seat here in game number 1. They're going to take this 3-0 at a minimum. And again, every player in on the action. And I really do want to see these stats at the end of this game just to show how well this roster was able to perform and kind of the numbers they put up. I mean, Bob Evan in particular, I think, finished with 2 goals and 3 shots or something crazy like that. There was a lot of aggression going on from this Illinois State roster. And while defense can win you games,
that's exactly what I was thinking.
It can, but you have to get on the board first in order to follow that principle.
scoring the goal, playing in the back the rest of the game, that's fine, right? But there was just no real aggression coming from Missouri State. They didn't start anything on their own. It was mainly all just counterattacks, and they were playing just mainly defensive ball right there, right?
Yeah.
Illinois State taking that extra risk, going for something a little flashy. While, yeah, flash is nice, it's also mechanics that will help the ball get into the goal easier and actually perhaps trick the opponents. And Missouri State just going for these simpler shots, a little softer, a little slower, and Illinois State just has this in the bag right now. They're showing that there are levels to this, and they're able to flip between the defense and the offense rather easily. While Missouri State has only been on this defense right now.
Yeah, and you said it, Illinois State, they are confident heading into this matchup. This is the second time, the third time they're playing Missouri State just in these past couple of weeks, and they are 2-0 currently in that matchup, and a third might be on the table if this is how they are going to continue to play as we are heading into game number 2 now. With ISU in that 2-0 lead, thanks to them coming in from the upper finals. So Missouri State, how can they manage to respond to this lights-out play style from ISU? It's going to start with a fantastic save from Andrew, but you
Beautiful
run
shot.
out of options with all three players getting in on the action as Miller takes it first.
Yeah, very calm, cool, collected shot there from Miller. He took his time, analyzed where the players were, and put it perfectly where it would be hardest to reach right there. Honestly, again, maybe a little bit of a double commit there from Missouri State, as we have seen that has been the bane of their existence right now. And again, a whiff right there, and that's another goal. Oh my, Missouri State is just crumbling right now. This is so early on. Again, plenty of Rocket League still to be played, but this is not a good look right now.
I mean, the kickoff goal. Sometimes, you hate to see it happen. Just like, oh, well, what do you do? And that pinch off those first two players was wonderful for the Redbirds. And it's now 5 goals unanswered by the Bears. And if there is a time to strike, it certainly would be now. But I feel like every time we see ISU score, their confidence, their gameplay, their mechanics, how they're going gets higher. We saw Troy just send it in the back there and just take out 2 players, denies Missouri State yet another opportunity on the offense.
Yeah, I don't know what they're really going for right there. No boost. Going on the attack. Waits a little bit of a shot there. Hits the upper top bins right there, but not able to go in. And Miller already, again, on this attack, hitting the wall a little bit, maybe getting lost in the sauce, as they say. Bob Evan just flying around, getting bumped off the wall, jumping back down and trying to go for something. Able to, I think, get a hit on that, unless that was Miller. But ISU finally now on the defense. Missouri State finally trying to play a little bit more aggressive. Again, it's just a really slow pop-up shot right here that is giving so much time to ISU. And now they are in a 2v1 situation on the opposite side of the pitch. And a demo there from somebody. The Topaz got lost there. And Miller controlling the ball again. Spicy trying to go for something. Only 11 boosts. Literally able to do absolutely nothing. And a pinch to send straight over to Missouri State side again.
Yeah, these resets have been brutal. Banked down from the top ropes, set up perfectly for Troy to jump up and get a third now for Illinois State in game 2. And I think just where you start to say, warm-up game. Number 1, you can reset, you can wipe that slate clean. We're a minute and a half in. I think it's safe to say the wheels starting to fall off the bus for Missouri State. The Redbirds continue to shut them out on their own plays. Spicy had a nice opportunity for a shot there, but there's just so many players crowding this net. It makes it difficult for them to convert on the little time they have in this blue pitch.
Yeah, Illinois State's honestly doing a really good job of reading these plays as well. Again, we saw a little bit of a double team earlier there, and one Illinois State player was able to take out both players. Troy with a good read as Miller was going for what I like to call a little bit of a tactical fake. Running out of boost midair. That's fine. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Troy maybe trying to find something here, playing a little slow again, trying to read this play. Andrew losing that 50, and Spicy by himself right now, but able to reach it. Miller trying to find something off the wall. Again, he's just going back and forth between both sides of the field right now. I don't really think there's much. Oh, missing it there. Again, tactical fake. If it's Illinois State, it means it's a tactical fake. I know the strategies. I've talked to their coach. This is true.
Yeah, very, very, very true. Definitely the best way to describe that.
No, definitely not lying, not biased or anything.
Oof.
Ooh, straight down the middle.
Yeah,
Andrew.
bouncing in a not so safe
flick.
spot.
Oh!
But great flick from Andrew, slightly off target. Topaz almost had the follow-up. I believe it was Troy who got in the middle of that play. So Missouri State, it's good to see that they have these glimmering signs of hope. And where their strengths have been is actually looking for some mistakes within their opponent's play. The problem is Illinois State has been so consistent today, they just haven't found any. Or if there have been, there's something else that has gone wrong that they can't follow up the way that they want to. And I think for the Bears, this play style that they are so used to won't work, especially if Troy goes for a double tack. Fantastic save out of Andrew to keep this one at a 3-goal deficit.
Yeah, there we go. That was actually a pretty good play right there, honestly. He took his time, but he was able to read it right there. And now Spicy taking it across his own net, perhaps maybe getting a little too confident in himself, trying to say that he'll do it himself, but not able to. And Troy going back around. Bob Evans going for his shot on target. You know, just spinning around in the air, maybe trying to get a little bit of a tap right before the ball hits the ground. Not able to. Troy again, still on the aggression here. And Bob Evans sending it up. Miller trying to go for a little bit of a redirect there and not able to hit that straight into the net as it would have hit the crossbar there, but it gets shot away from Missouri State. Bob Evans again going for this right now. Spicy with a demo onto Miller. Troy, 0 boost coming off the ceiling with a little bit of an upside down shot there and not able to do anything. Miller, I realize, wow, has all 3 goals for Illinois State. How impressive is that?
And Miller been all over the ball this game so far, and yeah, just hasn't had the same level. Or excuse me, that's 3 shots, 1 goal.
Oh,
I just
my bad,
realized.
my bad.
No, I did the same thing. So I'm like, wait a minute. But yeah, no, Illinois State, as you approach these final 30 seconds, we are looking very much at a match point scenario. Missouri State, while not impossible, it's pretty darn close to it. To make a comeback at this point in time, we will once again return to that. If this slate is wiped clean, can you come back to win 4 straight? The Bears, if you can't get one on the board to prove that you are a true competitor in this game, it would be now to do it, but it does not seem the Redbirds will grant them that opportunity as Bob Evan will take one more for the road to close this one out.
Wow, I mean, this has been Illinois State on it from beginning till end. But Missouri State, again, I did see more signs of like aggression there. You know, their attack wasn't too bad. They were finally starting to pick it up a little bit and just stop being on the back foot and start to play a little more aggressive. But yeah, I mean, 4-0, no time on the clock left, basically. This one is going to match point for the Redbirds, and they're showing why they've only dropped 1 game all year, and that was against Missouri yesterday.
A flawless team, a flawless run, maybe a blemish on the record if you drop a game, but these grand finals making up for it for ISU. They have had, 7 unanswered goals so far today, and they're looking to end this here in a sweep for their next consecutive Missouri Valley Conference title. And the question really does become, if you are Missouri State right now, knowing the deficit, knowing the challenges that you are facing, with just how consistent, how confident this Illinois State roster is, how can you approach this to come back 4-0? You have to have one of the biggest miracles in mentality and gameplay change, I think, to overcome this current state of the Redbirds.
I mean, just like one of my favorite movies I've seen recently, you got to shoot a Hail Mary. Like, you have back against the wall, you got to put your fist up, and you just got to start fighting. If they start going for the most ridiculous shots and the most ridiculous plays, I would be perfectly fine with that, because at this point, this is exactly what they need, you know? There's nothing left to lose. You got nothing to lose. It's either go big or go home at this point. And I've seen some pretty impressive reverse sweeps, you know?
Yeah.
Every sort of game can do this, and Rocket League is one of those games where it's very momentum-based. So if they're able to shift the tide right now and start this 4 wins in a row, I wouldn't. It's honestly, it's doable. It's doable.
Yeah. Now or never for Missouri State. Will they make that massive gameplay change for the senior roster in their final Missouri Valley Conference tournaments with these players? And will be Illinois State going back to back with their Rocket League titles? We'll find out here in Game 4. Again, huge gameplay change required for Missouri State. They like to play passive. They're comfy on this defense, but it won't win you every game, especially if Illinois State are having as much success on the goal line as they have so far this series.
Yeah, these are honestly some really good angles that Illinois State has been adjusting their car just to make sure, like, if those shots aren't going on target, they're at least challenging for a 50 and keeping the ball on Missouri State's side. So now Topaz, again, with very minimal boost right now. Illinois State doing a good job of taking the boost on their side, just trying to find something. I do like that, again, they're trying to be more aggressive. The only issue is that Illinois State is just so much more aggressive. They Missouri State is not having the opportunity right now. Again, we're seeing a shot on target already and a demo onto Andrew, and that is going to clear the net for Illinois State's first goal by Miller with a little bit of help from one of the Illinois State players onto Andrew. Wow.
And those are the plays that feel really good as a team that deserve that pop-off, because that was a kill line demolition that absolutely would have been saved if Andrew wasn't blown to bits, and ISU proving that synergy will continue. They can smell that victory right around the corner here, and it was Missouri State. I think you were there, you had the defense, you had it set up as long as you did, but again, how in the world do you break past what has been this consistent brick wall of ISU in the midfield? It's Bob Evan again playing towards this corner. Andrew very much alive to save the shot this time. There won't be another commit for a demo as ISU. They're trying to wear down Missouri State one hit at a time, one commit. Don't want to overextend and leave that back door open.
Yeah, but Missouri State, again, they're giving it their all right now. They are not giving up. And Illinois State just trying to find any way they can. A little bit of a flip reset, trying to go for one right there from Miller, but not able to do it and not able to complete it. A demo onto Topaz, and then that's going to be it for him right now. He's going to have to go back into the respawn and a pinch. Wow! Ooh. Again, this is the synergy that we're expecting from a team that already has championship level experience with MVC last season, and they're showing it right now. These guys have been firing on all cylinders, covering up for each other's mistakes. A good pop-up right there, going up into the air. Maybe trying to, yeah, there's the flip reset, gets it off and gets it over, but not able to do anything with it yet as Troy is waiting for him in the corner. And Troy, again, zero boost. Miller, again, like I'm saying, there to cover him, hits the flip reset, but gets saved by Spicy.
Yeah, there's always some sort of plan. There's some sort of rotation in play for the Redbirds. It's like they've read the playbook before Missouri State got their hands on it, and it's that kind of suffocating play style that just shuts down an entire opponent. It's what the Redbirds managed to do all day long. Only 2 minutes, 15 seconds left here in what could be ISU's victory lap. Demo on to Spicy will clear the way for a pass over to Miller. Is on target for the goal. A couple of Bears players in the way of that one is Bob Evan has been playing wonderful in these corners, winning these 50s, drops it down towards the center field. But there won't be anyone from the Redbirds committing, seeing how many players were caught up in the middle. Didn't want to risk a long field shot.
Yeah, I mean, again, now we're seeing Illinois State really put their foot on their necks, or maybe on their axles, I guess, in this case, since it's cars. But Spicy, again, going for a shot right now, no boost, and Miller right there to respond so fast. Bob Evans also right there to cover up for what Miller had to leave behind. Again, this is what I mean by, like, the synergy going in. These are perfect rotations right now. Nobody is ever double committing from Illinois State. Nobody's playing too aggressive, and they're swapping back and forth between the defense. We see that Missouri State's trying to counterattack. Oh, well, an Illinois State player is already there with full boost, ready to go into the air or on play on the ground if they need to. Troy going for something himself, doesn't get the flip reset off right there. Bob Evan able to get a little bit off right now and not able to do a whole lot as Troy able to hit it back over to the Missouri State side. With 1 minute remaining, could this be all she wrote? Oh, and the crossbar being hit. That is so unlucky. I feel like that would have sealed the deal for sure for the Redbirds.
But if you're Missouri State, you're breathing a sigh of relief right now. There is still hope left within this game, but it is dwindling as the seconds tick on by. Andrew, everyone been playing solid on this defense, but all it takes is the relentless barrage of shots, of bumps, you name it, from this Redbirds team. They'll get their second after all.
Yeah, Andrew there, just unfortunate coming off the wall and not having any boost, you know. They found that shot onto the net, and that was all that they needed right now. So again, Miller going up there, no boost. Bob Evan trying to go for something. Now it really is just a stall for time. You know, they're going to go for whatever they want at this point. I feel like they think that this 2-goal lead with these final 20 seconds to go is more than enough for the Redbirds to take home their second consecutive MVC championship.
It's a game to keep away now for Bob Evan and the members of this Illinois State University roster, as it might just be done here. 10 seconds left to go. Match point on the line as Illinois State have battled it out. They've been unstoppable. They have found no gaps today. They did not let a single goal hit the back of their net, as they are not only going to complete the golden run here within their regular season going undefeated, but they are going to do it again. Bob Evan for the cherry on top as Illinois State University are your 2026 Missouri Valley Conference champions.
Yeah, again, wonderful job from both teams for making it this far, but Illinois State just showing that they deserve this championship, right? It's not something that really came out of luck or anything like that. They played wonderfully. I think both teams played great. I think Illinois State just had that better killer mentality, right? You know, some people like to compare, Miller, for example. I've seen him compared to Michael Jordan, personally. They call him the Michael Jordan of Rocket League. Why compare a basketball player to a car soccer player? I don't know.
That's a great question. I think it was almost an overall team effort from this team, and then that's where we're seeing. Like, you can see individuals shine, but once you get to a certain level, especially in a collegiate side of competition, that's kind of my favorite thing to watch. How these players can learn to communicate with each other on the field, set up these plays. We saw the pinches, we saw the goal line demos, we saw so many of these aerial passes and control plays that again denied Missouri State almost entirely from this game. 10-0 in terms of the overall goals, which is impressive for a best of 7, to say the very least. And I know that they are happy to be going back to back here, taking down Missouri State for the 3rd consecutive time.
Yeah, I mean, they are our first champions of today. You know, all champions will be crowned today, and they are the first ones to be up. Again, wonderful job. Really, you were able to see that synergy from a mile away. They were covering each other perfectly, playing really aggressive, playing with nice passes back and forth. I really didn't see a fault in there, honestly.
No, and it was, I think, flawless from start to finish. They showed up, they were ready to play, and they'll be happy to hold on to that title for another year. For Missouri State, they repeated the script. They beat Bradley in those lower finals with the sweep, but will fall once more to what are starting to become the Titans of MVC Rocket League. And I'll be closing the chapter for this section of the MVC final. We still have 3 more game titles left to go that have a crown waiting for them. It'll be Overwatch up next, so stay tuned. Much more esports action to come later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Missouri Valley Conference Esports Championships hosted by Illinois State. One grand final is done, Rocket League claimed by Illinois State. Now we have the Overwatch grand final ahead of us. Twin Salty and Tiny Shiny with you here in the booth. We got a great game ahead of us, Molly. Kind of a rematch of sorts due to weird situations yesterday. Didn't actually have a result that counted, but we got Valparaiso from the upper bracket going up against Illinois State.
Yeah, Illinois State, the number 2 seed in this event, had a loss to Missouri State earlier on in the regular season and just beat them now 3-0 quick sweep in the lower finals to get the run back against Valparaiso, who they also have swept throughout the season. So again, some of the math isn't mathing for some of these points, but from what we've seen, Valparaiso University seems to be the true definition of LANimals so far.
Yeah, they have been fantastic at this event so far. And if you missed it yesterday for that upper bracket final, go back and watch it. Go back and watch the VOD. It was an unbelievable game against Missouri State, and Valparaiso ended up on top for that one. And because of that, Molly, this is a best of 7, so long series ahead for us here. But they also get map pick here in map 1, and they get first ban. And they get side select, but it's controlled. You know, that's kind of you want heads or tails. But it's going to be Lijiang Tower, and then the Ramatra band is going to be the first one to come in.
Yeah, Ramatra out of Valparaiso. This is a team that we saw loves the Zarya Vendetta. They love their double flex DPS, which did confirm they do have a hit scan player, but it happens to be Atlas, who is their Vendetta, and an asset in himself to have him on that hero with how strong she is in particular. So if we can see that same kind of synergy between both Flushik and this Vendetta, I think we might be in a Valparaiso mood for success. They like the control. They like to brawl it out. But Illinois State, they're familiar with this too. Malga has kind of been their thing so far after some role swapping has occurred.
Yeah, after a few moves here and there, it's been a lot of Morgan time. Which, if you've watched us for a while, I'm not the biggest fan of the Morgan time, but hey, they're actually been playing it really well. I was able to watch kind of bits and pieces of their game versus Missouri State earlier this morning, and it was fantastic. Was there a few ins? Yes, but there always is with that kind of Morgan comp. So that is just what it is sometimes. But yeah, we will get into the game here in a moment. I think you're still seeing us, but we hear the game going on.
We do game, but you're not
so we'll get there here in a moment, and that's
Hi.
One of the wonderful players. I think that's one of the ISU players.
Yeah.
We'll get there. This has been a weekend of technology not always playing the nicest with us, so this seems pretty
It's okay.
on
We're
par
almost
with
there.
that.
We're almost there. I mean, I love this guy. This guy looks. He's super locked in.
He's locked in, bro.
He's chewing. He's so focused. Oh, we're back.
Now we're back.
How's it going? Yeah. But we'll get into that game shortly. And it's kind of the thing with you know, we want to get this done at the start of the map. We don't want any mid-map pauses. So cross your fingers, knock on wood, do whatever think it is so that we can get through our best of 7 smoothly. And because of that, this is gonna be a long day for Valparaiso University. This is the first time they will be playing. Whereas Illinois State, they had a pretty solid warm-up against Missouri State.
Yeah, that game wrapped up, I'd say almost an hour ago at this point. So it's not like they're super warm going into this, and both teams have had time to warm up once they got into their different setups. This is going to be a fantastic game, though, I think. If I had to pick a favorite, probably not Missouri State, they're out. Illinois State, but we'll see as one fight, due to everything going on, has already gone on. Illinois State, cap first.
Yeah, it'll be Illinois State starting out. And because we're on Control Center, it's that very brawly type of point. So it's interesting to see Vapor on this Sigma to start. You do have the May, I think, to help you out. But in fact, we don't have any gameplay because we will be on a brief pause. But getting an idea of where we are kind of heading for the future of this map. Sigma was a character yesterday that Valparaiso had a ton of practice kind of going into, as that was the bread and butter for Missouri State's poke comp.
Yeah, so they at least are pretty aware of how to counter it out. A lot of it was the Zarya that helped really crunch it down, and the Vendetta helped as well, but she's currently banned during this first map. So can't really get it done here on Lijiang Tower with the Vendetta, but obviously she'll be available for the rest of this series. And with it being a best of 7, those bans, when you use them, is even more impactful because you can only ban that hero once, at least on your side. So that Vendetta ban, unless for whatever reason Valparaiso want to ban it themselves later on in this series, it's going to be open for them the rest of the way.
Yeah. And I think for Valparaiso, they seem to be okay with swapping out different ideas. I think the one thing that has stuck a little is maybe the Zarya ban.
Yeah.
Just depending on where they're at, because you rely on, you can bubble a Venture, a Genji, a Reaper, whatever, Vendetta, but without the actual bubbles to do it, I think that's one of those bans that's going to get harder, and something that Illinois State, of course, will take into consideration if it becomes more of an issue. But I gotta say, overall, unique approach to Lijiang Tower. They had some last-second role changes, so this is still a newer idea for how this team is approaching today's finals match.
Yeah, and especially with just the situation with, they kind of played each other in the first round, but then bracket got reconstructed. So they didn't really play each other with at least this certain ISU lineup. So it's a weird spot to be in. I don't think Valparaiso really have many ideas of how they want to go at this in particular. I think even if, let's theoretically say, it's a rough map 1 here for Valparaiso, you have a lot of notes you can at least take for the rest of this series. You'll have a better understanding of how this iteration of ISU is going to play out.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be a great game here. I know they were watching a lot of that game earlier this morning.
Yes.
Just kind of feeling out what ISU is going to do, especially with as soon as map 1 got done, I think they could feel like Missouri State was on the way out and Illinois State was on the way up to the uppers.
Yeah, and the thing with this ISU team too, if they there's going to be really difficult to stop them, as we're headed right back into our map 1 of Lijiang Tower. ISU still have control at this point with about 20%, but that's kind of the issue with the Sig we'll start to see is Fuchik, if he gets close enough, he's going to melt through Vapor.
Yeah, that is going to be the issue for Vapor. You have to keep just enough distance to where you're not going to get burned down by the particle beam cannon, by Fuchik, and it's a little bit easier said than done, considering the Lucio in play as well from Cool Stuff. They'll try and really close the gap, and yep, that's just how we're taking a page out of yesterday's book, it appears, with technology not necessarily cooperating to the fullest degree.
Yeah, I think that was a shiny hero disconnect there on the Cassidy, so we will get him back in the lobby as soon as possible for our Overwatch match. But again, with these two rosters, it's a little bit of a weird situation because I think most people expected Missouri State to be in these finals. Even Valparaiso themselves were, of course, really impressed with their win, but going in, they're like, wow, we're here. We did this. Like, this is great. Can they close it out? Illinois State have already won the Rocket League championships. They're in the championship game for Super Smash Brothers. There's a potential that ISU can go 4 for 4 on the day if Illinois State can get this started right.
Yeah, a little bit of home field advantage. You can kind of feel building. Obviously, we got a decent crowd behind us as well. A lot of them actually watching one of the Valorant games right now, Valorant Upper Finals, which that game, I won't lie, when we've been in break, we've been watching that contest, and I have a feeling, granted, Bradley just had an impressive win in lower semis, so we'll see how they do, but Illinois State and Belmont, they have been going blow for blow in this Valorant series behind us. I have a feeling we'll be seeing both of those teams later today in that grand final, but obviously that is hours and hours away from actually us getting to that point. So, and even Smash Bros. Has been all the way. I don't think you guys can see it with.
I can't even see it from here.
Well, I can just use a little bit of height.
All right, that's kind of crazy.
Well, hey, it's not incorrect.
Okay, well, I'll give you that. But I know, but it's been like an insane environment today. We've had so many pop-offs moments. Like every once in a while, they're like, "Whoa!" and you jump up and you see everybody looking around, trying to figure out where the cheering's coming from. Valorant and Super Smash Brothers in particular have been kind of on fire. Rocket League, a little more laid back. Granted, we did only just have those finals going on today, so they're all wrapped up, and the rest of our 3 titles are still pushing on.
We were talking about this earlier, and maybe let us know in chat what you guys think. Valorant to me has the biggest pop-offs, but Smash has the most overall hype, at least for me, from a neutral perspective.
Yeah.
Because you just can't go wrong with Smash Bros. Like, if you get those combos going, if you have somebody with 1 stock just surviving game after game after game, it's insane.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I'm so far from a fighting games commentator. I couldn't tell you, but it's so cool to just watch two people go in and just beat each other up, and it's hype. Like, there's so much anticipation that goes into it, and I think so. I think we get the biggest pop off from Super Smash Brothers, but they're more frequent in Valorant. So it's kind of 50-50. So I'd be curious what you guys think has the most pop off moments. Overwatch players and comms, though, I think have to take the title for the loudest and most.
Especially some of the teams in this one.
yeah.
ISU were loud in their lower bracket final earlier today. Not afraid to talk. And they were talking with me a little bit earlier, and like a little bit of spite fueling them right now, feeling like, hey, we just need to finish this thing off. We need to finish what we started. And even though, yes, they were the 2 seed entering this tournament, they had a different lineup when they lost to Missouri State very early in the season. They've already, kind of extinguished that early in previous loss. Now it's making sure they can get the job done against Valparaiso if they want to have that title to themselves and also a bid to CECC May Madness in Waco in that's just a month away, not even. So a lot on the line for these teams here at MVC, and obviously thank you to our partners at NECC Rally Cry and the Space Force for everything that they've been doing. Scan the QR code, go check the Space Force and Rally Cry out, and thank you so much to them for helping make all this possible here. But I think we're almost ready to get back into the game. We'll have our producer probably tell us here in a second if we're lying or if we are speaking the truth.
Oh, it's been lies. We've been told
all lies.
Oh, how dare your production. We do love our production, though. I mean, they've been fantastic. There is a whole village behind the scenes of Illinois State students, staff, and other members from NECC, the Missouri Valley Conference. A ton of people putting in the effort to have this event take place here at Illinois State University. I think it's, again, fantastic show so far, pending a couple of technical difficulties. And talking to some of the players, even some of the parents that are here, they're like, this environment is awesome. We get to see everybody in person. You get to play on these high-quality setups with your team right next to you. It is truly different for them.
Yeah, shout out Student Affairs IT. They've been here all weekend, and given how much technology has not cooperated with us this weekend, they have been a giant help. So thank you so much to the Student Affairs IT team at Illinois State for helping us out. They've been here. They've been working 12-hour days, basically, leading up to this and here this weekend. So physically could not be, running at this point if it wasn't for them. So shout out to the IT department for everything they've been doing. Hopefully we're getting back in here in just one moment to truly get this Overwatch Grand Final kicked off.
And I know for something that, I don't know how we managed to miss this earlier, Illinois State, the only maps they have dropped was in that sweep to Missouri State at week 2 of the season when they didn't have that main lineup either. So they have not lost a map since in the regular season. They have not dropped technically a single map here within this playoff bracket. And I mean, if they could do that again, can we truly call it a golden stage, or at least close to it? Because of that
golden playoff stage, I would argue. But we'll see.
It's weird because they're coming from the lower bracket, so you're going to have to...
With an asterisk.
Definitions here.
And games actually played a golden stage.
Yes.
If you count other circumstances, not. But, we'll see. They've been in quite a run. And it sounds like we are just going to go to break to let IT finish troubleshooting here. We'll be right back with the start of the Overwatch Grand Final. welcome back everybody to MVC Sports Championships. And we think everything is fixed.
Yes.
Apparently that game was crashed. We did a full PC swap out, so hopefully that issue has been alleviated and we can truly get kicked off here in the grand final after maybe a fight or two on Lijiang Tower. That's really been about it so far. We load back in. Let's see. All right, Shiny Hero's back, and I think we're good.
That's what we like to see. Although, Illinois State, I'm a little shocked they're sticking around, considering they don't have Shiny Hero, but you can put a Maywall at back, and you know what? You make that work. It's City Rush from Flores to run him down. Valpo Esports now without the tank. We'll just take the time to back off, but being denied over and over again. And Sortex here, really the shining star for this composition of the Redbirds.
Yeah, it's been great so far, and I think this Mei is kind of a little underrated right now in the meta. Yeah. It's just very map dependent, but when you can wall off a Zarya like this, it can help. That is almost from spawn. You can tell like a bus maybe just wanting to swap over, but never mind.
It did leave Sortex in an awkward position, but Vapor continued. Wasn't choice, it's only because of these shots behind Shiny Hero that are landing that made this a winnable fight, but perhaps too much of an overcommit from Valparaiso Esports, both TPS ults in a lost fight.
Yeah, both TPS ults gone. Granted, still sound a rush, and the grab soon, but that is a rough stagger from Vapor onto like a bus. So that'll stall this out even longer. The Blizzard here from Sortex, maybe if a cheeky wall goes down early. The rotate has been called out, so it knows it'll be a server room rotation for Valpo. Maybe a little bit better for that Blizzard. There it is.
But it divided the team for Valparaiso Esports after Blizz did not get the sound barrier because of it. So, well, actually get any allegiance itself, it will set Illinois State University up in the fight they want to take, which can be the last one. If they can manage to win it, Shiny Hero very low though. Cool stuff. Launches himself in to get the melee. Fushik hangs on for dear life a lot longer than he should have been allowed to. Should be enough to send Illinois State back to spawn, or at least force them to take a elongated battle from his Valpo. They have to win this completely in the neutral and deny ISU further chances. Point split does come through, but Lucio versus Flux will be broken. No, I think they got around the corner, so everybody is okay, but Atlas can't dodge away from the boulder. Vapor still frying away on this tank. Flip back over to the Redbirds now. The stall pick to come in. Fushik cannot walk forwards any further. So it'll be Illinois State University taking round one.
Vapor just doesn't die. Like, he just stuck around long enough. It was a very gutsy gravitic flux, I will say, but it ended up paying in full. 16-1 is absolutely absurd from the tank here for Illinois State. That is...
The next highest is 7. Like, that should be illegal.
Just not right.
That's not normal.
That's not right at all.
That's not normally. Well, I mean, ISU, they found the strat that I think works for them. Right? Vapor, well, again, this is his second day, quote-unquote, playing tank for this roster. He's found his place in it. ISU know how to give him the resources he needs, and it's a nice Valpo, this true front-to-back that they want to take against this tank.
Yeah, here we go. TP out from Atlas. They will not stick it, though. Neither will Sortex. The Tracer will return for the Redbirds. On the other side, be the Venture from Atlas. Maybe thinking could still be sticking around, but still not a bad pick. And the Hanzo, this at least is a little bit better of a sub-map for it on Lijiang. And I understand, yeah, it worked out great yesterday on Havan. Definitely an unconventional pick here on Control just because of the pacing.
I'm surprised we don't see like a bus on the Genji. I think he looks fantastic on that pick. It is so much better in these close quarters, but I wonder if it has to do with the bubble resources. Fushik out of options on this fight, but you got Flores, and that's what matters. You needed to keep yourself alive in the process. Beacons now real side, as you can see, like a bus struggling with Vapor as he pinches onto these players caught on the coast. Nice blink melee to finish it off. It'll be another ISU.
Yeah, Sortex just going off here on the Tracer. Like you said, I'm kind of surprised we're just not seeing that double flex DPS from Valpo. I think like this, it's actually going to work really well. The only hit skin you have to deal with is a Cassidy from Shiny Hero, and that you can overwhelm with a composition. So Valpo sticking to their guns so far, maybe just trying to play around that grab dragon combo. Like a bus, to be fair, almost has the dragons already.
Well, see, that is the other reason you play the Hunter. Is sometimes you just hit those one arrows to the head and it feels great. Guarantees the elimination. And Valpo, they're willing to work with that. As a win condition, like a bus, throws out the Dragon Strike as well. Just to divide people up, knowing that he'll probably get it back before the Graviton is there. Solid fight from the Beacons.
Yeah, great right there from them in Illinois State making some changes. Shiny Hero to the Emery, a little bit more range than the Cassidy and Atlas. Yes, the flashbang can be nice to deal with the Venture, but it's definitely not a need and absolutely essential with that. So like a bus is trying to look out for Sortex already. Sortex has to respect one log to the face, not really wanting a second. As some of these ults now building up for Illinois State, including this Flux that won them last, but that boop is crazy.
Yeah, see, it's kind of, they can walk over the bridge, especially with how Cool Stuff has been hunting for these environmentals. You see how quickly ISU are like, all right, danger, do not go there.
Yeah, that is a no-go zone, I would say, for the Redbird. They might. They're teasing it.
I mean, I get it, you're playing the Sigma, you don't really want to walk straight into the Zarya's face, but you better hope that Cool Stuff stays away from the corner, and hey, this is a good start for ISU. Sortex gives a gift to like a bus to send him back. Spawn, support ult being unleashed on both sides, but ISU key point held on to the Flux, held on to this Kitsune rush, and we get all the value for it. Valpo exhausted their resources early, and will be down losing because of that. So it'll be an ISU continuing to clean up this fight and hold on to the rush.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush held, everything else available is popped, but at least for Valpo, you hold on to that Graviton Surge. You still have one of your biggest win conditions, and yes, the Dragons, not built up yet from like a bus, but yeah, they've been building it up egregiously fast, so not worried about him building that up. They may not even try and use it with the Dragons. Indeed, Kitsune Rush sends out the blue carpet, and that just forces Valpo to respect it. Other than Atlas, that was a very ballsy retreat, and it will be punished.
Yeah, you can't really burrow into the middle of the Kitsune Rush.
No.
You expect to get out alive with your team there to help you. So what was Kite from Valpo will turn around, but it doesn't mean ISU are limited now going forward.
Yeah, slightly limited. ISU now get the flip, at least for lead, 75% and counting, but now that combo, just like we're back in the late 2019 is here.
Gotta get through this override protocol first. It's really early though. Valpo are all in these small. Maybe Fusion takes a shot from it, but then oh down. ISU! That was Vapor! Just eats the Graviton Surge for breakfast. Fusion now with a win condition for the Beacons. This has to be one of the neutral now, which at least that's going your way. Shiny Hero has been microwaved like a plus once again. Finds Sortex with an arrow between the eyeballs. ISU will get to 99%. Was a sick, but they still can't close it out yet.
Yeah, Valpo very grateful that they're still able to finish off that fight. One eat from Vapor, but it doesn't let it bother him too much, just still finishes up the fight. Granted, they were already at extremely high charge by that point as well. Pulse Bomb here for Sortex, the only ultimate readily available for ISU. No Lucio!
And that sound barrier was so close to Cool Stuff. Valpo with Pulse Bomb stuck again to like a bust Illinois State. They knew they were down, they knew they had nothing, but they are making the most out of their limited resources, despite how favorite Valpo was. It is the Beacons in control of the point. That will be short-lived. Cool Stuff back at the sound barrier, but it's only down onto himself, and with a Gravitic Flux chunking as much health as it did, he's going down. Sortex taking like once more. The revenge seems to be final. Only Fushik's Doomfist remains alive. Illinois State, against the odds here on Control Center, have given Valpo Esports a taste of what they have to offer in these finals, and will go up 1-0.
Illinois State does not matter about anything really with the map pick, the first ban, everything in favor of Valpo going into that first map. The Redbirds still hold on. I think that this might have been the clutch here from Vapor near the end of Control Center. This is the Flux right before, but at least, what, one or two more going into it? Yeah, Fusik died, able to finish off the Reaper as well, who was ulting, great ult cancel. And ISU, doesn't matter all the advantages Valpo had going into it, still able to take map one. And now back to the drawing board here for the Beacons.
Yeah, Valparaiso, they had some great showings with how they were playing. They know what their composition is, but it just seems they either jumped the gun or didn't care about the Maywalls as much as they should in these moments. And I know that they're going to take a little bit of extra time to make sure that they are prepared for map number 2. So we're going to send it to a quick break. Stay tuned. The Missouri Valley Conference Overwatch Finals will continue after this.
Cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Reach.
Just
Grab my hand. I can't hold. Grab my hand.
give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh. What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing. I think it's on the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, it's no worries. I got it.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh, God. No. Come on, just reach. Reach.
Just
Grab my hand. Grab my hand.
give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh. What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing. On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Missouri Valley Esports Championships here at Illinois State. Map 1 out of the way. Illinois State clean 2-0 over Valparaiso. And now we continue on with the rest of this series. It's going to be Atlas for our next map. And, we were talking with Valpo earlier. There was one hero in particular, if we went to this map, they were going to ban, and that deed did come true.
Yeah, so we're kind of joking with Flushik earlier. I'm like, maybe. Or like, gentleman's agreement to not play Malga. They're like, we might not be able to get ISU to agree to that, but we will definitely be banning it on Atlas. If you were here for yesterday's lower finals at all, Valparaiso University absolutely ran away with this particular game. It is close quarters. You have Zarya, you got the Vendetta up. You don't have the Venture. That was the ban from Illinois State, which makes sense, is a very solid hero on this point, but it does mean that that typical combo that these beacons enjoy is available.
Yeah, that typical Zarya Vendetta combination that has been just all throughout competitive Overwatch for, God, it feels like almost half a year at this point that it's been around is continuing. And also the Lycabus Genji has made a return. This was kind of what we were wanting to see anyways. So let's see now how they'll be able to do it.
It's not that Lycabus can't play Honky. He can. Just on closer range maps, like your control, your flashpoint, it feels a little awkward at points. And his Genji is so good, paired with either Atlas or if a bubble from Fushik happens to go in his direction. So keep an eye on that as the point unlocks here on Station. It's very rare that we'll see a full team drop to the point just because verticality is so important. Valparaiso, how mobile the heroes are, they're willing to take that risk. And look at the first capture, uncontested, while this game of Ring Around the Rosie still goes.
Yeah, this game of Ring Around the Rosie going a long time until Meepo shuts it down. Nice little kunai headshot on the Sortex, and that's just the end of the fight. And because of the fact that Valpo did cap early, that is an extra, what, 15% that they get on top of what they would have already built up. That is a great way to answer here on map 2, considering how map 1 ended up for the Redbirds. And now, no swaps coming in for Illinois State. They will just stick to their guns, only the Gravitic Flux soon to come. Valpo, even though Ring Around the Rosie happened, no ultimates really, because they just kind of played their time.
Valpo,
Hey.
it's been rough, especially for Vortex here. A lot of resources forced. Atlas keeping him in check thus far, but the other issue is still Vapor. If you're not walking or putting pressure on him, Bill finds the kill. And that's what happens to like a boss. Fusion, though, will get some revenge for his fallen teammates. He'll find us at an even 3v3. Derivative Flux available for Vapor. He's going to end up committing it onto this point, and it is 99%. Right, so you have the contest, but because of the bubbles, it just means Fusion is all that more scary with a decent amount of health to pull from Vapor, out of friends, out of options. Fusion will eventually claim his life as Valparaiso Esports. Atlas is their map, and they're looking to send that message early from station.
Yeah, clean 100-0 to start off here on Atlas for Valpo. And like you said, this is the map that if they're going to win one early, this is the one we really felt like they definitely could run away with. Quick rotation over, actually a very generous rotation for Valparaiso. Very easy to set up, and now they get Meepo and Shiny, and Meepo just set up on that back. High ground, grab, beat, and Sundering Strike all open here.
We saw Atlas have some pop-off moments with the Sundering Strike yesterday. Fortunately, this specific instance, I'm a little surprised it's not comboed with the grab. I think because Fusion wanted to use it within the support ults, but it's difficult. You don't have like a Bus or Atlas foe up. The Deadeye is zoning everybody from Valparaiso away. Great play by Shiny Hero. Makes sure the follow-up on the Graviton Surge was null and void, and the fight that Valpo should have won went down the drain.
Yeah, that fight felt like it was Valpo's to lose, and well, they lost. And sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles with some of these fights, but at least for like a bus, hold on to that Dragon Blade. So you have that going into this fight, but now you have no Vendetta to work with, and that'll just force this fight to be stalled out even longer. Gravitic Flux available here for Vapor. No sound barrier to answer from Cool Stuff due to the fact that both beats got popped last fight.
Vapor building this up insanely fast, by the way.
Insanely
I was
fast.
looking at the ult charge on the first point. Everybody had low except for Vapor was right up there. And the supports of Valpo because they're taking so much damage from the Sigma at the range. There's the Flux Stun out. Will hand on to just Atlas. The bubbles are there. Problems even coming into all those resources. Atlas, well, like a bus. Doesn't have any bubbles for him, and Vapor knows that nothing can stop him from walking forwards once the Vendetta is out of the picture. So Illinois State pulling it back here on round number 2 of Atlas and almost doing some premature rotating in the event that this is closed out because there will not be a touch.
Yeah, no touch for Valpo, so 1-1 now on Atlas, and this is when the Lucios can really help. Just amp that speed boost, get everybody over to the next flashpoint plenty ahead of time before it unlocks, but because of where the respawn was for Valpo, they actually have the time to set up here first.
Yeah, and that kind of plays in Valpo's favor. There could have been other points that happened, but you got to take advantage of the RNG when it is there. And like a bus, wanted to do it, but a great boop out of Fadal will keep him and Flores safe for now. Heavy commit for Valparaiso, but one that was needed to get the tempo building in their favor. But the point isn't unlocked yet. Flores knows it and is happy to lay down this Kitsune Rush, knowing there won't be an answer out of the beacons. It's a decent kite from now, but I'm looking at these health bars of the DPS. They don't have a full engage. You don't want to push into this roster. Should be happy with that first cap if you can force Vapor to get off the objective. Eventually, Will back. No chance to eat the crab. That lands on a 4. Ooh. And my goodness, goodbye, ISU.
Yeah, we were talking about that Zarya Vendetta. Right there is a clear example of why it is still all over the place at the top level. Great job from Fusick, just bullying Vapor off the point, getting that early cap once again. And then the follow-up, not even the Sundering Strike needed from Atlas, just some overhead strikes to finish the job. Illinois State, they have the sound barrier to match whatever they want to do, whether it be the opposing sound barrier from Cool Stuff or even the Sundering Strike from Atlas, but that's going to be early.
That's a tempo beat if I've ever seen one. I don't like him, and this is exactly why Cool Stuff can choose his moment to respond in. The overhealth wears down faster for ISU. Valparaiso want to walk on that opportunity, but for attempting to turn around with a flex, but doing that sub half the health made him a giant floating target for the beacons, as we are looking at what is probably going to be the 3rd sweep of a flashpoint.
Yeah, 3rd sweep in a row, but back and forth are those sweeps here on Atlas. Valpo take the 3rd one, and now the rotate game begins over to Flashpoint 4. And Illinois State, they have made an interesting swap here, Molly. I don't know if you saw it already.
Yeah.
The Bastion from Shiny Hero, which if Fusik wasn't already getting bullied enough and those shields weren't, and those bubbles weren't getting burned quickly already, it's going to be that on overdrive now.
Bastion and May have been kind of those two picks if you want to shut down a Zarya, but another way to help that is if you have the support to do it. And with Meepo getting the Kiriko lift on Flores, it'll be near impossible for ISU to get the fight that they want. As you see those health bars explode as soon as Atlas picks the target. LB2 picked up for the Vendetta, and another first cap for Valpo.
Yeah, Valpo really starting to get that momentum swinging now in this series. And all it took was Vendetta being reintroduced into the series, and it could spell trouble for Illinois State if they cannot find some sort of answer to it. Shiny Hero, the Bastion experiment, very short-lived, goes over to the Emery now that we've seen him actually on a bunch throughout the weekend.
It has a good amount of burst damage, and the range can help with Atlas or like a bus when they dive. But this Kitsune rush from Meepo, that is the star of the show. ISU walking as far back, holding that S key with every essence of their being, and it's successful. Everyone stays alive. Flores will have a Kitsune rush to re-engage soon, and you already have the pick on to cool stuff. The Redbirds knew exactly how to counter out that fast push from the Beacons. They're not going to find a way to close this one out. But like a bus has a blade and wants to chop them back down to size. Couple slashes on the Shiny Hero will do it. That seems like all that will be within his range. 83-ish% for Valparaiso. They will get it to one fight territory regardless, but it won't be a sweep for a fourth flash.
Yeah, no sweep finally here, but 97% still for Valpo during their first cap. And the worry is there's so many ultimates now that are just about to be built up. Sound Barrier, Flux, the Pulse Bomb from Sortex, everything is starting to come together. But so is for Valpo. They have their best ult combination with the grab and the Sundering Strike, and an answer from Cool Stuff. You got a feeling to be a lot of back and forth during this next fight if all these ultimates start to get popped.
It's going to be chaotic, and I think there's a lot of pressure on Hazal and Cool Stuff for the timing of the sound barriers, arguably the most important ultimate. But ISU, they're almost winning this in the neutral. It forces an early sound barrier, and it only lands onto Cool Stuff. That is worst case scenario now for Valparaiso. Still down. I think they managed to make this an even fight, but is what I'm talking about. All about this timing for the beat. Graviton Surge is out, only catches Vapor, and Fushik doesn't quite have the charge burn through him. Needs some extra assistance like a bus. Comes in for the support, and ISU, back and forth as that fight was, seems to have crumbled for the final time here on Atlas. It's up to, I believe, Sortex, the last man standing for this team to stall this one out. A couple players are down for Valpo, but a Tracer, you're looking a little gutsy to 1v4 against this roster. ISU will in fact not have their golden stage in the playoff. They will drop at least one map to Valpo. We are all tied up for Overwatch Finals.
Valpo capitalize on their map pick, and now best of 7 down to a best of 5 here in the grand finals. But what a response there from the Beacons after a map one that, granted, you know, tech issues aside, pretty rough on a lot of levels, and that is just a great way to respond. And yeah, maybe the Zarya ban will come in at some point here from Illinois State, especially after a map like that. But overall, you only have so much you're able to do. Because one half of this wombo combo of the Zarya and the Vendetta has already been banned. You only can ban half of it one more time. You're still going to have maybe up to 4 more other maps during this series that there has to be an answer found somewhere else.
It will be up to ISU to determine that. Nice part is, about losing, is you get to choose the map, you get to choose the ban, and you get to choose the side. So that will be the consideration for Illinois State going forward. So they ban the Zarya, try to put a halt to Valpo's momentum, or are they going to push this further and continue to play their own poke game? We are going to find out right after this.
Listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. Put it. I can't watch. Oh crap! Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just. What do you mean you can't?
No, I let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach, hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side. Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Has a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it.
Careful.
Oh, God. No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand.
I can't hold. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh. What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach, hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side. Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it.
Careful!
Oh, God. No, come on, just reach. Just grab my hand.
I can't hold it. Grab my hand!
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is... Oh! What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me.
I'm not gonna...
Get in there. No, just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side. Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in here?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Missouri Valley Conference Esports Championships. It is Championship Sunday. Right now, we got a grand final tied at 1 apiece. Valpo, after Illinois State ran away with Lijiang Tower, they had a very swift answer on Atlas, and now the map pick goes back over to Illinois State. And they have decided to take us to Shambali Monastery, which, yeah, more of that kind of poke and trying to get away from this rush that that Valpo loved on Atlas and is wanting to continue.
And if it seems like ISU have also done their homework.
Yes.
Because the one solution to poke compositions that has worked for Valparaiso University has been forcing the Zarya vendetta. The Zarya will be banned here. So arguably the most important ban out of the entirety of the Beacon's composition has been elected for here. I think it makes a lot of sense, and it will put Valparaiso, specifically Fushik, in an interesting position now. Are you going to opt to do the Brawl since you banned the Mei, or could you consider pulling out this Diva that was an option yesterday?
Yeah, the Diva we saw here and there, I feel like on this map it's still a little tricky. I don't know if I would go with the Diva, but we'll have some time here. They're actually on the defense, though, and they'll actually just go the same road. They'll be like, hey, we can play with the poke. They loved this double sniper long-range hit scan yesterday on Havana when they sealed the deal in that series. So putting Lycabus back on the Hanzo, Atlas on the Emre, still very familiar for them. And man, that was what a pop-off. We could talk about pop-offs behind us. Sorry for that, but that was an unreal one behind us. But here we go, Illinois State. Still trying to teetering. I was like, that Ryan is bait. So they've at least figured it out.
It looks like we will get near compositions unless Flores and actually no, Sortex will be the one to swap. Yeah, so this is the other thing I was going to talk about. The Leica plus Hanzo on Control, on Flashpoint, not great. Here on Shambali, this is his time to start shining in this DPS duo of Valparaiso Esports. Works so well that Vapor is pulling his ace.
Yeah, the ace has been pulled. The Maga has made an appearance. And I will say the Sigma is actually a pretty decent counter if you keep the range. And it's a giant if, because once that gap is closed, the Maga is going to have the time of his life.
We're going to small choke with Emre grenades and Hanzo. A little sketchy. This all of Sortex's cooldowns forced out, but it's a drill dash into Fushik that actually pushes him further into ISU's team. Easy to turn and burn on the tank. So a great bit of synergy from Vapor and Sortex, making sure they could close that gap. I can heal you.
Yeah, just that extra little push. And now these staggers will go through both DPS. Are eliminated. Meepo was like, just please, Fushik, please. And eventually is able to escape, but this cart already 50 meters and counting. This is going to be a tough recontest here for Valpo, but they should get one. But they have to play into Vapor's hands. They have to get up close and personal to get this touch, and that's pretty much the opposite of what Fushik's going to want to do with Amaga on the other side.
Yeah, point presence isn't something that you're going to have for Valparaiso. You want to sit up on these high grounds, get angles for like a bus and Atlas. Vapor just won't allow that. The accretion will chunk him pretty low. He doesn't have cardiac overdrive left anymore either. The cooldown's burned out. This is the time for Valpo to strike. Atlas pulls out the override protocol. Vapor is kaput. And you look for this venture in the sky. A gutsy play from Sortex. Ends up playing off. Flashy as it was, though, it is not going to matter. Valparaiso will get the hold.
Valparaiso, hold on. This is notoriously a very defensive-sided map. It is a literal uphill battle the entire way through on the attack. So, honestly, especially holding right here is a very common spot. Let's see if Velpo, though, can hold on to it to the last 100 seconds of this round. Dragon Strike available here, almost can pair with the Gravitic Flux here from Pusick, Illinois State, starting to get a lot of those ultimates online, including this Kitsune Rush.
But the Kitsune Rush, everything's going to be thrown at it. You just don't have like a bus. What matters is the Dragon Strike flew on by. Those health bars are mincemeat because of the combo. Shiny Hero pulling out this override protocol. Gutsy to say the least, but ISU are so confident this is winnable. And Soratex is making that way. Comes up with 2 on the Tectonic Shock. And despite not having Vapor here, and every resource coming in from the beacons, they'll find a way to prevail and get themselves 3.5 minutes approaching second quarter.
Yeah, I have a feeling Velpo thought the same thing as we did. Oh, this fight's done. All right, let's start figuring out the next one. But both DPS ults popped. Soratex finds 2. Shiny Hero, a very ballsy gambit, and it was actually a very good cleanse from Flores as well in the sky to help keep their MRA up. But now 3 minutes. There's going to be no early contest here from Velpo. They'll have to play this main corner with both support ultimates in hand. But the sound barrier to answer could be here from Adele pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think it's what's cage fight we're a little worried about for Vapor is find that out the hard way. The cage fight goes down, but Vapor is so aggressive with his positioning that it's going to force these DPS to clutch up. But Shiny Hero has done a decent job of for Soratex just chill on this payload, chunk through Fushik's health bar. And the progress is still going for ISU. They are already up to this last corner, which can be incredibly difficult to touch.
Yeah, this corner, it's because you have to basically fully commit to swinging this corner. You can't kind of just poke around it, you have to fully commit, and that is going to be what's tough considering there is no shield available here for the Redbirds. They have to play all that natural cover.
With sound barriers though, so natural cover doesn't really matter. It is an all-out brawl here in Vapor. Eyes on the prize, aka Fushik wants to get that over health up and will do so successfully by forcing the beacons into a corner as the Redbirds can get through this second objective. One last chance for Fushik, but it's blown to bits by the grenade from Shiny Hero mid-air. This Emre absolutely frying.
Yeah, the Emre in full force here from Shiny Hero and Velpo decide to make some swaps of their own. Atlas will match with the Venture, and like a bus off the Hanzo onto the Soldier. Maybe slightly more consistent damage with the Soldier, a little more mobility as well to run away from Vapor and Soratex if the initiation is coming through. But because of all those swaps and because of the canceled offer by Fusick, 0 here for Velpo, but that is a great start.
Yeah, Shiny Zero, I think, has been the biggest thorn in the side for Valparaiso. So getting him out early has been helpful. It's a decent time mix, though. They still have to hold, so it's seeing how Valpo can rotate the resources.
Yeah, still a long ways to go here for Velpo if they want to hold on to this. And yes, they have the Kitsune Rush. They can match the one on Flores, but there's just so much more firepower ready to go from the Redbirds into this fight. And Shiny Hero has been excellent with this override protocol. Honestly, the MRL in general has been one of the best across this weekend, and he's already getting at it.
Yeah, and with the range, you don't have anything to contest it. You just have to run for your lives and pray. And in fact, Illinois State, though, will end up suffering. The Kitsune Rush from Meepo simply too good. If you can match it, Soratex, yeah, getting his name in the kill feed a little bit. Very helpful with this venture. You just got the results and all that much. Great shutdown from the defense.
Yeah, great fight there from Valpo. And as long as they can keep chipping away at this time bank, keep holding the line, don't let this cart enter this final stretch. You're setting yourselves up for a decent win condition entering your attack. Kitsune Rush still available here from Flores. Did not commit it when Meepo did during this last fight. Can give the Redbirds an advantage going in, but Velpo now, those swaps for those ultimates finally coming through.
We're gonna get it. But have to back off because of the Kitsune Rush. It was a good drill dash from Atlas, at least in theory. That Gravitic Flux, though, makes this cage fight sketchy. All of the ultimates going off, but the cool stuff might just have the one that saves the day. Abdul pops the sound barrier and hopes to keep Vapor on his feet, but it's mere milliseconds short. And ISU, the fight that you know that they wanted to win, is down the drain.
Yeah, that's the one that's going to stink the most. If Firth is able to find 2 during the chaos of all this. That's going to force the attack visor popped in panic. Hadal finds a third. They're not out of the woods here yet, Molly. ISU with the faster respawns will have players here earlier, and this is turning into a disaster.
It's an absolute slugfest. Nobody knows what's going on. It's a deathmatch. Somebody is to get to the point. ISU have gotten an insane amount of progress just because, well, the chaos that they have been causing with Valpo because of that extreme spawn advantage are keeping this fight up as long as possible. The clip from Hadal, though, is ridiculous. You don't see this pop-off potential from Lucio players often. It's just these sharks lurking under the ground in Atlas and Sortex who are defining this as eventually ISU pull back.
Yeah, ISU, only 10 seconds left here, though, Molly. They have to play this fast. They will get another touch, though, to start this off. Tectonic Shock available here for Cortex. Fusec has now went back to spawn and swapped to the Maga themselves.
They're going to have the Malgamir, something that Valpo said they wouldn't do, but they have to give it a shot. And it helped run through Vapor, and Sortex seemingly against the world of Beacon's players on this payload. Like a bust, though, on this off angle, yet to be contested. Atlas will get one last venture diff call for this payload. It's stopped less than a meter away from a full completion.
Practically a full cap needed here from ISU if they're wanting to take away map 3. So honestly, we look at the standings here, not the standings, the kill feed here. Sortex is the one leading away. Jesus, 22, 6, and 5 for the venture. But honestly, it's been a pretty even effort across the board. But now this Maga on the in the defense, you have to play just basically corner camp. And I think it can work at least a little bit easier because you're not pushing into that shield all the time. You're forcing the hero with the shield to push into you, and that can be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and especially with Sortex, the Venture also loves camping those corners, so you have even more presence on this first point around that area, while the Vapor seems to be abandoning the Malga as we swap the sides, and we'll just go to this Sigma and match finish it.
Yeah, just going to match it, force kind of that same awkward position of having to push into that Sigma shield that can be so oppressive at times to try and deal with. And also, it's going to be a little bit of Wuyong action, at least from Hadal so far. No Lucio, and even Cool Stuff is teasing it as well. So after not seeing him at all during the first 2.5 maps of this series, the Wuyong has entered the fray.
And normally I'd say that's a bit of a risk to not run speed when you don't know what your opponent is doing. But this time around, it so happens that nobody is playing any sort of speed boost. So they will be A-okay for now. The poke damage from Hadal will help, but that is Cool Stuff and Meepo returning to that Lucio. Kiriko, so that means that Valpo Esports can close this gap. They're a little more favored in terms of teamfight mobility.
Yeah, just a little bit more, and Lekabus has to play this really safe. Sonar up to high ground just to give the rest of his team an idea, but all of a sudden you jump up and you have an uninvited guest.
Yeah, it's just the life of a venture at times. Valpo Esports gotta make the decision. Are we gonna force high ground, or are we going to force payload? And it seems the payload is the way to go. Not too afraid of Shiny Hero, especially with the Siphon Blaster forced out early for his main tool of survivability. It is ISU, and said it has to go towards where the Beacons are playing. Yushik hit with a boulder. That health bar is crumbling fast. There's just no way for Meepo and Cool Stuff to keep up with that amount of damage going through between Shiny Hero and Vapor combined.
Yeah, it's just too much, especially, and now Valpart is stuck in this room. Illinois State knows exactly where everybody is from the Beacons, and it's going to force this to be just a little bit more awkward. Eventually, the rotate out of the room occurs, and now Valpo can take more of a standard fight here at the corner.
Legabus is going over to the Soldier 76 too. A little bit more shield pressure, I guess, consistent damage, as opposed to the Hanzo. And maybe a little bit of time matching Shiny Hero, even if you don't have the range necessarily to go through. But for Valpo Esports, I was going to say before Legabus did that, are in a great spot. They got around that first corner for the high ground and can move to the second that feels nearly impossible point to get through at this choke. Vapor pushes up incredibly fast, and Illinois State want to pop these support ultimates. Dolph gets it onto Vapor, knocked down onto Fusec. neither Sigma is in a very happy place. In that Kitsune Rush and Gravitic Flux, though, that will determine the outcome. Pressure on Shiny Hero, but he's going to hang on for dear life thanks to a great Suzu out of Flores. In Illinois State seem to have pulled through for the most part, but losing Vapor, that's like losing 3 players at once here. That's your entire front line. It's so easy now for Fusion to push up. Cool Stuff knows it, everybody going on forwards with the protection of the sound barrier as we are in complete, utter chaos.
Yeah, this has just turned into just chaos, like you said. The point, eventually, Valpo will start making their way up this final section of the hill, trying to get one more stagger in, but the reinforcements have arrived for the Redbirds. But only 80 seconds remaining here for Valpo. Still needing at least one more fight. Tectonic Shock from Sortex, going to force everybody back and even claim Fusick.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Ran out of shield just as that last shockwave came on in. Valpo Esports down to just 1 more minute to get through this first point, and they basically need a full cap.
Yeah, they need a full cap basically on this map to win map 3, and that is looking harder and harder as this goes on. Cool Stuff is on this Lucio now instead of the Wu Yang that we saw earlier. And I think honestly on the defense it's a little bit better, just because you can do exactly what we see Hadala doing right there. Is just sending shots around the corner. You don't even have to full peek to get some early poke.
Yeah, Hadala's got a lot of value on the Wu Yang. When I saw Cool Stuff roll out on this Lucio at the start, I was a little worried how Illinois State would be able to fight without the ability to move as quickly. And it seems that that might be coming to light here. Fusion just didn't walk into the middle of everybody. Granted, Vapor also ended up going down, so we are back to that chaos. And Atlas wants to go in, has the burrow, uses it aggressively, and it will secure the beacons. Point 1.
Only what, about 30 to 40 second difference from what ISU had entering second phase, so nothing that's going to be too difficult for Valpo to overcome. And even, honestly, the Tac Visor Gravitic Flux combo is kind of disgusting, because as long as you don't have a shield in front of you, that Tac Visor is going to do a ton of damage as they cannot run away. But Illinois State still have plenty of resources of their own. They know, somebody is back there, but that's going to take the 4v5.
Zuni rush here from both Meepo and Flora, essentially on top of each other. One team has a Cac Visor, and the other doesn't. ISU are like, wait a minute, that's not good. Trying to back off, but Hadal cannot escape from Atlas with his Flora that turns around. Beat his hero for the day. Rezo, heavy commitment into this fight. It'll be all for naught. Vapor has the final say, turns Fusick into a pancake.
Yeah, great Flux just to end it out. 3K for the Sigma. And ISU were able to hold the line here. Not even at the corner yet, but just the early part of this S-curve. As the Illinois State have been doing a great job of just trying to fight first, trying to maybe force these fights a little bit earlier, so even if you have to do a soft reset, this cart isn't going into a super disadvantageous position. Rather, Valpo just kind of have to gain that ground back and then have just a separate fight altogether.
They'll have the option of the Flux, and that's the nice part about not having Lucio for ISU. You don't have to worry about a sound barrier, no direct counters, but in these DPS, Shiny Hero and Sortex, I feel like every time we see them with their own shiny buttons, it has not ended well for Valparaiso. Fusick wants to try to start this off right, but it's already going downhill. The Gravitic Flux is good. Suzy from Flores is even better. He'll give his life for it to make sure Shiny Hero can continue on this flank, and ISU can hold.
ISU home. Fusick tries to get something near the end of it, knowing that you might as well not die at this point and get the wave respawn with the rest. And there is a late swap here for Valparaiso. Fusick has gone over to the Ramatra. It was banned in map 1 and has now made its first appearance in this series. This will really help close the gap. Like a bus also off the Soldier onto the Genji. So back to this double flex DPS that helped Valpo get to this stage.
We're getting up close and personal now. If you are Valpo, Sortex attempted to slow down the gap, but it gets obliterated walking too close to the Ramatra. Caught in the vortex. Without Meepo, you can tell Fusick is struggling to stay on his feet. Vapor wants to finish him off before popping this Gravitic Flux for one final fight. Valpo seems to be out of options, out of steam. On the Shambali Monastery map, Vapor's Sigma plus the Shiny Hero Emre. Too much for this team to handle, as ISU will take the lead once more at 2-1.
And the back and forth potentially begins here in these maps. ISU win their map pick I'd say with relative ease here
Yeah.
on Shimbali Monastery. It's the rest of this series I want to see, because now the Zarya ban gone, Vendetta ban gone. What can Valpo do now that those heroes will remain for the rest of this series? But Illinois State, great way to answer after map 2 was pretty heavily in favor of Valpo. So power of the map goes back over to Valparaiso. We still have, what, push and hybrid left. We got to go through both of those maps, and then we have even more potentially after that. I think map pool resets. More than likely going to more control, flashpoint, something like that. Just can't go to the same map twice.
No, you have to pick it up before we get our full reset, which is possible because we can have up to 7 maps be played here in our best of 7. But it sounds like that these teams, once again, want to take a little bit of a break before we head into map number 4. So stay tuned. Our Overwatch Grand Finals for the Missouri Valley Conference will be back right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch Grand Final here on Championship Sunday. We have our next map pick for us, and we're going to Eichenwald for map number 4. And you and I kind of both looked at each other like, this could go one of two ways.
Yeah, you know, we've talked about how because these teams have very different preferred play styles, map picks will define who is going to win. More often than not, and Eichenwald is definitely more of a poke dive map than that traditional brawly style that Valparaiso have thrived in. That they are going to ban the Sigma, so that does take a lot of power from that front line and leaves ISU with many options on what they could decide. But in terms of what we're seeing from Valparaiso, the Zarya is back, and I think that is going to be the key takeaway from Shambolic. You know you didn't have your tank, so now you're out of excuses.
Yeah, you need that Zarya Vendetta to work out, or you go over to the dive that we saw a little bit earlier yesterday as well. But for right now, they'll stay on the defense first, and it's going to be that Zarya Vendetta with the Mei, actually, which for this initial choke point can be a great asset. Illinois State still trying to feel out exactly how they're wanting to go about it. I have a feeling what we see right now, the shenanigans, not necessarily the case. Probably a scouting roster, and then they'll come back and actually figure out what they want to do.
Yeah, so this will be what's going on over there. Swap probably the whole comp, maybe with the exception of Fadal here on the Lucio, but Vapor will opt to go for the Malga into Zarya, which is a pretty good matchup for the character. It makes Fushik be more careful about how he is using his bubbles in the front line. But like a bus on the Mei here. Again, no Genji for him. The first time I think we're seeing him on the Mei, as a matter of fact. So we'll see how that works out in splitting the team, especially with Sartex being on this Pharah.
Yeah, the Pharah here for Sortek, we've seen Pharah this weekend really have her moments, and this could be another opportunity considering there is no hit scan for Valpo. The best person to hit the Pharah is probably Meepo.
That's not something you want to be saying to your cheers.
No.
That is low on the priorities list. At least you'd like it to be in an ideal world. So far, Valpo Esports, it's just been on the back foot. They haven't lost anybody, but they're split. They've lost the entirety of the space like a bus, eventually will get burned through in this small room. The exact opposite of where you would like to be facing off against a Melga. And I fear, Jesse, their lack of a hit scan, or rather their hit scan being the same as their Vendetta player, is going to hurt on this battle.
Yeah, and there's already the change coming through. Atlas onto the Emre. There's something had to be done for the far end. Actually, Fusik as well goes over to the Diva, which granted for this stage of the map, dive is king. So making some of these changes, oh my, they're going full anti-far end. Like a bus is even on the soldier. Sortex might be swapping here any moment, because that is an absolute firing squad ready for the far end to peek her head out.
Yeah, this is, usually we're used to seeing it the tank that can't play the game. This time, it is the DPS. So I guess that's a fun narrative change for them to work with. They did flip the map from what I'm seeing. I think I just saw a Diva in the backline. Somehow, like a bus is there too, had to just sprint his way into the backline. But how can you actually make of it? A boot from the Diva on a shiny hero had to have been on the staircase on the side. Fushik's Diva was the second most played from yesterday. And I gotta say, it was extremely impressive to watch the synergy between him and the rest of his team on the fast push. And ISU just were not ready for it though.
No, they were not ready for that kind of split push by Valparaiso, and all of a sudden Illinois State have a lot of warriors here. Granted, all 5 ultimates here, so they have enough, any resource they could possibly want going into this fight. But you look how spread out Valparaiso is playing. Fusik on high ground, the hit scan spread out across high ground as well. This is going to be a very tedious attack from the Redbirds.
I have a feeling this is a use all of our ults here, maybe not with the supports, and then one more comp.
Yep.
I think you are going to struggle forwards, at least getting around this castle with these specific heroes. But that's a great start. Sortex, despite all of the counter swaps specifically meant for him, will be the one to find the final blow onto Cool Stuff. Sound barrier, not an option, which opens the door for other players. And that's the thing with Diva. You have so many ways that you could just launch yourself into the fight, and that works out for Flores. Explodes before the sound barrier health can reach him. And ISU, they're managing to push the payload, which I guess in itself is a bit of a win. But at the end of the day, they won the war, just not the specific battle.
Yeah, no, a little bit of payload progress, but still plenty more to go here for Illinois State. They used 2 ultimates that round, not able to get anything out of it, just compared to the one from Valparaiso. And that sound barrier already being gone, and the fact that Valpo have one in their back pocket still, is going to make this next fight rough. But now look at this. Full high ground rotation with the Kitsune rush.
Yeah, so that will clear the high ground, and Meepo just goes kablooey. There's nothing that they could have done about that. It's a great pick to start this off. Fuchsia has to use the self-destruct. Vapor going into the remake, won't get the Diva, will come up with Atlas instead, which is definitely workable. It's more of a commitment now for ISU. Only the Kitsune rush needed to clear the height. It was that fast play that we're kind of worried about with this comp. They made it work.
Yeah, made it work that time, and only the one ult used the Kitsune rush on the high ground as well. So you still save 2 cage fight, making pair with this barrage that Swords Ice has been holding on to for a long time, just waiting for the right moment.
Yeah, the right moment, I think, was this cage barrage combo. Don't think he expected Fusion to just pull up around that corner, shove a defense matrix in his face. So he will explode without the sound barrier on his side. So I think it's the wobble combo you were looking for if you are Valpo Esports. But that opportunity is over. The resets will happen.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they gave that kill credit to Fusick, because that was just a swift step and no ground underneath the swift step. So yeah, that was a little bit awkward. But still a minute 40 here for Illinois State to keep on grooving. They have that sound barrier built back up from Hadal. This is a very aggressive initial look from Fusick, but it forces a lot, including the cardiac overdrive early from Vapor.
Vapor using that key cooldown means ISU only got like 10 seconds of buffer time to get set up and take this high ground. Suzu had to be thrown from Flores too, seeing how many critical health bars were in his LOS, and even then shine a hero. I'd say playing with fire there. Sub 10 HP, but Atlas now has this override protocol to pop Hadal. Perfect answer though for it. Goes for the boop. I don't know why we're hitting so close to an edge like a bus. You knew Hadal was going to be hunting for those. Atlas will come up with a second though. And yeah, Hadal trying to be the hero. He's had some great pop-off plays today. This will not be the time here. It's sub 1 minute now, so ISU, their priority is to reset fast.
Yeah, quick reset needed here for Illinois State to get one more full push here on Eichenveld before that timer hits 0. And Vapor actually makes a very late swap. They'll just give up on this Maga. Will match the Diva from Fusick to try and help escort his team into the rest of this fight. That override protocol is there, but again, another sound barrier to answer. It wasn't enough last fight for Illinois to stay alive. We'll see if it's enough here for Valpo.
Timing or cool stuff will need to be on it. I kind of expected it to be for Shiny Hero, but he ends up using the ult anyways after the sound barrier went off with what was initially, I'm assuming, meant to be a tempo beat for this team. That is great for Valparaiso Esports. He shut down the main win condition of the Redbirds. Vapor is demeched, and Pulsar somehow comes up with 5. We are looking at the halt of ISU's progress here on Eichenwald, about halfway through the map, and I think they're going to be okay with that result.
Yeah, no, a very solid defense there from Valpo after a little bit of a shaky point A hold. Once they got in the streets, very nicely done from the Beacons. Yeah, take a look at the scoreboard here. 20-1 from Fusick.
Yeah, this Diva's an issue.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit of an issue.
That's what we kind of wondered on Eichenwald. You kind of had to ban the Sigma. That's a no-brainer. But the Zarya Vendetta, that's been the thing for this Valparaiso University squad, and clearly has the flexibility. We didn't talk about the Diva much, as it wasn't as relevant with that combo yesterday, but Fuchsia here proving us wrong, showing what it means to invest in this team on their maps, and it's making ISU swap their strategy around even more.
I just got to shout out quick our partners once again, NACC, Rally Cry, and the United States Space Force for everything they're doing to help keep this event running. Start your future today at spaceforce.com. Illinois State not running the Maga at first. I thought there was maybe a chance here on point A with it being a little bit more enclosed. Maybe they still try to run it and force it. But instead, they will just kind of match. Well, they assume it was going to be a match on the Diva. But instead, Fusick, they're going back to the Zarya and the Vendetta. Like a Bus will be there as well to kind of finish off a lot of these eliminations. It was meant to be a match from ISU. I think it's going to end up being more trouble.
Yeah, I think you're expecting Fusick to come out on this Diva, but I think the Zarya in first point is so good. And this is one of the more brawly sections of Eichenwald. Diva second point, absolutely, but I do wonder how well Vapor is actually gonna fare here with the microwave beam that can be Fuchsia powering both like and Atlas. This is the favorite comp that I have seen from Valparaiso Esports so far. They're gonna do their best to make it work, although like a bus. Had to be given 2 bubbles actually out simultaneously, perhaps a spam panic from Fuchsia. So the resources are limited. It will be a slower approach for now. As this team looks for positioning, rotating around the left side of the map. Vapor, though, is incredibly low in the mech. We'll have to retreat over where Hadal is, now on this brig.
Still a very slow push here for Valpo. Just trying to wait for those key cooldowns. There's the initiation from Atlas, and Hadal survives.
That is a miracle. I mean, Hadal, I think it was a couple headshot from Shiny Hero, plus the flashbang like a bus is there to swoop in. That's kind of this 1-2 punch that we're seeing. If Atlas can't get it done, well, like a bus, and just roll on through, hit them like a bus, and make this work out for Valparaiso Esports. So ISU just kind of lost the gamble, honestly, with the hero composition. They'll feel a little better, hopefully, for their sake on second point.
Yeah, this is when, again, the dive is going to be way better here during the second phase, but they got 5 minutes, Molly, to go about 120 meters. So that's plenty of time to make some adaptations already. They actually go over to the Vaga. So, hey, if you're not going to swap off this Zarya, we're just going to make Zarya's life incredibly difficult and run it down. But I do worry that punish can still be incredibly good because you have no answer for these Vendetta dives.
No, and this still, I think, works out for Valpo, even if Fuchsia's life got a little harder for us, and cool stuff pop on their support ults at the same time. Pulse bomb, a little bit over the shoulder of like a bus on the backside as the support ults start to trip away. It's Fuchsia now with the ultimate trump card in this Graviton Surge, but he might not even need it. Vapor falls, Flores melts behind it. Because Fuchsia lives, he's got every bit of energy that he needs to pull this fight off.
And poor Sortex is just stuck in the, basically in first phase, and now still 4 minutes, halfway there for Valpo, and they still have plenty of ultimates here, Molly. Due to all the swaps, all it is for Illinois State is the rally. This snowball could continue, and this could just be the end of the map if Valpo are able to win this fight cleanly.
Like a rally, maybe an override protocol from Shiny Hero. That is all Illinois State has. This is rough. And Valpo Esports, this is their fight to lose. But Jesse, we have said that before. This team can drop the pasta if they are not careful at all. Hoping to rally this team through the grab, but Atlas will go ahead and say to that. Put them on the chopping block, slicing them in 2. And Valpo will manage to close this one out.
Yeah, closed out. We can't see what's going on. So we're going to base it off game audio.
Yes.
There we go. Actually, I can see it on our far screen. There we go.
Woo!
Valpo wins, and yeah, that's a great result for Valparaiso. And the back and forth continues here in this series, just ping-ponging, just like Valpo last night in the upper final against Missouri State. They eventually corrected the wrong after losing map 1. That is continuing here in this one.
Yes, Valparaiso still have the momentum for this team, and they're going to make this one work out. And we're back to this map pick. We questioned how well Eichenwald would end up for this roster. The Sigma ban, I think, was key, but now you have proven that we're not just a Zarya Vendetta one trick, at least at Illinois State.
Yeah.
We, too, can pull this dive, and does not seem ISU has an answer for that at all.
No, nothing at all
not
quite
close.
yet. And now we just push.
Yeah.
For the remaining, at least until the map types reset and we go back to kind of through the cycles. Now we're guaranteed at least 6 maps.
Yes.
So it's going to be a long stretch, everybody. We're going to go on break here, bathroom break for a lot of the players. So grab some snacks, grab a drink, and we'll be back with now a best of 3 to end out this best of 7. Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch Grand Final here at the Missouri Valley Conference Esports Championships. This best of 7, all of a sudden a best of 3. These teams just keep ping-ponging back and forth. And map 5 will be Esperanza, as Push is our last map type remaining. And it's going to be Lucio and Tracer bans here. So a little bit a slower pace potentially, or the Juno is introduced.
Yeah, this is an Illinois State map pick for the Esperanza, which tends to lean a little bit more dive-ish. It's pretty flexible on what you can do. It just seems like that's more often. And then they responded with the Lucio ban, which, to be fair, I think a lot of the speed type of plays for Valparaiso University controlling the tempo have come from Cool Stuff. So taking that away from him, I can't recall seeing Cool Stuff not on a Lucio other than that one time they did double flex support.
Yeah.
So
when they were on Wuyong, it was a little bit, but yeah, other than that, it's been straight Lucio all day for Cool Stuff. So we'll have to see maybe with this change how it's going to impact them. Well, they're going to go back to the Wuyong.
Okay,
that's the answer, at least in the interim. As very diving, that's even a Sombra being teased from Soratex. So
I'm not falling for it.
I could fall for it.
You could fall for this?
I could fall for it.
Yeah, all right, we're falling for it. We're at the door. Speed ring is out, and that is a Wrecking Ball Sombra composition here in our map 5 for the Overwatch Grand Finals. Gotta say, wasn't on my bingo card today.
No, not at all what I thought was going to happen, but yeah, Dive City from both teams. Valpo probably going to run this kind of like half dive, half normal rush style, just with it being the Vendetta, but they probably did not expect to see Sombra Ball on the other end, so try to slow it down a little bit and reassess how they want to approach.
Yeah, and at Illinois State, I think after last map, you needed to switch some stuff up. This dive composition for Valparaiso Esports went without an answer for way too long. They're going to do their best to try to convert. Although I think I like the Diva a bit more from Fushik just because it's consistent. You have more versatility in terms of both diving and healing for your team, whereas the Wrecking Ball, more so just I go in, hope my team is there on that split-second timing to follow up, and given Illinois State not having time to practice with Vapor on tank, it's a little bit of a cause for fear, but for now, it's just been a stall, right? These exchanging of cooldowns back and forth for somebody, likely a support, gets an ult up.
Yeah, just nobody falling so far, even though, yeah, Swordside very low, but able to escape, and it's just been Poke City here, minute already through during this game, and nobody is yet to fall.
These are close. Vapor might end up going down here. That one too many pile drives without getting a health pack reset. So tank gone. So is like a bus, but doesn't mean Fushik can go forward without his team being dove as much. Soratex, of course, still a lot of a threat, and despite Valpo having a bit of a player advantage there, end up falling short. That Sombra hitting its mark.
Yeah, the Sombra working out. She's really fallen out of the meta the last few months.
She's not great.
She really isn't that great. But in this kind of setup, she can be. I actually don't mind this swap from Cool Stuff because then you can at least get the roots onto Vapor, make it the punish a little bit more consistent onto that Wrecking Ball. But it is a big gamble. I'm not going to avoid saying that. It is a giant gamble. Let's see if it pays off.
Speaking of gambling, Meatbo will find a random headshot to Shiny Hero. So, knife between the eyeballs, fast track back to spawning. You're already seeing the value that Jade is getting between Meepo and Cool Stuff together. They have plenty of util now to not only survive these dives, but secure the eliminations on those players who are going after them.
Yeah, so far, working out great for Cool Stuff. And you don't have to necessarily be the one that's pumping out all the damage. With that, you just have to make sure you land the chain hook. And then once you do that, you know, like a bus, Atlas, everybody can converge on that position and finish off the Wrecking Ball. 5 ults for ISU, 3 for Valpo, but those continuing rushes go off first.
Yeah, priority number 1 needs to be contesting this card. You do not want to be giving up forward spawns. You can see that through the commitment of the Sortex gives his life just to get the EMP off, and nobody from ISU is really in a position to follow up, which feels super awkward with that timing. Meepo's Kitsune Rush pushed players back. At the end of the day, ISU will deny the spawns.
Spawns denied, you know, Fusic, yeah, completely isolated and stuck. Atlas also just in the spawn, but eventually will just regroup with the rest of his team. No forward spawns activated yet, 3.5 minutes in. Still 3 ultimates as well for Valpo. That was a very expensive fight for ISU, but it paid off. Now can they get another one to get this forward spawn activated?
Yeah, this one I think Valpo are going into feeling much better about, and you have the Diva to contest this for quite a bit, like a bus, taking a dive onto the high ground, but can't do much about the hack or Shiny Hero. That is a classic Dragon Blade in the year of 2026 for like a boss, unfortunately. Valpo Esports starting to crumble on this defense. Atlas had to take, or Fuchsia, excuse me, took all the resources away from Atlas, so he's gonna burn down from the virus out of Sortex. As ISU get these forward spawns unlocked and start to extend their lead.
Yeah, they will go in their favor, and Valpo now need to find some sort of resolution. Self-destruct is still there to keep Fusic in the fight during the next engage. Sanctuary is well open, but like, what is Sanctuary really going to block? Maybe the healing on a certain members, but it's not like this is a normal combo. Oh, you can isolate the tank, you can isolate the hit scan very well. There's so much going on. They're playing so split already. Too many more used selfishly.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting it to be used for Shiny Hero's ult, but alas, we're using it. We have different ideas. As Tidal Blast doesn't come with a whole lot for Hadal. More used defensively. Fuchsia full sending it into the backline at Shiny Hero, but you really have to give it to Sortex. I mean, this Sombra is getting insane value, not only with the scouting, but some of these counter hacks on the dives have been impressive. And the minefield from Vapor, well placed for sure, but I think ISU seem to be out of members. Somebody from Valpo has been on the robot this whole time.
I think it's like a bus, yeah, just chilling over there. No, it's actually cool stuff. Like,
whoa!
Yeah, I need to get out. That is not a 1v1 you want to take if you are the Mizuki. But at least, like I said, forward spawn's deactivated. You just gotta play careful here. You cannot afford to die that early. At least holds on to the Suzu for the actual fight.
And people was like, you know what, maybe I shouldn't.
Maybe not worth.
Which understandable. With the Kitsune Rush as close as it is, you're really gonna need it, especially if Flores is 100% willing to match that. So we'll be laid out first, partially on the high ground, but Sortex will fall. That was a chain from Cool Stuff to set that one up, shutting down the pesky Sombra. How can Valpo continue to fight this one out? It's been even on these trades. These grenades from Shiny Hero have been appearing in the kill feed quite a bit as of recent. We will get a late Kitsune Rush out of Meepo. I say late not because of the timing, but just in terms of the fight. It feels like a lot of the action has settled down. It was meant to be a refresh of the cooldowns, but the Redbirds are so far out of there. They're ready for Shiny Hero to come back with an answer of his own. We'll be the Sanctuary set up from Cool Stuff along the objective. We'll and save most of the team from the chunky damage. Not sure what Shiny Hero was thinking, dropping straight into that specific ultimate. It's been a battle for the central part of the map. They're looking to change this around. EMP though, Vapor's still alive. He's gonna come up with a triple kill. And Sortex, returning from the spawn, will be the hero. It looks like the dust was settled.
Yeah, I thought that fight was wrapped, and all of a sudden EMP goes in. Vapor's able to find 3 with the assist from their Sombra, and ISU salvage that fight, and now can hold on to the lead and maybe even reactivate forward spawns quickly because they have the minefields to stall out whatever this next fight is. And even, I will say, Tidal Blast on a Wrecking Ball is rude. It's crazy work because there is no running away from it.
You're kind of just stuck there at the where it's like, you know you're going to get knocked down. Can't have the Kiriko there to set it up. And even Cool Stuff on the Brigitte, his third sword of the round, Pat having the Lucio. I think it's been an uncomfortable point for the main support player of Valparaiso. There's that Tidal Blast as we talked about. Those health bars well below half for several players of the Beacons. And this Wrecking Ball for ISU. Shocked we haven't seen it until now, but it seems they have found a strategy that can stop this dive.
Yeah, they have found enough. And sometimes just the best counter to dive is just diving yourselves and force them to play more of the counter dive style, and that has worked out great so far. Self-destruct was used during the middle of that as well. Granted, you do trade it out with the Kitsune Rush from Flores. I don't think it was necessarily needed, but maybe just a nice little bonus there. Shiny Hero is caught, though, by Atlas trying to push carts. So this fight, maybe not necessarily completely over yet, but it will be forward spawns here reactivated for ISU.
Yeah, it's kind of this classic Wrecking Ball style of you have so much uptime in these fights. It's going to last forever. It's going to be scrappy. There's pretty much no opportunity where you are going to get a full 5 team wipe unless it's off an EMP play. ISU know that, and extending this lead, Jesse, I think it's starting to get scary for Valparaiso at this point in time.
They need to get at least one more fight behind them here, and I do think the break spot for Cool Stuff has helped. As much as that was a nice swap in theory with the Mizuki, it just didn't work. And this Roadhog is a choice.
Wow. All right, taking a page out of SIU's book.
Yeah, right?
I see how it is. That's 4 members, though, here with the EMP, and Sartex drops off the map with an assist from Cool Stuff ISU. That's the combo they wanted to get, but they can't convert on it because of a small error, setting too close to the cliff. It will not matter again. Wrecking Ball so fast, so much uptime. Valpo just cannot keep up. This robot push will help, though.
And they do actually flip spawn, so that's just a small win for Valpo. Hadal just gets caught, though.
Blade, and like
What?
a buzz. And not only the follow-up on the hook, but will pull the Blade, honestly, to get the dash reset to stay alive on that point. And honestly, with how much time is left on the clock, I'm here for that.
Yeah, you needed to pull something out, and they do. Now forward spawn's finally activated. Illinois State having to reset. Vapor is almost in the Valpo side of this map, but it's not like it's going to take very long for the Wrecking Ball to return. This override protocol doesn't have a sanctuary to worry about anymore, denying a lot of that damage, but still the rally bonus armor health will have at least a little bit of a stutter effect.
And Meepo wants to end this fight before ISU can start it on their term. Shiny Hero, though, up in the sky. There is nothing Valparaiso can do about it. You just need to trade it out. In fact, Fushik lands the hook on the Shiny Hero, flies too close to the Roadhog. The whole hog will push every player back, and doesn't find the eliminations. Instead, both ETFs from Valpo that are now missing. There's no ultimates on this fight, and it's up to Fushik. Can he clutch this out for the team? A meter less than that remaining on the point, but Vapor comes up through the hack, denies the final bit of damage onto Hadal like a bus, almost back to the point, get the final blow, but it's 3v1. ISU have the spawn advantage. Minefield almost unlighted for Vapor. He won't need it. A banger of an Esperanza to end us out, but it will be ISU continuing this map trade to go up to championship point.
Championship point, title point here for ISU after not playing last year. They're hungry to get that #1 spot back. And what a close map this was, back and forth. Honestly thought there for a bit it was going to be a flip for Valparaiso. It felt like a completely different team during the second half of that map. Just did not have enough in the tank to get it over the line, half a meter away, if that, from taking the lead. Maybe a completely different situation, but now 1 map needed for ISU, 2 maps needed for Valparaiso to earn that Missouri Valley Conference title. And map pick now goes back over to Valparaiso's control. I believe all map types now re-enter the fray.
Yes.
You just cannot pick a map that has been played already. So if they want to bring it back to a Flashpoint where they looked, honestly, the best over on Atlas, I could easily see them going to Suravasa and just trying to bring that momentum into a Game 7. But it's no guarantee now, considering, again, both of these teams have been pretty solid, even in the maps that they have lost.
We're also at that point of the series, too, where bans are starting to run thin.
I
think
think a little bit tight.
Very few, with the exception of Kiriko, maybe Emre, that are going to be significantly impactful on this series. So we're going to find out what Valparaiso are really thinking, because even if we're sticking with this back and forth thing, you win map 6, well, then it's back to ISU's map pick, and you're in the exact same situation that you were before. So thinking ahead to what will be our next map, honestly hoping it is Flashpoint, just for Valparaiso's sake. That is, I think, stamp certified, the Beacon's map type. If they can manage to pull that off and force a map 7, then we're really out of bans that I have to work with, and we will be back to these teams' A game for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, and that'll be all the control in the power of ISU's hands if we get to that Game 7. But it's an if right now, not a guarantee.
Yes.
And, we thought, thinking back to last night, it was that back and forth, but eventually it was Valparaiso who was able to win 2 maps consecutively in map 5. That's what decided this whole thing. Can they do it again? They're going to need to win their map pick and then another one on top of that, or it could be ISU who are able to do it on the flip side. But again, this back and forth has been wild during this series, and even last night as well. Teams really taking advantage of that map pick and that first ban. These teams know each other so well, and it's definitely shown so far in this tournament.
Because even yesterday, we had an unofficial result of Illinois State getting a sweep over this Valparaiso roster. And to think that how much has changed, how much work has gone in, and I seriously wonder if the momentum from that massive upset that Valparaiso had over Missouri State played into this game. In Illinois State, they didn't compete last year in the Overwatch side of things, but every previous year, this has been their conference to win, and I know that they want to get that title back, whereas Valparaiso, this is the farthest they have made it, and they want to push us all the way to a map 7 to continue their hopes. They will, in fact, go to Flashpoint for New Junk City.
Yeah, New Junk City will be the pick, and then Wuyong is the band. So another support band
Support
coming
protect,
in.
I bet.
It does feel like a support
Yeah.
protect band. But also, we saw a little bit of this Wuyong play more and more throughout. So especially with the Wrecking Ball, it was great. So taking that out of the equation for ISU is at least some deal to the damage. But yeah, a lot of the major bans in this series have already been extinguished. So it's kind of more of these niche bands trying to find the little wins that is going to be the decisions now. We're still waiting on the ban decision from Illinois State. Obviously, tank or DPS still on the line. And I would say map starting side, but it really don't matter. it's Flashpoint.
Yeah, it's Flashpoint. I do. Like, what do you ban if you're ISU here? Like, the only thing I can think of that they played a lot of is maybe the Venture, but you kind of want to put Sortex on the Venture. I'm guessing it's the best Venture map in the game. The Genji, perhaps, for like I bus.
There
Oh
it
man,
is.
I am
Look at
cooking!
you!
As soon as I said it, producer in the air banning Genji, so that will be taken away from like a bus. And Valparaiso, I think that's by far the best hero he has played all day long. So good choice from Illinois State. Are we still running the Wrecking Ball, or are we back to this brawl? What do you think?
We're probably on Maga. If I had to guess,
no,
we're
you're
probably
right.
returning to the Maga, at least for ISU.
Yeah.
For Valparaiso, I would think we're just going back to the Zarya Vendetta.
I think you have to.
I think you have to, and just go with Lucio Kiri. And the big question is, with Genji gone, what is the other hero you want to throw into this mix? Even the Symmetra could be a fun one in this kind. We saw a bit of a Mei during Eichenwald. That could work well here, at least during certain flashpoints of New Junk City.
Yeah.
There's one or two where, like, the Mei just ain't it, right? Unless you're one of, like, a top 10, top 15 Mei player, you're going to just get so many angles. A wall is going to protect you from one side. Great. Good job. You have 5 other angles that you have to worry about. But even as the opening flashpoint in New Junk City, it's so enclosed. Those choke points are so hard to get through. The Mei can be a very good short-term pick to open.
Yeah, we've seen that from like a bus. We've seen the Hanzo. Don't do that. Please don't do that. And the Soldier 76, which maybe on other flashpoints, just this first one, is a little iffy, to say the least. So I do think if you are Valparaiso Esports, though, it's either Vendetta or Venture. I think you're going to weigh that option. Honestly, I'm leaning toward the Venture on this map. I think it is a better matchup into what you're pretty confident Sortex is going to pull out with the Mauga. This is the best Mauga Venture map in the entire video game, and I think you'd be crazy not to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I think you have to. And at this point, again, you have to leave everything out there. There is no reason to hold back strats or hold back anything, especially if you're Valparaiso. It is do or die. Your season will end if you do not win this map, or you extend your season at least one more map into map 7. It feels appropriate that we are going pretty much the distance in this series, considering how close Overwatch has been across the weekend. But yeah, we are about to. I can hear the jams going on in my ears of New Junk City. Let's see if Illinois State can cap it off and win their second title of the day, or will Valpo play spoiler and bring us to one more map. And just a reminder, Super Smash Bros. Was supposed to start a minute ago. That will be on stream after this game concludes. So we're a little behind schedule just because this has been such a banger of a game.
Yeah.
That will be following the conclusion of this series.
One more chance now for Valpo. Keep themselves within this series. I think all the teams that we've seen here, the only major upset has been that Valparaiso Overwatch. Looking at all those brackets with the exception of Smash, that has been the upset of the tournament. And I know they want to keep that run as long as they can. Atlas will, in fact, be on the Vendetta. Like a bus, will take over the roles of the Reaper.
Okay. So they were expecting probably the Maga, but instead it's the Sigma from Vapor, which arguably against the Zarya may be a little worse.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, there's just nothing else we can do about that. Every single cooldown chucked his way, and Illinois State's composition is the definition of turn and burn. The second somebody tries to enter or dive, they're getting every single cooldown thrown at them, and there's no way you can live. And I'm feeling Valpo Esports maybe in the mood for a new look after this fight will settle down. Without the tank here, though, Vapor, a bit of a mistake, gets pooped out even further than he already was for Atlas, who has now returned to the fight, can clean this one up. So perhaps Valpo Esports are onto something. They just need to get their bearings together.
Yeah, that is just the brutality sometimes from the Vendetta. You can look around and be like, hey, there's nobody here. Next thing you know, you have an overhead slash and you're half health if you're a squishy. It is so quick on how it can change, and that's what Illinois State found out there. This May from Sortex can work. You can tell Fusik already playing a bit more passive than they did during that opening fight, now that they know the May is there, and that's a great escape.
That is a wall. Using that on the rotation, not ideal for the May wall, but it does get you to the fight, and because that cooldown is relatively short these days, you'll have it up for the next push. The problem is, you need to be the ones to go into Valpo Esports comp. They're happy to just sit there and let this point percentage tick up. As long as you need to, and ISU, you need to either force a mistake or find some sort of opening to get them in. Maybe a pick from Shiny Hero. This Kitsune Rush from Flores is also online for them to use. But a quick rotation from Valpo, at least most of them, like a bus, gets nice and cool to the dome to send him home early as the Redbirds get the flip.
Yeah, Redbirds find the flip and the fight win shortly after. At least if you're Valpo, you really didn't put anything into that. You still have that Kitsune Rush. You're about to build up that sound barrier, so you'll at least have a rush advantage going into this next fight. But everywhere else, it is ult advantage. Redbirds, both DPS ults. You have the Gravitic Flux. There's so much more going here for Illinois State.
Gravitic Flux to start, and Vipo dies with just that initial burst damage. The sound barrier, yeah, it's gonna help, but nobody's gonna be there. Heal up Fusik, especially if cool stuff is locked up in the Blizzard. The health bars will suffer, and while the ultimates are close for Valparaiso, is it even worth committing to this battle? You could reset now and get another fight if you do so fast, and that seems to be the best option.
Oh.
No, like a buzz, does the dance of death, comes up with two. You won't be in the graphics on
Grab.
from Fusik. That only, I think I just got Sortex on the backside. This is the commitment that needed to happen, but it's a one-man army of Fusik against two, and with how healthy Vapor is, come to an end. Some split-second decision-making coming back to bite the beacons. It seems ISU at least are closer to closing this one out. Atlas should go down here momentarily as reinforcements are no longer to be seen.
They were trying to pull an Atlas out of their hat once again. They were able to throw in some extra ults over on Atlas, Flashpoint 1. They won it and eventually won that map. Trying to pull an extra bit of magic here on New Junk City. Did not work out that time to Gable, and now you have nothing other than the Southern Strike going into this next fight. And it's already canceled.
Yeah, Boulder to Atlas, snaps his spine in two, and Shiny Hero will end up coming with the elimination of the Deadeye of all ultimates in this day and age. So Illinois State will just walk on through for the remainder of this push. It's a very brawly bar variation of this Sigma, and it's working out beautifully on New Jump.
Yeah, the Sigma, even though we were expecting the Maga, this Sigma swap has worked excellently for Illinois State. And Valpo, again, on paper with the Zarya, should be able to close that gap, but the May is making it so much more difficult. And like you said earlier, I'm kind of surprised this Reaper is still here.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay into this, but I feel like it's just countered so easily.
Like, Fusik has been getting out resources. You just don't have too much of impact on the overall fight. Like, starts to go on. You do get the early Graviton Flux out of Vapor, which does help make sure you can go in later, but because those resources are for Flora saw the opportunity for the Kitsune Rush, pops that up, and Illinois State get their second consecutive win.
Yeah, and there will be at least another touch here from Valpo, but it will be a very swift one with no ultimates to initiate with. So I think if you're Illinois State, you try and go into this next fight using nothing so you can cap the next flashpoint first and start building that final rally.
That's going to be the hope now for Valparaiso, but ISU, I mean, the Maywall alone coming out from Sortex, you just can't move. The Blizzard is put in the choke point. It's Fusik put in by himself. As you're just locked up trying to walk through syrup. That is that ultimate in Illinois State. Reclaim the second round here on New Junk City. The curse may be broken of our flips between maps because ISU only need one more.
One more flashpoint to go before the Redbirds return to the top of the Missouri Valley Conference in Overwatch. But can they do it? Valpo will have something to say with this rush from Meepo to enter everybody in. I think if you're Valpo, you have a lot of ults that will build up during this fight. You just cannot afford to use all of them at once like you did, or have something like that.
And that can happen. You can speed through Shiny Hero in with Deadeye, who almost managed to escape with his life. That sound barrier, charges the button for Huddle, wants to make sure Illinois State can get this first bit of capture percentage going for the team. Atlas has struggled to make this Vendetta work for this map outside of that one play on the first objective. It's all been Illinois State Vapor, more specifically.
Yeah, but what?
That's been insane.
They get one.
I mean, yeah, you get one, but you just don't have a team to push. You have to commit so many extra resources now, which works out. Cool Stuff did just get back from the spawn, so you can attempt to make this work, but it's so expensive, and it's just not going your way. Shiny Hero on this Cassidy's been impeccable on this map. He's been a little bit quiet outside of the Emre gameplay, but here on Atlas, it has been his time. Illinois State still in charge of this objective. The Shiny Hero is finding these pigs and keeps pulling them out of seemingly nowhere. Valparaiso committed everything to that fight, and they couldn't pull it through, or at least they're not getting on the objective for the timing. ISU have all the speed to get back to the point. Flores returned with the Kitsune rush, and this just might be the final battle.
Just one super long fight, so messy. Everybody just throwing ults in just for the fun of it. If Valpo cannot find the value, they have to run back to this point and hope some miracle. It will be Atlas who will be in a good position to touch.
Atlas will get touched by the skin of his teeth, but there's right in front of Cassidy. Shiny Hero will eat you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Fushik pushing in now. One last shot for Valparaiso to win this one out, and it's in a 4v5. Make that a 3v4. Numbers falling one after another. Huddle has the sound barrier available, and it seems that Valparaiso Esports, their miracle run will come to a conclusion. Illinois State University will claim the 2026 Missouri Valley Conference Overwatch title.
What a game from Illinois State, and as you guys can see right now, they jumping over there in that player booth. And a lot of it is to this man right here. Vapor on the Sigma, given all the circumstances behind the scenes this weekend, had a last second role swap on the tank, and was the star of the show here in this grand final. And that's just not something you see very often at all. Especially, yes, right now, tanks get bullied a lot of the time. It is the Vendettas. It is the Zarya to help set up a lot of these key plays. But in this final map and in this series as a whole, it was Vapor who was the most consistent star for this team and helped lead the Redbirds back to the top of the Missouri Valley Conference.
Tank is not a role you just step into.
No.
You are the center point of your team. If your tank is not doing well, it is so hard for the rest of your team to pick up around you. So Illinois State, it's a testament to this team's communication, to their strengths and overall synergy as a squad to make this happen and continue that run. They dropped only 2 maps here within the playoffs to this Valparaiso team just now. Otherwise, flawless run as they will reclaim that Missouri Valley Conference title.
The Redbirds land on top once again. We got to give credit to Valparaiso.
Absolutely.
What a run that was during this tournament, and they pushed ISU to the very limit, but it's just not enough near the end. ISU regained the title here in Overwatch for the Missouri Valley. We're going to go on a quick break, everybody. When we come back, a little bit of an intro before Super Smash Bros. We haven't seen them all weekend. They had a singles bracket going on yesterday. That pushed them off stream, but we got the grand finals for Super Smash Bros. Coming up after this break.
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. No, just hold on.
Make him let go of it. I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach, hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side. Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it. Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah,
Hey, do you the meat stick?
yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Has a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh! Ah, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it.
Careful!
Oh, God. No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand.
I can't hold it. Grab my hand!
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh. What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach, hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side. Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it. Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah,
Hey, do you the meat stick?
yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in here?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it.
Careful!
Oh, God. No, come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand.
I can't hold it. Grab my hand!
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh. What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing. It's on the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
We aren't aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days ago.
Dog been digging in here?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it.
Careful!
Oh, God. No, come on, just reach. Just grab my hand.
Grab my hand!
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is... Oh! What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. No, just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing. It's on the other side.
Go.
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Has
ago.
dog been digging in here?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to us. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Missouri Valley Conference Esports Championships hosted by Illinois State. We got 2 grand finals done, 2 more to go here on this championship Sunday. And next up, it is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. One of the best games to watch if you have never seen it, especially in this kind of setting. It is unbelievable. We got the number 1 seed, Illinois State, coming from the upper bracket against the number 3 seed of University of Evansville, who not once but twice upset the number 2 seed of Missouri State in a 2-1 bouts. Bound to be a fantastic game here. Got to shout out our partners once again, NECC, Rally Cry, and the United States Space Force for helping us out all weekend long, making this entire event possible. Student-run gaming events are the heartbeat of college esports. Friendships form, rivalries spark up. We've seen it all behind us today. And futures leaders take to the stage. Rally Cry's college event support program is built to amplify that energy, helping campus organizers transform local and regional tournaments and watch parties into unforgettable experiences. And that's all thanks to support from partners like the United States Space Force. Scan that QR code on your screen right now to apply and ensure your events are always above. If you're ready to take your next step beyond the game, start your future today at spaceforce.com. We got an unbelievable game ready for you, and this is a bracket reset eligible game. If Evansville win the first series, we started all over again with another best of 5. Should be an incredible series. They're getting it all set up behind us right now. Give us about like 5-10 minutes, and that Super Smash Bros. Ultimate final will begin.
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. No, just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach, hug him up.
He's breathing. On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it. Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Has a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it.
Careful!
Oh, God. No, come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand.
I can't hold it. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is... Oh! What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. No, just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach, hug him up.
He's breathing. On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it. Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
Welcome everybody to the Missouri Valley Conference Smash Bros. Ultimate Grand Finals held at Illinois State University. I am Avis, and I'm here with my co-caster Michael.
As sure is right. I'm very excited for the grand finals of the MVC tournament here. We've got Evansville, or University of Evansville, versus Illinois State University. Unfortunately, not including in this grand finals is MSU.
Yeah, MSU fell earlier in losers finals of the bracket to Evansville University, an upset that we did not expect, but Evansville has rightfully taken their place in grand finals and is looking to fight for the title of the Missouri Valley Conference champion this year.
Absolutely right. So we'll be going into this grand finals set, starting off with, to my knowledge, Tech on Little Mac versus, I believe it's Enchanted on Link, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. Yes, Tech is one of the rising stars of the Redbird Smash scene, going up against Enchanted, a very solid player in their own right. Link is a very powerful edge guarder against Little Mac, and definitely a big zoner, trying to keep Little Mac out with projectiles.
Absolutely. So going into game one here, we see us on Battlefield. Both players poised and ready to go. You know, as usual, you won't be seeing any taunt starts from this crew battle to start off on game one, but we will see that as it goes. So these two are going to definitely play just a little bit slower. Remember, the timer is 10 minutes, so things can get out of control very fast as far as camping is concerned.
All right, and now we can see Enchanted's game plan here, just moving from platform to platform, why they chose Battlefield. Link, definitely a character that can maneuver from these platforms very easily. You know, being in the air against Little Mac too, you definitely want your opponent on the ground as Little Mac, but these platforms make it so easy to camp in the air for Evansville here.
Absolutely. I mean, Little Mac, one of those characters that, oh man, the boomerang saving Link out of that sticky situation on the platform. Tech, an infamous tech chaser, as we've all seen many, many times before. If you were around the Bloomington normal area, you've seen Tech do crazy things to many people on the Battlefield stage, but so you would expect that he would be very comfortable with this stage. Unfortunately, S-Smash not going to take the stock just yet, but KO Punch just about to come online here.
All right, and that's an incredible stock for Tech, preserving the KO Punch while moving Enchanted to a fresh stock. KO Punch, a mechanic that lets Little Mac take stocks very quickly at very low percents. So definitely he wanted to preserve that resource for now. Unfortunately, he did lose it, but ooh, incredible scoop by Enchanted.
Almost tries to get that, but the second one will definitely take it. Enchanted only taking about 33% of extra credit, but Little Mac not quite done with him yet. Picks up the bomb for his own use, throwing it up, trying to get it out of the game plan on top platform as much as possible, so that Link has to burn that before he can do anything. Little Mac, one of those characters that wants to be on the ground as much as possible, so these tech chases could spell disaster. Not quite going to take the stock. We're going to see maybe a down smash, an F smash, and down tilt. Trying to go for the ledge trap here. Rips a couple F smashes. Unfortunately, the bomb, I think, blew up on its own there, actually catching Enchanted by surprise. But the down smash will secure the stock, that second stock of the game for Tech.
And you can see here, in a crew battle format, this is huge, being able to win the first set with one or even two stocks will spell big momentum for your team.
100%. I mean, Little Mac is one of those characters that once he gets going, things cannot stop. Unfortunately for Enchanted, KO Punch Ryan right now. Remember, if Little Mac takes any form of strong knockback that'll put him into what we call tumble state, he will lose KO Punch. So these little tiny hits like the arrow will not do too much, but a big hit like Boomerang or the bomb even, or a sword hit will relieve some KO Punch. Unfortunately, that fair is going to hit him here, and that's going to send him off stage. At this point, it might be some technical difficulties because I can't see what happened. Oh, and we're back. Little Mac somehow lived that somehow. Tries to go for the up air up B, trying to catch it off guard. Tech chases, the up smash, not going to quite take it. The bomb trying for the edge guard here.
Equal presents here, but Tech does have a full stock to work with. Unfortunately, just loses that, and that is very, very good for Evansville. Even if they lose this set, they took it to last stock, so that means Tech only has one stock left to work with for their next player, and they have a chance of evening it back up.
For sure. This is kind of the dichotomy of crew battles. Oh my goodness. And unfortunately, Little Mac as a character just is not able to secure that stock for him. Tech had a great play there, knew exactly what was going to happen. Unfortunately, Link fell out of the up B. Wow, what a good counter off stage, and that's going to secure the game.
And Little Mac being the one to edge guard Link, something that you do not see very often. But with the counter, he's able to turn Link's hitbox on his up B against him and is able to secure the stock there.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just such an interesting matchup. I mean, Link, like you said, like that's the edge guard character against Little Mac. this matchup, Link should be edge guarding Little Mac. But Tech said, I'm a baller. I actually don't care what you think, and we're going to go out there and we're going to brawl. I'm going to counter your up B. We're going to make it happen. We see some coaching happening on the sidelines from our volunteer coach, Alex Bacheski. We know him as Richer. That's Coach Richer to us. Great Peach player in the area. Currently, there's a lot of coaching to many different schools, to many different people.
Yeah, employed by Heartland Community College and Illinois Wesleyan College. He's just a volunteer here, but he's still offering his services.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's just fantastic to see. It looks like, so here, we have Pikachu coming in. Yeah, this matchup is like, if Link was edge guarding Little Mac, Pikachu is edge guarding Little Mac, you know? So this is definitely going to be a hard matchup for Little Mac. From what I understand, Gamagold7, the Steve player for Illinois State University, has been really practicing and working his butt off to try and figure out how to beat this specific Pikachu. So we will see maybe if that's the counter pick that we see next. Maybe it's not, but we'll see this game first happen. We'll see if we'll see if we can take anything here. Mac, of course, has to lose these 2 stocks before we get started.
And they playing around there a little bit, being a little playful with his opponents. But we're gonna see the match start here. Pikachu is going to be Pikachu's going to love those platforms because he's going to be able to jump up off of them, gain additional height, and use his neutral B to sort of.
Wow, what a phenomenal edge guard from Tech. He's able to get some percent off.
Incredible roll in there too, ignoring the F smash.
Yeah, Pikachu notoriously light, so Little Mac, one of those characters, especially once he gets KO Punch online here, gonna be pretty scary for Konat here trying to get something started. Oh, the tech chase! Not able to find it though. Read the air dodge. Unfortunately got a jab instead of maybe that's something he wanted here. No Gazelle Punch there just yet. Playing really passive here. Nate really wants to get this extra credit stock here on the board. Playing as passive as he can. Oh, unable to find the up tilt KO punch, but Pikachu is at 66%, and Little Mac, not unknown for his kill power, 102 could spell disaster for Pikachu.
You can see here, Tech is trying to armor through Pikachu's neutral B. One of Pikachu's biggest tools is going to be his Thunder Jolt, and with Little Mac's various armor attacks, he's going to be able to armor through that, but unfortunately, Tech does take, or Konat does take the stock there with a dash attack and is able to secure the stock, evening it out for Evansville.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is one of the things that you commonly see as far as, you know, Pikachu, Little Mac, right? Pikachu's gonna press T-Jolt a lot in this matchup, especially when Pikachu players are more scared. They're definitely gonna try and press T-Jolt a lot. So, you know, that's kind of one of the things. One of the common practices that we see from, you know, players who are playing Super Smash Ultimate, they're very kind, right? They tend to undock the switch so that they can remove their pro cons so no interruptions happen. So that's why you might see some, I guess, technical glitches that looks like that. But it's all in the spirit of competition so that we have a smooth experience for all players. So coming in next, like I said, we don't really know just yet. Could be Gamagold7, could be, you know, one of our backup players, LSW, Ice Knight.
I definitely imagine Trip is going to go in here. Trip, a player with a lot of experience fighting Pikachu. His rival in high school was the best Pikachu player in Chicago, and so he has thousands and thousands of hours fighting this rat on all the stages across the stage list.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. And as we see sitting down, we see Trip, Joel Trip Drosh sitting down for the second game, the second player of Illinois State University. So we'll see him come in here on his signature Ice Climbers, of course, right? So we'll see that. Likely we'll see maybe a small pick from Trip. Maybe we'll see a PS2 pick. One of those dual plat stages is probably going to be good. I imagine you probably wouldn't want to see maybe a Hollow Bastion or a Smashville, but I could be wrong. What do you think?
Looks like they're going to go to small battlefield. Just a very neutral stage. Trip doesn't want to complicate things. He knows this matchup. He knows what he needs to do. It's all about execution now.
For sure. you know, unfortunately, kind of like as we were talking about the dichotomy and the way these group battles function, it's going to be an even 3v3 stocks going into this game. So Tech unfortunately was unable to secure it, but Kanat was able to defend his team from having to go down that stock and play 2 stocks versus 3 in this upcoming match. So Joel getting ready to rumble here. All the names are in the switch and they are ready to go. Ice Climbers being picked here. This player is so nice with it.
Something to note here, even though Tech did not, it was not able to levy the stock count into Illinois State's favor, he was able to by defeating the Link player. He was able to secure the counter pick for Illinois State. So Trip here, a player that likes fighting Pikachu, was able to get into this matchup with a clean 3 stocks against 3.
For sure, and like you said, especially on his own counter pick, a lot of peace of mind with that is very nice to have. I want to say, you know, like I said, you know, Pikachus are gonna T-Joel. That's just in the Pikachu nature, it's how they are. The double parry on the F smash, able to get a quick 57. Or so you're gonna see a ledge jump here. Looking for an edge trap here, not gonna find it. Up air, not quite. Looking for the air dodge read.
Doing a really good job of keeping Kanat in the corner, but looks like Kanat's able to escape. Like they're fighting all over the horns.
Yeah, and unfortunately Pikachu is able to send Ice Climbers off to stage here, but now Ice Climbers fighting back for it, finding this up smash here, able to get the kill confirm at 67.2%.
7 able to the Thunder Jolts desyncing the Ice Climbers, almost spelling doom for them, but an unfortunate drop from the ledge. Gets 27% racked on with an F smash 2 frame.
100%. Yeah, I mean, this is how the kind of matchup goes. Just like I said, they're gonna play a lot more passive, but when Pikachu gets Ice Climbers off stage, that's kind of the win. That's what they want to see. Sopo at the ledge right now, trying to save the more than friends, less than lovers partner of his. But unfortunately, that up smash is gonna take it.
Strong up smash out of shield. Is able to secure these really early stocks against Ice Climbers, which is super important, especially because Pikachu can struggle to kill if the percentage count is too high at some points. The kill confirms won't work anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Pikachu's one of those characters, even though he has up throw, right, you typically don't want to grab Ice Climbers. It's kind of a bad idea, as if you grab the wrong one, then you know you're spending so much time killing the one that isn't even controlled by a human being, and then Trip has an opportunity here to fight back. But as we're seeing, Kanat's really trying his best to keep these two separated. So every time you'll see maybe first half and now they're separated, and we're going to try and see an attack here. Unfortunately, that dash attack is not going to be able to hit, and we're not going to see anything come back with it.
They both seem to be fishing for these up smashes out of shield. They want to end things early.
Looks like Pikachu in the corner here, trying to make it back. Quick attacks to the center of the stage here. Flying back with these T-Jols, trying to make something happen. Camping in the corner, Ice Climbers trying to maybe find a back air out of the jump to catch the jump and kill Pikachu at these higher percents, maybe around 100 to 94. So, they're both sitting in shield here, both kind of know what they want. The smash is just like you said, F smash, roll F smash, all you need.
Trip seems to be getting very antsy with these smash attacks, but he's able to seal himself, calm down, is able to find the F smash there in that situation.
Absolutely. I mean, Ice Climbers, you know, kind of a 0 to death character, right? So if Joel can get going and maybe rack up a crazy combo here, it could be disastrous for the team of University of Edmonton. So, you know,
such a masterful bait there with the Popo dash back, baiting an out of shield option for Pikachu. Unfortunately, only able to rack up 4%, but Trip is able to.
Unfortunately, Kana is able to get that, able to secure that final stock. And now they're one stock apiece right now. The up tilt combos, they're laddering themselves. You know, Nana was on the platform and Popo was beneath it. Unfortunately, that's just gonna be how it is. Oh!
And a self-destruct from Kana means Trip gets to advance to the next game with 1 stock up.
Do you have any idea who UE will send there next? Because we are down the Pikachu and down the Link. I believe their last 2 are Illusion, who plays primarily PT, and a DDD player that I'm not super familiar with.
I imagine it's going to be the DDD here.
Right.
I think they would want to save the Illusion X Factor, which we'll talk about later, for the anchor spot of the team. And also, DDD seems to do pretty decent into Ice Climbers. Ice Climbers a character with very lopsided matchups. You know, DDD, a character that does not have many winning matchups, wins against Ice Climbers. And characters that would normally do good in the meta game often lose to Ice Climbers.
True. Yeah, I mean, like you said, Ice Climber is just such a polarizing character, like generally, right? This character can blow you up for sure, but you know, there's many times, you know, even if I've seen many clips of an Ice Climber's sight being on the ground, and then all of a sudden gets hit by water gun from like Squirtle, or maybe a water flood from Mario, and they're just dead, unfortunately, right? This character, if they get separated at the wrong time in the wrong place, it could be all over.
Looks like it is going to be the DDD Capital A. Capital A is going to be looking a lot for these early kills with juggling with the up air, trying to hit a DI mix-up, or Gordo setups at the ledge. He's gonna be wanting to secure early stocks, and if he can take this game without losing a stock, that means the stock count up for Evansville again.
Absolutely. So like we said before, Drip has to lose 2 stocks, unfortunately, as is the rules of crew battles. So we will see these two go into it. DDD, the only character that can crouch and simultaneously taunt. Here we go into the third player of UE coming in here. Are we going to see Trip try and take another stock and extend the lead that ISU currently has? Or are we going to see UE take a little bit here and even things up for himself, so he can make some moves happen here?
And we can see Trip here playing neutral by shielding and turning his back towards DDD to get quick back air out of shield punishes. Ooh, great recognition from Trip, noticing that the F smash would not have broken shield there. A lot of players, they get scared whenever they see DDD F smash. And is able to secure the stock, getting a stock lead for Illinois State University guaranteed into the next game.
Yeah, Ice Climber is such a technical character. If I'm not mistaken, that was a cheer cancel, right? Ice Climbers can get the grab and then cheer cancel with mana such that she can act on her own immediately, get a grab cancel into F smash. Ice Climber struggling with these up airs is so strong as DDD, a character that doesn't have a lot of horizontal movement, especially very slow bear speed. That F smash, not gonna quite take it. Sopo on the ropes here. Up air, is that gonna secure it? It is not.
Not the PS2 blast zones, barely allowing Trip to live there. Incredible DI. That Nair definitely would have killed a worse player, but Trip very confident in his defensive recognition. Good air dodge there.
Wow.
And now he is ledge trapping King DDD now.
I gotta say, I've seen Trip's solo Popo do crazier things before. I've seen a comeback on characters like Cloud that are notoriously good at killing Sopo, but it looks like he's in 100% control here. Capital A might be freaking out a little bit, rolling out of the corner, trying to get himself to safety here, but Trip knows absolutely I have nothing to lose, and that up air might seal the deal. Yes, it will.
Incredible performance from Capital A at the end there, securing the stock, making sure that he doesn't bleed more than he needs to, and great recognition from Trip, being able to take the stock there and secure a lead for Illinois State.
Absolutely. So, as far as I'm concerned, we have ISU has 2 big heavy hitters back in the pocket here. Ice Knight, who likely, like you said, is looking for that maybe that anchor spot, or LSW, team captain of ISU.
Right. Yeah. We have 2 players here that from Illinois State that would likely go into King DDD. One, LSW, the Young Link player, or Mega, the Palutena player. Both have really good matchups into King DDD. Mega yesterday put on a wonderful performance against King DDD, Evansville's King DDD in winners finals. We might see if Mega will come in here, or if LSW will take his debut against this King DDD.
That's right. You know, I gotta say, right, Young Link, the character that LSW plays, very strong against DDD. You know, those fire arrows do a really good job of sending Gordos back, one of DDD's main options in neutral. But at the same time, right, Mega did do extremely well into King DDD.
Yeah, something notable as well. Yesterday, looks like it's going to be LSW. Something yesterday, LSW was, based on the order of the crew battle during winners finals yesterday, LSW was not sent into King DDD because he was sent in first and last during yesterday's winners finals. So this is the first time that they're going to be able to fight. So we are expecting LSW to do good into King DD because the matchup is extremely good for Youngling. However,
volatile for sure.
yeah, King DD has a lot of tools that you can use to counterplay Youngling here.
For sure. I mean, Younglink, notoriously, like, not the best character, right? This character has a tendency to break and fall apart in certain sticky situations, but in the same way, that's LSW's character, and really it's the character he's best at and can show off his skills at, and we're going to see him coming in here. TDD will have to lose the stock thanks to Trip, so it will be a 2 stocks to 3 stocks here, and LSW with the advantage, so we're going to see how things go. LSW a bit more on the campier side, so we'll have to see how LSW plays, especially in a King DD character that wants to really set up his corner and set up his stuff in the corner. Take a second here to move some stocks, and then the game has started here.
Right, you can definitely see Capital A's game plan here is going to be utilizing that inhale to negate some of the projectiles that LSW is going to be throwing out. LSW a player known for spamming projectiles against heavy characters to sort of wall them out. You can see here Capital A having some trouble getting in, only able to take 15 or 30% so far, but you can see the inhale there, getting the boomerang. But LSW's counterplaying that as well. Whenever whenever the inhale is getting a hold of one of the projectiles, he goes in and approaches himself and takes advantage of the end lag of that inhale.
For sure. I mean, DD, kind of like we've been talking about, pretty not the best character. This character has a lot of flaws, a lot of problems. You know, one of his big ones being his vertical or rather horizontal airspeed. So the other one being, you know, very safe options, especially with his aerials, but not very safe with the inhale. So that's like one of the spots that LSW can really, really take a hand of. Notice, and that up B is probably going to secure the stock. But unfortunately, just like I said, Younglink as a character falls apart in these crucial moments.
Yeah, Younglink, a character with a lot of multi-hits, and multi-hits in this game are known to sometimes be very inconsistent. Characters like Greninja and Rob and Younglink characters with multi-hits, they sometimes during very crucial moments, they just don't work.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe a little bit upset about that, but LSW, gotta say, if there's anything LSW can do, it's have a city mental. This guy does not crack under pressure under any circumstances, right? Unfortunately, he's really fighting as hard as he possibly can here. That air's gonna do it.
Nair, hitbox size of the moon, definitely a very strong tool to take stocks at higher percents where certain kill confirms will not work because you are at too high of a percent now.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, Younglink coming out of the ledge there, using his own projectiles actually to counter the inhale, really trying to deal with his edge guard, but unfortunately that fair is going to take his stock a lot earlier than that. Capital A mashing the taunt button as far as he can for some reason, really trying to get into the mental game here. LSW, he's dealt with players who are annoyed by his playstyle time and time again, and has always been steadfast in his own methods here. Rang trying to come back for a counter hit here, unable to find it.
Able to get in, approach with that up B out of shield.
If anything you'll see, it's the up B out of shield. You'll be seeing up B out of shield more times than you can count from LSW. And unfortunately, that move has just a little bit of end lag, but not that much. So we might be able to see, you know, maybe a up B on shield, and then we could see something happen returning. LSW missing that up smash, unfortunately, but he's at a high percent here. This is going to spell disaster in this here. Unable to find it. That fair drag down of another fair is going to secure it. Yes, it will.
It secures the stocks, 2-stock lead going into Evansville's final player, the anchor.
And it's like we said, it's most definitely going to be Illusion.
All right, Illusion, something very interesting here to know. Illusion is a player that co-mains Pokemon Trainer and Mii Brawler. And across this tournament, you've seen him use both. Against Missouri State University, he's used Mii Brawler to fight their player, Aceta's Rob. Very notable that Mii Brawler has a +5 matchup into Rob. And so
Is it that bad? Is it really that bad?
It's quite bad. Rob, a character that definitely does not lose many matchups, but the matchups that he loses,
them hard.
Quite unwinnable, for sure.
For sure. Characters like Game & Watch, characters like Mii Brawler, for sure.
Yeah. So against against Missouri State, he used Mii Brawler, but against Illinois State, Brawler does not have that many good matchups into the roster here, so he's probably, I imagine, going to go Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Pokemon Trainer, you know, a character that's 3-in-1, so he has a lot of variability as far as how much he can use his own moves to kind of set himself up for success there. So we are going to see, most likely, we're going to see the PT Pokemon Trainer come out here. How do you feel about Luke having this 2-stock lead? Is Ice Knight even going to have to play?
See, that's the interesting thing here. Yesterday in winners finals, Luke actually got 3 stopped by last Pokemon Trainer, and so I know he's definitely reviewed the footage from that set, and he's definitely looked at what he needs to improve on, and so we can see the adjustments being made today. Whether or not Illusion will continue the momentum from yesterday's match, or if LSW will be able to bounce back and fight his own fight this time.
For sure, and now here we come in. LSW playing as patient as can be here. Like I said before, the timer is 10 minutes, so usually the timer is 7 minutes. That's 3 extra minutes that LSW would have to camp for in order to maybe get a timeout victory, maybe to take his time. So camping most of the time here is going to be out of the question for this MVC tournament here. That down smash catching a really good air dodge read. That nair.
That's going to be it.
Wow, but the Ivysaur goes back to Charizard. Definitely is able to make it back. Jump up B.
Yeah, definitely. Something very notable about Illusion is that he is a very momentum-based player. He, specifically his Ivysaur, very, very infamous for taking very quick stocks. You can see the Squirtle building a percentage for the workout. And
off the stage again, not able to find the switch to Ivysaur, not able to find the time to switch, but it is a little bit of a commitment to switch to Ivysaur. Not quite as fast as some other stuff, but the footstool into down air, almost able to find it. LSW trying to get experimental here, trying to get some weird things maybe Illusion isn't quite familiar with. But Illusion, that's not going to kill quite yet. Can LSW even take one here? Finds the bomb explosion. Good adjustment. Illusion trying to punish it, unable to find it. LSW really keeping him in the corner here. If LSW can secure a stock, it would be gigantic for the state of ISU.
And on the opposite side, if Illusion is able, barely misses the follow-up off of that downer, but that was a huge downer and a very significant miss there. If LSW is able to secure this stock, that means Ice Knight is able to get in, and he does. Ice Knight is now going to be getting in with, at minimum, 2 stocks.
Yeah.
And misses
smiling,
the
knowing
there,
he did his job.
He was able to secure it. LSW able to give an advantage for Ice Knight into this final game of Game 1 for the Missouri Valley Conference Grand Finals.
So you mentioned before, earlier, the Illusion X Factor. Now that he's on the screen, because I'm not familiar with it, would you like to enlighten us on that?
Yeah, as you can see there, Illusion, a player that takes momentum and runs with it 1,000%. If you give him the slightest opening there, as you can see, Luke jumped off stage, used his double jump, and Illusion immediately recognized it, capitalized off of it, and edge guarded him, taking the stock at a very low percent.
Yeah, criminally early percent. I think it was around 30 to 40%. It was extremely early. Definitely one of those situations where you have to be very careful at all times, especially against a player like Illusion. But Ice Knight, no slouch. Top 100 in North America player at the moment, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
This player is extremely good. Coming in just this year from Chicago as a transfer student. So we're very lucky to have him here at Illinois State to see some top-level play between Illusion and Ice Knight. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a fair fight. Illusion is down to stock.
Definitely. Ice Knight here definitely has a lot of experience fighting Pokemon trainers. There are quite a lot of Pokemon trainers in Chicago. Former ISU alumni, recently turned 30 years old, Brandino, a notable Pokemon trainer in Chicago that Ice Knight has a lot of practice against. We're going to see how different Brandino's Pokemon trainer is from Illusion's.
Coming in here, Illusion, like we said before, is down the stock, so we got to take a second just to get rid of that. And then we're going to get into this game here. Ice Knight kind of warming up for a second here. Players taunting. Ice Knight, notoriously not the biggest of online play, so I'm sure he's very happy to be playing in-person LAN here, where there's less input delay and less lag spikes and more consistency overall.
we're definitely going to be seeing the battle of the Whiff Punishers. These two characters very fast, and they're going to want to bait their opponents into making the first move here.
Ice Knight really trying to go for an edge guard here. Both these players have access to a water pump style move that can push their opponents off and they catch them off guard. It could spell disaster, but their recoveries are also very good, you know, like these both these characters. So we're going to see how that can happen here. The Ivysaur, like you said, very explosive character. Ice Knight really trying to respect it as best as he can. Trying to find space to whip punish it. Ivysaur unable to get anything started here. Trying to find these landing up airs. I think maybe he wanted landing up air upper that could have taken the stock potentially with how strong Ivysaur up air is. But Ice Knight really put on the pressure. Getting clipped by that nair, unfortunately. The downer connect off of it, and now we're back to neutral.
And we can see here both players taking a lot of time to sort of feel each other out. But however, Illusion does not have the luxury of only has 2 stocks, whereas Ice Knight has 3.
And unfortunately, Ice Knight was able to secure that off of the dash attack fair, if I'm not mistaken there. So Ice Knight now gets to play a 3-stock versus 1. Knows Illusion has to go in at some point to really play passive off of it. Ice Knight trying to maybe find an edge guard here off the water pump, like I said before. Finds another water pump. Unfortunately, Ivysaur was able to snap to the ledge there. Ice Knight gets the pivot grab, which is such a gigantic grab tool that Ninja has access to. Find a sledge trap into the fair. Not quite able to connect it. Illusion is coming back to stage. Gets dragged on up smash. Not going to take it. Illusion STIing as hard as he possibly can, but the back air going to take it. Ice Knight with 3 stocks.
Yeah, an incredibly dominant performance by Ice Knight in the end there, saying that even though Evansville was able to keep up with Illinois State, he's always in the back watching and is able to clean up anything that Evansville tries to throw at them.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic play from both teams. We saw a lot of great stuff, especially from Ice Knight at the end of there, really putting on a dominant performance. So very interesting to see. Now the question is, I guess, now Evansville is kind of on the back foot here. They have to kind of decide, are we going to change it up? Are we going to keep it the same? Are we going to make something a little bit different so that we have maybe a higher chance of winning? Is there something that we can do to make this a little bit easier on our players? Maybe so Illusion doesn't have to try and take 5 stocks. Is there any way we can change up those first 3?
Yeah, for sure. I imagine because it is on it is on Evansville to change up the game plan here. Illinois State does not need to do anything. The game plan worked perfectly. So I imagine King DDD is going to go in first this time against Little Mac. King DDD, a character that has a pretty good matchup into Little Mac. Tools like Inhale, multiple jumps to stay in the air, Gordo as a projectile to create a zone. A character that doesn't win many matchups, but Little Mac is one of them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, kind of like you were talking about, DDD, one of those uncommon characters. We don't have a lot of experience with DDD, especially in the Bloomington normal area, so Little Mac could have some trouble trying to figure out how to get around that. But I guess the question I was going to ask in response to you saying, well, it's going to be TDD versus Little Mac. Is Little Mac going in every single time as the starter? Have we seen that happen repeatedly?
That's very interesting. We have a variety of starters at Illinois State. Gamma Gold 7, the Steve player, has been a very common opener for us. Mega, the Palutena, as well as LSW, the Young Link. However, because the game plan just worked so well in that first game, there's no real reason for Illinois State to want to change their opening, aside from maybe, you know, I pick rock, you pick scissors.
Yeah.
You're gonna pick paper this time. I'm gonna pick scissors this time. That sort of RPS mind game is going to maybe affect the openings here, but we're gonna see. We know Heartland Community College and Illinois Wesleyan's very own Richer is going to be helping decide this opening play here. So I imagine the players are hard at work communicating. Now on Evansville's side, they've seen the LSW start, they've seen the Gamma Gold start. In those cases, they might want to start Illusion to sort of build up a really massive lead.
Yeah.
And sort of, you know, work their way. You know, if Illusion's able to take 6 stocks, then the other 3 players only have to take their 6.
Right.
Even if, you know, Ice Knight, or even if like Enchanted, the Link player, has to take, you know, just 1 stock of off of Ice Knight in order to maintain their momentum,
For sure.
then that's the play that they're going to make there.
Yeah, I mean, something that you kind of have to think about here is forcing players out. So, you know, the strong heavy hitters here for both ISU and Evansville, respectively, are Ice Knight and Illusion. So, like you said, if Illusion comes out as a starter, maybe as a second-round pick, right, you might see Ice Knight come out as soon as possible to stop the bleeding so that we don't lose, ISU, rather, doesn't lose that many players. Illusion, known for kind of blowing up players at absurd percents, as we saw a little bit of, especially against LSW. So, you know, if Illusion goes in against a player who maybe isn't out of the same caliber as a player like Ice Knight, could be dangerous.
Yeah, definitely. And there's just a variety of openings that are possible here from Illinois State and Evansville. It's going to be very interesting to see who picks what.
Yeah, we can see team captain of ISU running around in the background, probably busy at work, has a jolly gait to him, surely happy that they won that first round there, but we're going to see how things turn out for the rest of them. Coming in here, no information just yet about exactly what's going to happen, but I'm sure it'll be an exciting match.
Yeah. And something something important to note is that ISU is in the winner's side of bracket. Yesterday during winners finals, ISU defeated Evansville 2-0, so ISU was able to advance to winner's side of grand finals now. Earlier today, Evansville defeated Missouri State in the loser's side of the bracket, so they were able to win the loser's bracket, and they were able to advance to grand finals loser's side. Now, what that means is that ISU only has to take one best of 3 set in order to win here. However, Evansville needs 2.
Right.
Evansville needs to win this set and then the reset of grand finals in order to claim the championship here.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, if it ends up going to a reset, to my knowledge, I believe it will be off stream due to scheduling issues, but I hope that we get to see an exciting match nonetheless, and the winner of MVC will be determined by this upcoming game. If ISU takes this next game, that's it. That's all she wrote. That is the victory of ISU against UE and also MVC. So, you know, ISU, a team that got second last year, I believe it was actually in Missouri.
Yep.
But unfortunately, I don't believe ISU gets the run back against MSU.
Yeah, the big storyline here was that ISU defeated Missouri State in 2024-2025. We go to their turf, their school, and Missouri State was able to claim victory against Illinois State. And now, third year 2026, ISU was heavily prepping for Aceta's Rob and Missouri State as a whole, but looks like it didn't happen. Yeah, Evansville able to upset Missouri State and claim their spots in grand finals here today.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, though, there was kind of a singles bracket that happened at some point with some upsets over Aceta.
There was a singles bracket for a Smash Ultimate run yesterday. All right, so we have information here right now. Kanat is coming in on Pikachu and Gamagold is coming in on Steve.
This is interesting. To my knowledge, Gamagold won the last time they played. Gamagold actually contacted me myself and said, I remember you playing Pikachu. Can you really do your best to take your time and play exactly how Kanat played so I can prep for this match specifically? If I get just a little bit better at it. And to be honest, I was seeing great improvements from him. He was showing a lot of promise in, understanding exactly how it should be done and really taking his time. Unfortunately, we were playing on a 7-minute timer when we were prepping, so there were a couple times with the time. This time it is 10 minutes, so there will be a lot more waiting than maybe he's expecting, and that could be disastrous if Kanat has some patience, more patience than someone like Gamagold 7.
Gamagold has a history with Pikachu players. He's played against Miracle from SIU Carbondale. He's played against Scoutblade from UIUC. He's even played against Shiny Mark in an online set. Pikachu is definitely one of his least favorite matchups. However, he has been practicing a ton, specifically for Kanat. And we're gonna see the fruits of his labor here.
So I want to point out here, the stage that he was expecting for this matchup was actually small battlefield and not regular battlefield. So it could really mix things up, especially with the introduction of that top platform. It could definitely cause some problems.
Yeah, Pikachu definitely a character that likes platforms, specifically platforms that connect to the blocks that Steve places on his stage on the stage. Because of Thunder Jolt, Thunder Jolt will bounce across Steve's walls, move to the platforms, and then hit Steve from behind. So we're gonna see how Gamagold adapts to that situation.
Yeah, to find out, wow, going right in for it immediately off the rip, getting 50% with the wood tools. Steve is such a good character, racking up percent like that. And now we get to see what Gamagold's been working on, this anti-T-Jolt setup. We can see Kana really trying to get in there on it, cutting this down throw here, trying to find an up air fair, able to sit this edge right here, goes for a raw thunder. An interesting play from Pikachu, a very risky option. Of course, Tony is well versed in T-Jolts or in Pikachu up B, specifically in that situation. Coach Richer, constantly something he'll do, he'll hold his hands up, kind of one at horizontal, one at maybe a 45-degree angle of it, and say 6-3, 6-3 Tony, it's gonna be 6-3. And Pikachu players love going at that 6-3 angle, and oh boy, it's gonna cause disaster for it, especially if Steve can land an F smash. And that was just wood, now he has diamonds. Unfortunately, not able to find this here. Pikachu going back, throwing these T-Jolts. Steve finding it. The block
you can
just
see that
barely
the block
saved
actually saved Kana.
Block just barely saving him. Untechable though. Regardless, Steve will be pressing the bagger button, the F smash button. Out of this minecart, we're gonna see an edge guard here blocking up the recovery, trying to get through it, barely sneaking through it. The grab up throw, that's gonna secure the stock. Oh, it did not actually.
Battlefield has a higher blast zone than most stages. Ooh, one great extension off of Steve's own minecart there with the thunder.
That was fantastic. That one's gonna do it. But I want to point out, Steve, minecart has, the minecart kind of works like this. At the very start of the move, it has an infinite health pool, so you can't break the minecart. But Pikachu down B actually, when it hits his body, he gets a state of iframes or invulnerability, so that he can't be hit at all. So that these things, it will end up beating that move out. But Steve, dragged down, not able to find it. Steve really wants those diamonds on deck, finding his footing again.
Very lucky that he was able to mine those diamonds there.
Yes, absolutely. Steve without diamonds, especially when he has no tools, when his tools are broken yet, I believe only the fist there for a second. You have to be very scary and very careful about his situation.
We can see Gamagold has definitely labbed out this positioning here. He builds the wall and then stays right next to the wall so that the T-Jolts will bounce onto the platform, and then they will run out right as Gamagold is near the wall. You can also see here this 1-0-1 block setup puts Thunder Jolt into the middle of those two blocks and sort of stops it in its tracks. You can see, even though Thunder Jolts are breaking the blocks slightly, Gamagold is not getting hit by any of them, and so he doesn't have to worry. He's just mining.
Yeah, Gamagold, especially in this matchup, Upsmash will be taking it, but I want to point out Gamagold here, taking a deep breath, recognizing that he has all the time in the world to work with this, especially these 10 minutes. And he has as much iron as any Steve player can ask for. That wave dash, trying to find an exit here, playing very tricky with his movement here. Pikachu not opting for the 6-3, instead opting for maybe like a 6-8 of some kind, maybe close to that. Steve really trying his best to take in the corner here and stay out of Pikachu's way and get as much diamonds as possible so we can play the long game here. Blocking up the recovery, Pikachu finds his way around it. Pikachu bouncing off the platform, down smash again, finds an F smash. Steve is pressing the smash attacks.
Yes, and now Gamagold a full stock up, similar to how it was, similar to how the score was in the last game. Evansville really needs to turn up the heat here in order to change what happened. You can see here Gamagold slowly losing momentum a little bit, but is able to get that first hit, and that first hit of Steve.
Good tech chase, finds
really
the tech chase.
Important.
Down smash, not quite able to find it. Looking for some break setups here. Steve has been labbing out some up tilt down air setups to my knowledge here. This is very scary for Pikachu. At 51%, you could actually die in some well placed spot from Steve. 71%, you are definitely dying if Steve has diamonds, right? Now, he definitely has them. It's scary for Pikachu. Pikachu, a very light character. 80%, back air will start killing, down air starts killing. F smash definitely has been killing. These moves are scary.
Yeah, Gamagol definitely wants to watch out for two moves in particular, dash attack and up smash out of shield from Pikachu. Ooh, the blocks actually save Gamagol there, and it gives him another chance because he wants to preserve both stocks here in order to go into the next game with 2 stocks.
Not quite. Very scary for both these players. And Gamagol is very well aware of the situation he's in right now. Finds the 6-3, does not punish it. I believe the micro went the wrong direction, but that fair. That's going to secure it. Tony, Gamagol in the right, not very happy about it. Shakes his head in disappointment. Knows that, all right, maybe I probably am going to win this game because of how high percent Pikachu is at, but I wanted to have the extra stock.
Right, and Gamagol doesn't even want to you know, get too comfortable here because Pikachu is a character that can rack up a lot of percent very quickly, and especially at these low percents, if he finds a string off stage, he's going to be able to edge guard very, very effectively. So Gamagol definitely wants to be careful here. Even though he is in a very much winning position, he doesn't want to throw this lead away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Gamagol is out here. This up throw might kill. It is not going to, like you said before,
Looks
Battlefield having a higher blast. So the second one, not going to do it either.
Yeah, maybe if he had a couple pummels there, he would have been able to get it, but
that's
he
going to do
gets
it.
there.
Tony shakes his fist in excitement. Yes, I've done it. Pikachu for Steve. One of the rare matchups against Steve. To my knowledge, the Pikachu players think that's even. And I could definitely see it.
And you can see there a 5-minute, 38-second game. There would not have gone to time, even close, with a 10-minute timer. But with the singles rule set being 7 minutes, that game definitely would have gone to time.
Yeah, almost certainly. That game would have. You know, something that you tend to see a lot, especially in singles, is once the players see about a minute left on the clock, they are feeding to get a time game there. They really recognize the fact that, oh, I suddenly have the capability of winning the game via time. This is scary. You know, these players are more willing to sit there and really do nothing and take their time with it. And honestly, here we come in. It looks like we have, is that Enchanted, if I'm not mistaken?
Enchanted, the Link player, coming back.
Yeah, to my knowledge, last time Tony played, or Gamagol played this player, he won. You know, from his own words, he said, I won a very convincing game, right? He's very happy with himself. The teams are getting rared up here, ready to go. Gamagol has to drop 2 stocks here at the beginning of this game, unfortunately, so he's going in 1-3. He could have gone in 2-3 if it was maybe a little bit different here. They're going to have to reset. Tony, not locked in, not ready to go here. Misunderstood the situation. Kind of autopiloted his way to playing Steve.
Yeah, you can see here Steve, a character that does not take many thoughts, and sometimes that affects how they start these crew battles, because these players are so used to singles where you just go right off the rip. Sometimes they start off with an autopilot, and you can see here that led Tony to using a resource that he should not have used. But we can see here they're starting fresh, 3 stocks to 1. Enchanted really looking to take this game.
Yeah, and I want to point out here, Enchanted on Link, one of the things that's a little bit interesting here, when Enchanted, or Link specifically, is at 0%, the F Smash actually acts as another projectile for him to use. So maybe it could be a little bit better at blowing up these blocks, but the bomb, we're seeing it come in full force here, kind of playing tennis with it off the wall here, playing wall ball. Steve, access to the bomb can be a little bit scary, but I don't know how much Tony or Gamagol is familiar with the bomb routes that maybe Steve has. Trying to find some early damage. Can't quite find it. Link trying to get his own. Can't find it either. But these players really want something. Some more here. Going back to the corner, trying his best. Into fair, or nair fair rather. Getting a route started. Steve is so scary off his routes, unable to hit the nail too.
Enchanted really doing a good job of making sure that Gamagol does not have the space to build walls, so now Gamagol just has to fight outright. Even though Steve has a lot of tools for that situation, he's able to make it back, but barely mistimes that F smash, and Enchanted is able to fight out of the corner in that situation.
For sure, I mean, Gamagol is doing such a good job of trying to preserve this stock. He really definitely wants to get the lead started here. Make sure he doesn't lose much more than he has to. These minecarts, the clanking with the rank here, trying to get something. Down air not quite finding it, but the fair will beat out his own. He has 1 iron left. Tony takes the stock here with the back air out of the minecart. Secures a lead for Illinois State University here. Leave an up smash out of the corner here. Wow, Texas own block trying to live here. Steve with diamonds could kill Link really at any time here. With the minecart trying to stop the up, ends up successfully the F tilt. He's gonna take it.
All right, and well played from Enchanted. Able to stop the bleeding right there, but Gamma Gold able to secure a stock lead for Illinois State going into this next game.
Yeah, and then one of the things that we're kind of noticing, Gamma Gold, a very emotional player, wears his heart on his sleeve, really, always hyped up, ready to go at any given moment, right? He is one of those players who will show his emotions no matter how he's feeling, even though a lot of players kind of get maybe annoyed at that because he plays Steve, the best character, undisputably the best character in the game.
You can see Tech, the Little Mac, coming in here now. Tech has a lot of experience fighting Link.
Yes.
An Illinois State player here from Chicago. Tech has a lot of experience fighting. Anthony Isahel, famed melee player, but he does whenever he plays Ultimate, he does play Link. Power ranked in Chicago and is able to give Tech a lot of practice in this matchup.
I heard he had a great run at the recent Bloomington Normal Major Flash Flood, if I'm not mistaken. Isahel performing very well there. I don't know exactly how much Tech and Isahel have played, but I'm certainly know Tech is a player who's not to be trifled with.
And speaking of Isahel, Anthony, it's actually coincidentally it's his birthday today. It's actually his 32nd birthday.
Wow!
So
congrats
happy
for
birthday
him.
to Isahel.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see how Tech's experience with Isahel translates into this match with Enchanted.
Absolutely. I gotta say, a player like Isahel, working a full-time job for many years and also becoming a very good player. It shows that anyone can do it. You can really make a living and also follow your hobbies, perform the things that you want to do. But we're going to see this matchup play out. Maybe not how Isahel would have played it, but definitely how Enchanted is going to play it. Taking his time, really making sure that Tech is going to play it out. Because we saw this earlier. Last game, we saw Isahel, or rather Enchanted and Tech play this out early. So they're going to make things happen. Enchanted is really doubling down on the camping and taking his time method approach that we saw before. But Tech, no stranger getting camped. LSW has definitely been part of that.
Yeah, LSW and Tech, they play a lot. LSW plays Young Link, and this matchup plays out pretty similarly. Maybe a little less on the projectile side for Link here, but we can definitely see this battlefield platform movement playing into how this match will go. You can see here a combined less than 50% has been put on the board in this entire minute that this game has taken so far. You can see both players do not want to approach. They are set in their game plans, and well, however, it is on Enchanted to make the first move here. He is down a whole stock and percent as well.
So I actually don't know. I've never seen a crew battle game go to time. What is the rules?
So the rules here are that if a game goes to time, the player with more stocks gets to move on, all their stocks left, and the player with less stocks actually loses all of their stocks. So let's say this game goes to time here. Enchanted has 2 stocks left. All of those stocks will be lost. Tech here, getting that up B kills very early on most stages, but Battlefield, that high platform, or the high upper blast zone is able to
cause problems for him for sure.
Yeah. Speaking of blast zone, I hear that a local company has an item on the menu named after the Smash term blast zone. I don't know, but speaking of, we're able to see more camping here. Neither player really wants to give an inch in this war of attrition. However, Tech slowly but surely racking up percentage here, 99%. About to reach that 100 range. That's kill percent. Able to go in, just runs in and up smashes.
And I gotta say, if anything here, Tech walked in this morning, said, I got sick from my friend last night. I'm not feeling super well. I don't see it. He's playing phenomenally. Look at the way he's moving. He's playing in such a disciplined way. KO Punch almost online. Tech, one of those players that if you let him if you give him an inch, he will take a mile, especially with KO Punch online here. I assume he would like to preserve the KO Punch such that he can take an early stock next time, but you don't know. It's up to him what choice he makes here. Ripping an F smash here, trying to catch him on the platform. Not quite. Enchanted taking his time. We are now down 3 minutes into the game. No one has lost the stock just yet. Good presence of mind from Tech to shield the bomb there.
I imagine Tech definitely is not even going to entertain using the KO Punch. The threat of the KO Punch is actually going to be much more valuable here because Enchanted definitely has shown to, you know, really like running away, using his movement on the platforms. It's going to be very hard for Tech to catch him with KO Punch, low or high percent. So that threat of the KO Punch is actually going to make openings easier for Tech. We're going to see here though, he loses the KO Punch, but is able to rack up some percent while he had it.
And a whole minute has almost passed again. Neither player has given up their first stock. 4 minutes down. No stocks have been lost. We could see this go to time, and that's going to be the first stock for Tech. I'm sure he's happy to have that dopamine burst in a game full of maybe slower gameplay where you aren't usually expecting that. But now, if it wasn't on Enchanted before, it's on him now. He has to make some moves here, make something happen.
Right, and he's going to look for this ledge trap. Incredible nair, and is able to, does not capitalize on that counter.
Uh-oh.
You can see last game, or the last time these two played, Enchanted got an edge guard off of a missed counter from Tech, but unable to capitalize on it this time. And now Tech has a stock with Rage to work with.
And KO Punch almost online here. KO Punch will almost certainly kill here at 77%.
We're going to see the counter again. Oh,
not quite.
That's actually Isahel's signature move here, the Icy as Heck. The reverse up B, Isahel's signature.
Reverse edge guard there, right? Isahel really patenting that, making it his own. I believe he used that on his own stream as kind of a sort of force here. But the up B
doesn't kill because of Battlefield again.
Yeah, Battlefield is you know, Tech, you know, a very vocal enjoyer of the stage Battlefield. Really likes the stage a lot. You know, the biggest fan of it. It's not looking like it's on his side right now.
Yeah, Little Mac is a character that really likes that up B to secure early stocks, and Battlefield helps with that with that top platform, being closer to the blast zone. However, Battlefield also has a higher top blast zone to compensate for that. So sometimes he hits those high up Bs, but he's not able to secure the kill because of it. But he does not there again. Battlefield really playing a part into this.
Definitely causing a lot of problem with as far as how Tech is playing out these games. He's trying his absolute best again. He's trying another up B, not able to find it. KO Punch almost back online again. Like we said before, this pressure of it can be very scary. Coming in here, Enchanted trying to make anything happen. If Enchanted can take out another stock, it could be salvageable on the side of EU, but UE rather. This is very scary.
Right, Tech just holding center stage content, being like, hey, it's on you to approach from the corner here. Oh, but he does get that kill. And that early, because Little Mac forced to air dodge there, no recovery options. He's able to capitalize off that with the ICS head.
Yeah.
But Tech able to bounce back and secure that stock there.
Yeah, I gotta say, Enchanted was working for it, not giving up to the very end. If I'm not mistaken, that was a 6-minute game.
Yeah, and extremely well played from Enchanted. Yeah, if Enchanted had all three stocks there, that definitely would have crossed 7 minutes and maybe even closer to 10 there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 6 to 7 minutes is definitely not a bad number to deal with here. It's one of those situations where Enchanted is really trying his hardest to work through it and get done with it. Tech getting the coaching from Richer. Richer, you know, as his name would imply, he works a lot. You know, a big proponent of getting that dough, getting the bread, making it happen. So he's always on top of his game, making sure coaching is done properly. To my knowledge, he was actually a first draft coaching pick over a player like DeBuzz.
Yeah, during Illinois Wesleyan's recruiting process, a top player from New York, the king of New York himself, DeBuzz, applied to coach at that school. However, Deli Boyd, Nathan, the greatest of all time, actually advocated for Richer over DeBuzz here. because one, for a couple of reasons, DeBuzz would be coaching from New York,
So online,
remote,
right, yeah.
and Richard would be able to coach in person. And as we see here, Richard was able to secure the position with DeBuzz as a co-coach, and now we get to use his excellent resources.
Yeah, he offered to use them here. Very, very blessed to have him here. If there's anything Richard can do, he's a great, physically able to coach the game, right? He knows a lot about the game, very knowledgeable on neutral, very knowledgeable on strategies. But if there's anything he's good at, it's also mental coaching, right? He's one of those guys who is extremely kind-hearted and always able to, cheer someone up, and knows what to say, right? If Richard comes to talk to you, you tend to feel much better afterwards, and it's just a great time, right?
Yeah, for sure. Richard definitely a big proponent of sports psychology. Not just, the competition is not just what happens on the screen or on the field, it's what happens in your mind as well. You see Illusion actually coming out early here.
So
Very interesting
DDD
pick.
in the back here. Is there a fifth potential player we haven't seen it, or is it just those four?
No, I believe it has just been those four the entire time.
Okay.
Looks like they want Illusion to quickly clean up this stock from Tech and
So now,
force out Ice Knight early, or
I was gonna
maybe
say, yeah.
have Ice Knight in the back, but if Illusion is able to get through Illinois State's third player with a decent amount of stocks left, Ice Knight would have to fight Illusion and the DDD in the back.
Yeah.
So forcing a high-risk, high-reward situation here. They are on the back foot. They have to make a play. What is Evansville going to do here? It is on Illusion to perform.
So I want to point out here, before we were on Battlefield, we've only seen Tech play on Battlefield so far this set. But now we're on Hollow Bastion. One of the key features we saw on Battlefield, the high blast zone was causing some problems for him. These upbeats really weren't killing a percentage you might like. But now we're on Hollow Bastion, and Hollow Bastion has an extremely low blast zone on the very top. So Tech will be killing extremely early in these upbeats.
But on the other side, that means that Ivysaur's up air is going to be coming very early as well. So definitely Illusion is gambling here that he will be the one to take advantage of Hollow Bastion's low blast zone.
Absolutely.
And not Tech.
Tech only has one stock, so it does seem like it would be Illusion favored in that regard, but let's see how things shake out for these two players coming in here. It is looking very scary. Illusion, on the back foot.
Alright, Illusion gets the first neutral win of the game here to wreck on 41% and put Little Mac in the corner. 55, just keeping Little Mac. Oh, now Tech is able to win his neutral interaction.
Put off the stage here as Little Mac, who are always scared to get thrown off the stage. It is the scariest place to be. Little Mac wants to have his solid ground feet, especially as the character he would like a boxer. But KO Punch on the stage here. Can he secure a stock with KO Punch? Taking a stock with KO Punch against Illusion is top priority right now. Not able to lose it. Can't go for it. Knows it's not a true combo. Illusion playing very patiently here. What are we gonna see? He's taking his time. Not able to find
Rips
it.
the
As
KO punch,
unfortunately,
and Illusion
do
is
it.
able to take that stock.
Evens it back up.
Without losing one of his own.
And the question is, we're gonna see LSW or Ice Knight.
Yeah, Illinois State has a very difficult choice to make here. Either throw in Ice Knight early and lose his anchor potential, or have someone else take on Illusion right now.
There he is. There's Ice Knight coming in. It is going to be Ice Knight versus Illusion here. I gotta say, Ice Knight did extremely well last time against Illusion. I believe Illusion only had maybe one stock, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Or Illusion had 2 stocks, Ice Knight had 3, but Ice Knight was able to secure those 2 stocks without losing one of his own. This time, it's a 3v3. No taunt to start, no self-destructs at the beginning of the match, just going straight in.
Yeah, if there was ever a time to be, a standard match that Ice Knight and Illusion are both used to, it's now. We're on PS2, 3v3, 3 stocks to 3 stocks, no taunting, nothing like that. Just get straight into it. These players are in their comfort zone right now.
Yeah, this is going to be the most important match of this set right now. Evansville needs to make a play here. If they're able to secure a lead, then they very much will run away with this game. But if they're able to, or if Illinois State is able to shut this down, then Evansville will crumble here.
Absolutely. I mean, coming in here, Ice Knight on his signature Greninja. It's going to go in. Ice Knight prepping himself, ready to go here. Let's see if it happens. The crowd is excited, and rightly so. This is, like you said, the most important set or game of the whole MVC right now at this moment.
Yeah, it is all going to come down to these 3 stocks. Who is going to take who's first?
Like you said, this is going to be a whip punish game. So these players are going to dance around each other, try their best. Getting a Phantom Footstool, Gimmer was right. It is a game changer.
It looks like Illusion's going to get a quick 60% first off.
Over to Ivysaur. Wants to maybe take an early stock, but Ice Knight said absolutely no chance you're going to take an early stock. I'm going to put you in the corner here. Now you're scared. But the big Ice Knight, or the big Illusion Fair, is going to come through. Up tilt, up air. Finds another one potentially, not quite. Here, Ice Knight gets out of the corner very fast. Greninja extremely quick with it. Guy finds a fair there, looking for an edge guard. That back air will be taking it. Very extremely well done by Ice Knight there.
Yeah, you can definitely see the difference between the pace of play Ice Knight is performing right now. In the first game, it was a much more slow and calculated play, but now he is really putting the pressure on Evansville, specifically in this situation because you know that Evansville is really looking to gamble and make a desperate play here. And Ice Knight is really, really quick on shutting it down and telling them, hey, no, I am Ice Knight. I am top 100 in North America. I'm him.
Yeah, he really definitely has that confidence showing about him. But the up air, now that's a strong move too. That will definitely take back Ice Knight's stock. And now, if you're Illusion, you probably want to get yourself back on Squirtle potentially here. But Ivysaur is kind of putting in some work at this moment. We haven't really seen him switch off this character. He really
Ivysaur definitely Illusion's best character, the character he feels most comfortable with. Very, very similar shades to Quid, a player from New York, a Pokemon trainer. Gets the
wow!
there. You can definitely see that Illusion X Factor coming in with Ivysaur. He takes one opening and he runs with it. He will not let Ice Knight go.
Ice Knight, no slouch though. Not able to find that confirm that he maybe wanted. Unfortunately, it's not going to quite stall it here. Tries to go for that F smash call out here. Gets a parry. Tries to catch another option. Dancing around his shield. Really wants something here. No up smash. Maybe I trust him. If if he didn't go for it, I believe him, right? Maybe it wasn't the right time. But now this time, not going to work either. Another one. Opting for it again. Again and again, he presses down tilt. And again, Illusion somehow able to weasel his way out of it. But honestly, I can't find the fair. Ice Knight very easily struggling to kill this character here. Goes for another up air, unable to find it. Goes for this one, not gonna kill. Yes, it will.
Able to even the stocks back up, but this is definitely still a very much Illusion momentum favored game.
Yes.
You can see that early stock there, putting a lot of pressure on Ice Knight. Ice Knight, a player that hasn't had much contention in this league yet. Illusion is able to catch him right now.
Yeah, at this moment, it could go either way. Ice Knight, a character that really wants to play, that really likes this momentum himself. But honestly, Illusion's doing great things to try and stop it. Can't find the third up air. Illusion goes and brings it back to neutral. Ice Knight, a character, a player especially, who really enjoys playing neutral. But also, Illusion seems to be matching it. Is that S smash
that
going
down
to take
smash
it?
is going to take the stock. And now, Illinois State is on their last player. They have to defeat one stock from Illusion and 3 stocks from this DDD player.
Now, something that I've been talking about a couple times. Notice how we said that LSW is the captain of Illinois State University, right? Not Ice Knight.
Yeah.
Even though Ice Knight is, to be blunt, the best player here. LSW is still finds his own comfort in being the anchor, right? LSW is kind of his spot where he is most comfortable is the anchor spot. That's where he was meant to be. He talks about it. That's my role. That's what I fulfill. My mental is there. I can do it.
But however, we have seen Illusion definitely a player that LSW has struggled with a lot in the past, especially because Young Link dies to stray hits extremely early. Illusion definitely a player that has had LSW's number these past few days. We're going to see him come in right now, but if LSW is able to, or if Illusion is able to take a stock off of LSW, or even maybe the DDD is able to clean up, you can see that this gamble has.
What's that in his hand? Is that a bag of something sweet, maybe sour. I couldn't tell. He's smiling. He looks like he gave it to Richard off on the side here. Is
LSW.
he gonna sour up for us?
Maybe. But LSW, you know, in winners finals, Illusion was able to 3-stock LSW without losing a single of his own stocks. In this game, game 1, Illusion was able to cleanly defeat LSW, forcing out a final pick into Ice Knight. In this game, now LSW is the one anchoring. Will the pressure of, you know, the previous performances get to him, or will he make a change in his gameplay, make the adjustments needed, take this stock and the DDDs without losing his own?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's scary for LSW. You have to be mentally strong and be ready to take it. You are, you know, preparing yourself mentally for this long and grueling set that you have to deal with. Oh, getting soured up. Look at his face. That's a sour candy in his mouth. He is not happy about it, but I think that's just what he needs to potentially take one of Illusion stocks.
Yeah, he's been experiencing a lot of sweet lately, sipping on the honey and the sugar, but it's time for sour.
It's time for sour. LSW kind of has a running bit, you know. He loves sour candy. It's one of his favorite things in the whole world. He goes around giving top players sour candy and calls it the Sour Challenge, right? LSW Sour Challenge. Going into this game, Illusion has to drop these 2 stocks. Can LSW make it happen at his maximum potential?
Okay, Illusion is going to SD 2 stocks. LSW has to take 1.
Yep.
All he has to do is take 1, but all Illusion has to do is take 1, and it will snowball the momentum forward. Even just winning neutral a couple of times is going to be able to put
Ground to spin
momentum
attack,
into Illusion's
putting in
favor.
work. Able to find that much off of it. 30%. Safe move. Unfortunately,
Able to punish there. LSW often relies on, you know, a lot of people not knowing that move, or the punish window for up B, grounded up B, because it is quite small, a lot smaller than you would expect
LSW.
it. But we see here
Putting the
Illusion
work in to find it. That up B.
up B. Now LSW is off stage.
Uh-oh. Bad spot for him. This edge guard is
Good
looking
air
good.
dodge.
The up B milkshake. Not gonna quite find it. That is a RNG kill confirm, unfortunately for him.
Illusion dropping that edge guard is huge because that gives LSW another chance at life at this stock. And you know, this preserving this stock is going to be the thing to do here. But he takes it. Illusion able to get 1 stock here. Will he be able to get another, or will LSW take it?
That will take it.
Looks like it will take it. Yeah.
Man, so LSW 2 stocks to 3 here to what we believe is the DDD player.
All right.
Capital A.
LSW finals on the line against a King DDD. This is a situation that we have actually seen before during his days at Heartland Community College. He fought a DDD, and he was down. He was down in percentage in stocks against this DDD during the NJACE Heartland Community College Grand Finals and Nationals, and during that set, he pulled through. He made the comeback. He remembered what his teachers and his coaches taught him, and he was able to win against that King DDD with help from a local DDD player, Wyven from UIUC.
Yes. Yeah.
We're going to see if that experience and that, you know, this sort of deja vu situation is going to get Luke pumped up. Looks like he's having a little dance.
Yeah, looks like he's having a little fun here. Getting himself roared and ready to go.
Yeah.
They're gonna send in the DDD to our and Luke is gonna be ready for it. Yeah, I gotta say, one of the things that we, you know, at ISU see most in Luke is the grit and determination. He doesn't back down really ever. This guy can take the hits and keep going with them, and this guy can stay mentally focused. You know, even though he's the anchor, that's where he likes to be at. Right, that's his favorite spot. That's his role. That's what he wants to do. So, getting ready to go here. Fist bumping, capital A, I believe that is, coming in here. How are we gonna play this out? What stage are we gonna go to?
Yeah, I imagine LSW wants a lot of space here, so stages like, you know, Smashville or, you know, Battlefield. They're going to, you know, there's going to be less space, and so that means Gordo takes up a bigger percentage of the.
I can't help but notice this is Bullwinkle.
It's Bullwinkle, actually.
I don't know who Bullwinkle plays.
Me neither.
This is a bit different than what we expected. You know, maybe they recognize that he won nationals over his DDD player. Maybe they recognize that he's very strong as far as the matchup is concerned in a DDD.
Yeah, and
we're gonna see how this goes.
Youngling definitely wins against DDD a fair bit, but we're gonna see how you know, Bullwinkle. We're gonna see who what character Bullwinkle plays.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be another high risk
territory.
Yeah, another high risk, high reward situation from Evansville. Evansville, big fans of the gamble. Yeah, it looks like Bullwinkle didn't even have his controls in.
Didn't even expect to go in.
They were not expecting to put Bullwinkle in. Now, something very important here is that I haven't seen Bullwinkle play all day today or yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, granted, I only watched Evansville versus Illinois State yesterday and Evansville versus Illinois State today. But Bullwinkle, if Bullwinkle is not a very experienced player in the cruise format, that's a lot of pressure on a newcomer, and he is also in the anchor spot. So that means the hopes and dreams of his team is riding on this performance right here against LSW, a player that has been in the anchor spot hundreds of times.
Yeah, like I keep on saying over and over again, this is his spot. You know, this is one of those situations where a lot of Smash players talk about getting to Grand Finals for the first time. Typically, your first Grand Finals, you don't end up winning it, right? Typically, your first Grand Finals, you have to be there for a bit, and the nerves get to you, and it's scary, and there's a lot of things happening. After a couple times of being Grand Finals, you're able to handle it.
Yeah, and Luke,
LSW has that
a player that is very famous for not feeling nerves. After all that he's went through, after winning nationals for Heart, after winning multiple Illinois State University tournaments, he is not a player that gets nervous in these high-pressure situations, which is a huge advantage for him.
It's going to be Roy. So an explosive character that will try and beat Youngling. Let's see how this matchup changes. I got to say, Roy probably is a little bit better than DD does in this matchup, so I don't fault them for choosing.
Roy, a character that really likes edge guarding, really likes rushing in neutral, holding long advantage states. Against Youngling, a character that can sometimes fall without any fault of his own player. A character that is very inconsistent at times, but still powerful nonetheless.
Yes.
We'll see how this matchup plays out. It's like LSW is being pushed into the corner, but is able to reverse the situation.
The SDI from Bullwinkle was crazy there, I gotta say. Trying to get out of that up B as best he can. LSW finding this good percent lead off here. Bullwinkle is maybe struggling just a little bit with his projectiles. He's really setting himself up for success.
He places the boomerang there, and Bullwinkle does not know the punish window for Youngling up B. Luke is able to get the punish there.
Wow, going for a bit of an experimental route here. I gotta say, one of the things that we're gonna see over and over and over again from LSW is he puts the boomerang out, and only once the boomerang is past him on the screen, once it's coming back, then he decides, okay, I can scrap a little bit. I can have myself a little sweet streak of scrapping here.
It's because the boomerang comes back, is able to act as coverage for LSW's option.
Wow.
Wow.
There's the first stock. LSW fist bump.
Even stocks is also going to be able to even out the percentages. Gets the opening. Oh, but misses the conversion there. Resets back to neutral. All right, LSW putting Bullwinkle in the corner.
Especially off stage now.
How is this ledge trap going to go? Oh,
Finds
Bullwinkle gets the reversal.
Not quite. That F smash will definitely be taking it. It looked like the shield came up and then he dropped it, unfortunately. LSW needs to make this back as soon as possible. Up B coming out here, finds the up air at 92%. LSW is in a good spot to take it at 0 of his own. Finds the other up B. Is the up B gonna kill? The up air is not gonna kill. Finds it back. The side B coming back. LSW shooting as many arrows as he possibly can. Finds the return.
Does not get the kill there.
Take it.
I believe forward air would have killed there, but it seems LSW did not believe that the forward air would have
recognized
the dash attack.
It is
even stocks, last stock, even percentages.
The hopes and dreams of UE are falling upon Bullwinkle. LSW did, in fact, take a whole lot of damage there. 7.9% from that. So, I mean, it could be possible. He's getting his own rip here. I spoke too soon. Bullwinkle able to find something here.
Right, Bullwinkle
63 to 40.
Seems to be, very desperate, very Very much a scrappy playstyle right now, but he's in the corner. Is LSW going to be able to hit this edge guard? What's the ledge trap going to... Looks like they're resetting back to neutral.
The up tilt. Tries to catch an air
These
dodge.
American air dodges from LSW might spell doom for him. I know Bullwinkle's probably collecting information on his air dodge patterns right now. But is it
Return
too
rank?
late?
Is that fair gonna kill? Yes, it will.
does. And LSW clutches the last stock of the Missouri Valley Conference and is able to send Illinois State University to nationals in Texas 2-0 over Evansville. Very well played from Evansville, very well played from Illusion, Bullwinkle, and incredible games all around.
Yeah. I gotta say, even though Illinois State won, I gotta give crazy respect to UE there. They played excellently. They took games off of MSU when it counted. They took, as far as they possibly could. They had that upset, that big upset over them. It was doing great for them. So I gotta say, major respect to UE, major respect to MSU, but ISU was able to take it home for MVC today.
Yeah,
as MVC victors.
A lot of the ISU team is graduating this semester. LSW, myself, I believe you are.
Yeah, I am as well.
Mega, Cam, we're all graduating, and so this was our last chance to really make it to nationals, especially after a disappointing performance last year. So this being able to go to nationals
now
this
having
year
Ice United makes it maybe a little bit easier, right? There's less stress put on the two top players of Trip and LSW. Tech has shown out a lot recently, been playing very well, playing electric today, making things happen, playing so well. I've never seen such patience from them. It was amazing to watch. It was amazing to watch these players play, and it's even more amazing that ISU is taking it home.
Yeah, for sure. I know LSW is probably ecstatic right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a fantastic play. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Valorant is up next. I could be wrong about that. Valorant is up next. So, Illinois State versus Belmont University on Valorant, I believe at 3, if I'm not mistaken. So, tune back in for that. And, yeah.
Thank you all
so
for
much
watching.
for tuning in.
Congratulations to Illinois State, and congratulations to Evansville as well for making it this far in bracket. And we hope to see Illinois State's performance in nationals in Texas.
Yeah, for sure.
welcome back everybody to the Missouri Valley Conference Esports Championships. And we're already 3 games down. We got 1 more to go. It's Valorant Grand Finals up next. Belmont versus Illinois State. ISU going for the sweep of this event, which it feels pretty familiar if you've been following this event for years. But I don't know, this Belmont team, these two went at it earlier today. One of the closest games we've had all weekend for Valorant. I'm excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah, a 2-1 for Illinois State in the upper finals throughout this matchup, and 2 of those games went to overtime rounds. So we were kind of talking to even Belmont University's coach. She was saying that, it's kind of Belmont, it's been Illinois State, and then everybody else. So these two expected to meet here in the Grands today, and I know they're ready to put on a performance for this best of 3 and continue to stretch the limits as we are going to give out our final title for the Missouri Valley Conference.
Yeah, 1 more to go during this championship Sunday, and our maps have already been selected. Haven was picked by Belmont, Pearl was picked by Illinois State, and then the last remaining after all the other bands was Split. Only one of these maps were played during their game just earlier today, and that was Split, which was the final map actually of their first series. It was 14-12 for Illinois State. So that went to overtime. Haven, though, was not played the first time around, and now we get at least our first idea of what these teams are going to pull out.
Yeah, as we go out to Haven, it's this very, a lot of options you have on this attack with your rotation, and it is ISU that will be defending first on every single round, to my knowledge. So as we get the picks in, both the Yoru and the Neon picked up for Belmont, leaning really heavily into those fast pushes.
Yeah, both teams going with the double duelist lineup. So a little bit of a change for Sentinel. We got the Cypher for Illinois State and the Chamber on the other side for Belmont. Especially, the Tour de Force trying to take advantage of the long sight line on C. We'll see where they end up setting up. And it will be Illinois State on the defense first, I believe. We got Side just swapped up top. ISU's on left.
Yes.
Belmont is on right. So Belmont would be attacking first.
Yes, as we get to roll out here for our very first pistol round. It'll be Belmont. I think having the Sova here will be good for a lot of this scanning. But you're kind of relying on just this Yoru for the flash potential. And there's not a ton of blinds, I think, between both of these rosters, which is unique. But of course, this Chamber is deadly with the Headhunter in round 1. That was blind, by the way. As soon as that was thrown up, Jockey immediate to tap Intellectual's head, and that's 2 down for Belmont University. A rough start to the first pistol round for them.
Yeah, Illinois State will be able just to hold the line. Belmont not able to get much done, and as soon as Kempster pokes his head out, gets domed by Joker. Yes, they're able to find one, but that is it. Illinois State, they will claim the pistol round here for Haven. And I will say, historically speaking, more of a defensive-sided map here, so we're expecting kind of this similar run from Illinois State, but we'll see how that all changes here.
I'm out of here.
Eco comes in, more just pistols for Belmont.
Yes, so it's just to be expected on this first round. And again, having the Chamber for that C site in particular with that one long choke, and it's difficult. Haven is one of those more attacker-sided maps. I don't feel like we see full C pushes nearly as often for these earlier rounds, but we're going to look as the game goes on, as we have a bit of a pause going on by the looks of it.
Yeah, tech pause it looks like, and we'll just come back to us here for a minute here in the booth. And yeah, going to be an interesting one. As this series plays out, obviously we were kind of watching it on and off earlier today, because we were in here for the tail end of that series, but 2 teams, very loud.
Yes.
They don't mind talking to each other, yelling at each other. Obviously all in good fun. They were BSing before this game started up, but 2 teams who have a lot of energy. This is the end of a very long weekend here at Illinois State. So how much energy do you still got left in the tank to go the distance here in this best of 3 series? And baited, sorry guys. But yeah, this will be an incredible game, I think.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at the history between these two rosters, they meet each other in finals all the time for this specific conference. It is ISU who currently has that reigning title from 2025, and technically the upset as of now, but even over the course of the year, they're one-on-one. The regular season match did go the way of Belmont University in 3 games, and we're looking to even out that score, or rather break the tiebreaker as we begin our second round. Belmont doing a bit more of a split push this time, and a beautiful blind from Zank. That's 2. No eyes to be found, and the Guardian hitting hard on this, and a very quick second round for Illinois State.
Yeah, someone IRL just cleaning it up with the Guardian, and now some of the eco will be coming back here for Belmont. Names are still swapped, by the way, guys. We're currently trying to figure it out in the back end, but that'll be swapped here in just a little bit. But now here is the first test for Belmont. Full buys, kind of still the half eco buy going on for Illinois State. Can they take advantage and start clawing their way back?
Yeah, this is kind of the first real round that we will get to see out of Belmont University. I think when the game that we had on broadcast yesterday for Valorant, it was a lot of very slow, methodical pushes. Like, we would often wait until the final 20-ish seconds of a round before any moves were played, because these teams were so heavy on the utility. You can tell, especially in the case of Belmont, they've been pretty quick to rush a lot of these plays, which, granted, has not worked out to the best of their ability so far. In the case of Illinois State, and even just kind of talking to them a little bit before this game started, very confident in this matchup. Despite how close that score was, they felt that they got heavily counterpicked in one of the overtime games that they had. Went 13-2 in the game that they won. So this team absolutely can frag out if they can get the snowball going, but they don't have any pressure towards A site, so it'll be the plans for Red.
Yeah, it's just the Sova. Kind of chilling up on high ground. Some reinforcements have now arrived from Illinois State for the retake. Drone is out, but gets broken immediately.
Thrown out, but Intellectual now having these heavier hitting weapons. Belmont feeling much better about their chances. CJ coming up with 2, as is only Kale chilling on this high ground. See if he can grab any other picks with how little time the spike is. Not really looking at a win, but if you take somebody down with you, I think that's best case scenario. And CJ will be enough for the road. Is actually gets a second. Pretty happy about that, I think, for Illinois State.
Yeah, honestly, if you're the Neon there, you get 2 when you arguably shouldn't have got any.
Yeah.
That is certainly fine. So, yeah, decent answer there from Belmont, and now the economy is starting to even out a little bit more. Then Operator already being bought by Joki, the sniper specialist here for Illinois State. Just single-handedly is going to be holding down C long. And it's honestly, you don't want to push it. You can see the Yoru is already kind of teetering over there. It may just throw the clone across to see if you can get that opening shot and bait out the position.
I'm a little surprised we're getting the Yoru gameplay still. It hits with some pretty heavy nerfs recently, and I just get the teleporter and some of that additional mobility that made the hero strong, but you know, it doesn't matter if you go anywhere, because Jackie can just one-shot you with the Operator if you peek that. That's what the Chamber is best for on this Illinois State defense, but it's not to go down unscathed, to say the least. Belmont now more huddled towards this B site, but they're going to have to do a regroup as the spike is stuck in garage.
Yeah, spike stuck. Somebody will have to go grab it. It eventually is the Cypher who jumps across and is able to find it. Now, starting to rotate back over to C, and back over to A, excuse me, is Belmont. Only one player there right now. That is going to be the Sova. Just kind of hanging out, but they're honestly not even in sight. They're just on the outside trying to listen, see if they hear anything underneath. But Belmont very smartly being quiet on the entry, and now smokes go in. The Kevster lines it up, and sight is clear.
Nobody was home. Actually, I think their Kevster expected a lot more with a welcome on that point, but Illinois State still held towards that B site. Not quite expecting the rotate. It is pretty difficult to do these retakes, especially against an Astra here. Where are these pings going off? CJ is revealed, dodges out of the Operator shot for Red to clear Jockey from the high ground. Red undone on these Astra, leaving it to just a 1v1 for Kevster to clean, and just like that, Belmont have ended up the score.
Just like that, yeah, Belmont 2-2. What a nice little 1v2 clutch there for the Kevster. And Belmont's starting to feel their groove a little bit here. As, again, this is going to be the interesting thing, because the Cypher, you would think even will be better on the defense. It's just, yes, you can kind of use those strips to hold the flanks. It's going to be a little bit easier on your own defense to see where some of these rotates are coming in for Illinois State. But the Chamber has been a presence. They haven't really pushed C at all because of the fact that the Cypher has to be a top concern. And not the Cypher, the Chamber, excuse me.
Yeah. I think that's just an off-limit site unless you have a guarantee that there is no operator or tour de force up. You just stay away. I think that is the easiest solution. In fact, Illinois State, I think they kind of figured that out. They've given Belmont, they've almost trained them not to go that way. So they're forcing a more cohesive defense, but even that won't be enough. Junkie still getting caught out by ZJ on this Cypher. Able to scan the location of the remaining players for now. Cafe with the classic of everything. That's getting the bit of a neon diff there. Belmont University heavily favoring this A site for these last couple of rounds. Red will manage to stick the plant once more as ISU going for take 3 on this retake, and Pomo just leaps right in front of Red. The flash is there, but way too late for the follow-up to come through. It'll be the 3rd consecutive round for Belmont.
Belmont getting their groove going, and you gotta wonder here for Illinois State, where is the pivot going to happen? Granted, that was a little bit of an eco round as well. So let's see here what Illinois State would like to pull out next. Belmont just have econ for days. They've only had a few people die during each of these rounds, and we kind of saw this though in the first series, their first time around. Belmont won map 1 in that 10-2, and then it was a reversal 2-10, sending it into overtime. So as much as, the start for this half is great for Belmont, there is still more to be desired. Tour de force used to hold down Garage. Nobody at Yoro. Well, bye, Intellectual.
Try to bait him out with the clone. You had a 50-50 shot there. But 9 out of 10, you're sending the clone first. Intellectual got sniffed out in the end. So will not have the Yoru going on ahead. See what the approach is now, because I think, again, you want to stay away from Garage, knowing that threat is there. Oh, can't beat AJ, though. The come up for Belmont University. He's had a ton of these first picks on the Cypher, a agent that you don't have a lot of that entry utility. You're just winning in these raw gunfights. You're taking these favorable angles for your team.
And now ZJ, they want more, but it's actually the Neon off screen. Finds one on the Ant-Man. And just the very slow push here. Belmont not committing anywhere quite yet. Still feeling out Beast. 2 over. Next to A. And it looks like more and more it'll be A's. That spike has rotated over. 30 seconds left. Still 2 members here, though, to deal with from Illinois State.
30 seconds left.
Illinois State, I will give them credit. They're not a team that will flinch when this approach is happening. Although ZJ, right around the corner, Some turns around just in time. Keep that one contested. Belmont running out of options now, going into the tour de force directly. Some fancy footwork out of the Neon will keep him alive, but eventually the Kevster will come in and claim 2 heads. As a matter of fact, and narrowly get that spike plant down. Has barely over 4 seconds, but you have to stick it. The Kevster will be there to clean it up. What a comeback from Belmont.
Nearly disaster there for Belmont. You see the swing come in, but the Astra, very good awareness in the moment to know, hey, they have to turn around. Great shot there by Red. And Belmont extend the lead to 2 to enter the halfway point of this half. Again, best of 3 for this series as a whole. And now you see Joki back over here. Odyssey wanting to hold it down, but it's been them and Cali. It's been a lot of the Neon action. Even though Kevster not top of the line here for Belmont, it's been some clutch plays.
Joki walking up onto Intellectual, which just sees the clone break. I'm not messing with that. Getting flashbacks from last round. Hey, understandably, Belmont surfing over their options, seeming to settle more for the Garage. Again, Illinois State, they kind of trained Belmont not to go there for a while, but the Bruins are going to poke their nose around, and they'll have this gate crash out of, the dimensional drift for Intellectual to get him onto the point. See that C is mostly clear, and everybody can now run in. You have the Astra Wall for additional cover on the objective. There'll be another retake attempt for Illinois State.
And you immediately, most of Belmont just dip out of sight. going to play C-Long. There is trips galore and some stars on the spike to pull members of ISU off. So this is going to be an incredibly tough retake for the Redbirds.
You already have the Astro Stars on the point, and the one thing for the Bruins, though, they are all down C long. Like, you are going to have ZJ rotating towards Garage, but I think Kale knows that everyone's just stuck there. Has the extra two to the scan, gets two with the Neon Lightning, comes up with a third, and what a way for the Redbirds to get back in. They had the information, but it leaves them to 1-2 zone, sitting on the spike. He will not fake that one out. Okay, peeks it at the end, that was a choice. But regardless of that fact, Illinois State rushed back into the point with huge success from Kale.
And a gutsy stick from someone IRL to hold it down, because the Omen Smoke was still there, even if the Phoenix Wall was gone. And Illinois State able to clutch that one out in after a round that really felt like it was going the way of Belmont.
Yeah, Belmont, I think this team, that they had a ton of momentum going on this attack, just with how quickly they managed to get, I think, Kevster into these fights. That is the advantage of the Neon. You go in quick, you catch your opponent off guard, and it's just such a strong agent to have in your arsenal. But that time, the retake is there. Astro Wall is up across the whole map, so that knows that there is no ISU on this point, or if there is, you're not really worried about them because of how perfectly placed it is. So Red will secure another plant on A, very consistent about getting this spike down.
Yeah, the wall just completely isolates Heaven, but also can hide certain numbers here in Hell. But the Bolt is able to find one, and that's the go button. Zank!
Yeah, and the scan will come in, but it's just the duplicate clone. But you take that. If you're Zank, you get your one, you get out, and just like that, Belmont are losing player after player. But it's scrappy. Jokey, though, with this operator, needs to be respected. Kale tries to bait the peek from Ant-Man. He'll take the one, and he'll leave it to just Neon v Neon. One is the Lightning, one does not, and it'll be Kevster this time. That will come up on top.
Battle of the Neons, this time the way of Belmont to extend the lead back up to 5. And this really has been a battle of the duelists so far between Neons. And yes, even the intellectual 5-7-1, and Zank has been a little bit lower, but these Neons popping off right now. A little bit more even spread on the kills here for Belmont, but still plenty of room here for Illinois State to get back into it. Considering, they came back from a 10-2 in the first series. 5-3 is nothing.
Yeah, no, this is a lot more back and forth than what we had seen previously. But I also think it's what you expect. Like, when you see teams that are on this close of a level, you want them to be trading rounds. That's how the economy tends to roll. So when it's almost uncharacteristic to get those big sweeps like we did, and it seems both these rosters, they've had time to review the footage, talk over how that last match went, and make those adjustments as needed. And so far for the Bruins, it's been working out very slightly better. As, again, consideration for Belmont. Can they make anybody on the Redbirds flinch, ZJ? At least knows there's nobody camping that specific corner. Jokey never far behind. A great flank from Ant-Man, though, to make sure that pinch was secured.
Yeah, great setup. Just almost putting out the camera, using ZJ's bait for the chamber to peek on out. Spike will go down, and with the Bucky in hand, Kale will try to make some magic happen.
Yeah, Neon plus Bucky, combo is all the time, unless you just get domed by Kevster. And this is looking to be all Belmont University. It's just this Omen remaining in someone, and he's going to be no longer for this world. Actually, no, gets the classic out of Kevster. Didn't check that specific angle, but at the end of the day, there's the Bruins, who are coming up strong. I would love to see how many times this team has managed to get the spike down. As it seems like it's almost, I think every round but one, we've had a post-plant setup for this roster.
It's been great. They immediately, once it's planted on C, they get out. Well, that time they stuck around a little bit longer because they knew they had gun advantage. But
all but one.
As we look now, Bai comes all the way through. ZJ is still holding on to the yell here, and so is someone IRL on the Omen. So Illinois State still keeping pretty consistent with having 2 to 3 players sitting over by B, and just waiting for the rotate game. What a recon bolt. But I think this is bait. It's going to draw 2 players over from B, when in reality, 2 players are going down C, and now it's completely open, thanks to ZJ.
And the spikes with red on the opposite side of the map. That was such a smart play from both the duelists, Kevster and Intellectual, to allow themselves to get scanned, give them false information, false hope, and it sets them up for a perfect chance at the C site. Nasty angle that you have to work with. ZJ gets a bit of chip damage in, but won't result in any eliminations. Kale, on the other hand, playing a much more dangerous game towards Garage with these wall bangs. Pomo will come in to assist. It gets Kevster out of the play, but this is still close at this setup from the Bruins. We've seen over and over again. They just cannot be shut down, especially Red. The Astra's so oppressive when it comes to these post-plant scenarios. With only Pomo caught between a nasty pinch, does not stand a chance.
That was a disgusting flank from Intellectual. A big reason why that round went their way. Rotated all the way almost to defender spawn and catches out too, and that'll cue the timeout from Illinois State. Hoping to bring this from a 7-3 maybe to a 7-5, and even maybe get some early attack round strats in the books. But a fantastic half so far from Belmont. And Illinois State, again, they've had answers here and there, but what, 7-1 since the pistol and the bonus round. So this has been all Belmont post pistol, and Redbirds, they got to find some momentum here if they want to stay in it.
He's like, oh, 7-3, that's not too bad. But if you think about when those 3 rounds happened, it's been a snowball for Illinois State, and I think having this timeout not only to discuss your strategy, but perhaps slow down the train that Belmont is currently on is a helpful tool, because I do love to see how Belmont not only confident in the way that of their gunplay, but also how they are using their own utility to trick their opponent's utility. That's a strategy you don't see all that often, but if you can manage to pull it off, especially against the likes of a Sova player on the enemy team, it certainly feels great. So timeout is over. Only 2 more rounds in the half.
Here we go, and I think they'll probably get an Astral here as soon as you get an orb for Red, and that'll allow another setup maybe onto A, block out Heaven. This time it's a 3-player setup over on A, maybe expecting something very similar, but instead pushing Garage once again for Jokey, maybe playing a little bit safer than last time, when it did not go very well.
Ant-Man did send a drone, though, over. And I was going to say, hey, they think C-site's clear. Garage is not. Newsflash. I think Kevster found that one out the hard way. And again, that Headhunter, Jokey. Chamber's always been this almost hybrid duelist in a way, and is making it work out perfectly for Illinois State on a more aggressive angle. And you can see immediately Belmont University like, you know, I don't know if I want to go that way. Intellectual has had enough run-ins with this Chamber player. And since it looks to be more of a full C commit, which if you're taking a gamble for Belmont, this is the place to go.
So a trip is here from the Chamber, so it will be known pretty immediately that the push has come on through. There it is. And but Jokey, maybe a little bit greedy, wanting to find one of those eliminations before reinforcements arrive. And now the wall will come up from Asher potentially. At least they have the charge to do so.
Yeah, got the spike down, so you have that as an option. Still a couple rounds, though, left in this half, so could have to hold on, but so many enemies revealed on the backside, and mind you, this is a thrifty round for this ISU team, and the Sheriffs are going crazy. They're making them look like Vandals. Leaves it only up to 1, and who needs a rifle to win the game? Sheriffs are where it's at. Whatever ISU did during that break, absolutely perfect.
Fantastic timeout from the Redbirds, and now put themselves on a great spot to at least close the gap to 5-7. If they win both and pistol in the next one and don't lose the thrifty, then all of a sudden we're at a 7-7 game entering the final stretch of Haven. So a great timeout that time around. There is some ultimates here starting to go up. We could see a tour de force from Jokey, even the Lightning returning here from Kale, at least for Illinois State. 2 ultimates already up for Belmont. Probably some early scouting coming in here in a moment. Intellectual, and Kevster almost found his first victim.
Kevster had the opportunity too. That's just one that you're going to kick yourself for.
Yeah.
At the end of it, if you're ISU, you're like, whoo, that was close. Everyone, though, booking it over to that C site, that noise. Going unscouted
Nice.
for the time being, but again, you have to understand at this point of the game, Jokey, have you ever seen him on the A side of the map? I don't think I have, and this is becoming a recurring pattern. Belmont, yes, they'll continue their streak of plants, but you're going to do this one at a player deficit.
You want to
Yeah, it's going to be. There's the wall. It'll go up. Basically isolates garage and back site. Makes it way easier for them to track entry.
And Kevster, great stun there. Onto Kale. This tour de force is up for Jokey, and it gets the collat through the box onto CJ. Only one player up, just red down this main choke. And you're asking a lot, especially considering the range that this chamber has. Does have a star to help buy time. Excuse me, 2 stars to help buy more time, but eventually the chamber will find your hiding spot. ISU bring it back at the end of their defense to finish 7-5.
Switching sides.
Honestly, a good recovery for Illinois State. It was looking a little bit shaky there for a while, but able to salvage it. And now we swap sides. The Cypher may be going to have a little bit more value here on the defense for Belmont. But I think having that mobility with the Omen, you can get really sneaky. And someone IRL has been a player that has, you know, a few tricks up his sleeves in the past. Leading the way right now is Kale, 13-10-0. It's pretty stacked near the top, though. Nobody really falling too far behind other than the Sovas. But honestly, their utility has been fantastic so far. It's heavy defense over on C. It is just going to be 2 sitting on A for the time being on the defensive side.
Again, I think it's a lot more common to see A-site pushes to start on this map, and you're going to leave Jokey to lurk. Anybody that might be flanking around, particularly with a Yoru on the other team, you have to be having your head on a swivel. This is an attacker's favored map, though, just with the amount of area that you have to control. It's a little bit easier for those attackers to move throughout these different objectives. But again, ISU, very confident in the approaches they're taking. They're going to inch up a little closer. But now with that sound cue off, you're going to see the movement start to occur for this defense. The 2 players from Belmont that were on A site have been taken care of, and Pomo will get the spike down.
And eventually Belmont, the stragglers over from C, make their way in, but this is already going to be a tough re-entry. 5v3, and not really much utility to go off of other than this flash, which fails. Yeah, was not good.
You know, it was a good effort.
Good
I think
idea.
it was a good effort in theory. It did kind of flash your teammate. It happens. It happens to the best of us. So, yeah, the Bruins now only a 1-round lead, and they had such a hot streak. I think after they figured out how they could play quick with this Neon, get Kevster cooking, ZJ was having some fantastic picks on the Cypher. Now it's a little bit more challenging with the side swapped, and you're against the bonus.
Maybe Belmont's just not a pistol team. You know, like maybe they're just
not, yeah.
0 for 2 so far in the pistols as Belmont. We'll have to see in map 2 if that improves at all. Just a very similar hold here, 2 on C, 3 on A. But instead, Illinois State kind of just testing the waters on a B hit potentially.
Now thinking through their potential options. Again, so much more threat to these longer range weapons, just because you have a little more money in the bank. So I think it makes more sense to lean away from this C site, or excuse me, this garage B area. But we're gonna attempt to go through here anyways, only seeing ZJ. He got bamboozled by 4 Redbirds players, rushing it down as Belmont's gonna look to recover as much space as they can, but the site already been cleared. The plant for Pomo here. We'll see what they can get done with the rest of these classes.
Time to jump.
Yeah, there we go. Gate crash, that did, but I don't think anybody believes it's actually going to go through. And these kills will start to flood on in for Illinois State, and the convert will go in a flawless round. And we are all tied up at 7 apiece.
Yeah, Zink had a nice spot up there on those 2 boxes. Not an angle that you're going to commonly have your crosshair placed at precisely. That was the case for the Bruins, and you start to wonder, is now that going to be the return of that reverse that we initially got? It was a couple rounds before Belmont. We were able to hear from them after that early pistol, and it was about here last time. They started to gain the momentum, but granted, it's hard to keep the game at your pace when you're on a defensive stat.
Yeah, it's a little, you have to play a little bit more to the pacing of the attacking side. But yeah, it was round 3 that it all started to turn around for Belmont during that 7-1 run. We'll be needing a similar one here to avoid the Redbirds taking the lead. Full Cypher trips over on Garage and B main. So those are at least covered for now from Belmont. Is this Spike slowly rotating over the A, trying to make some noise over by B to drag some players off. But the Neon and Silva will remain on A. They're kind of expecting this rotate. And then Astra Smoke is ready to go.
The nice part is you do have the second life for Zank on the Phoenix, so even if you don't end up getting any kills, well, you're still alive, which would have been much different. Ant-Man's position was revealed because of the shot. So Pomo to follow up with that as a Neon Classic, runs it down with the Judd. ZJ coming in from short. And that will be it. We talked about the Bruins having that turnaround after the pistol. Perhaps you're right, Jesse. It's just not for them after all.
Yeah, the pistols just are not Belmont's pace, and that's okay. Honestly, if you look at my games, same. It is the same way. Look at this. All tied up near the top practically. But Belmont find their groove and stop the bleeding, holding on to that lead now at 8-7. Still a pretty split setup here. Trip still over on Garage and B main. And I can tell Illinois State so far has been kind of testing the waters, drag out some util, eventually rotate over from C to A or A to C. Right now, Spike chilling actually more towards Garage, but it might be going to A now.
Yeah, Kevster stepping a little too far up there into the sightlines of someone. You're going to end up paying for that, and it's kind of just these one-off picks. With how spread out ISU are, it's kind of shocking that they're getting as much value from the ones. It's just raw gunplay. There isn't util, but Pomo also didn't expect red. Now that is more of a rat play, and as you said, Spike down. If you wanted to get a player out, that's the one to do it. Someone is here. I don't know if he has the full amount of time, but red gets a little scared at the end, pops the smokes, and just backs off.
Ant-Man just doesn't realize that Zank is chilling deep into B main, gets picked off on the rotate over to C, and now B site is completely clear for the 4v2 in Illinois State. But they're just trying to figure out where these other two players are before the spike goes down. We'll eventually just plant it over on main.
Don't have that luxury. A little bit of a scary moment there for someone IRL. The timing could have been disastrous, but the flash is enough to have the one trade thanks to the help of Zank. Red has the ability to kind of zone off the spike, but sees the rifle behind the wall. Someone looking the other direction. Will get hit from the back, but again, we got the setup of the chamber down to mid. You don't have kill to follow up. It's just up to Jokey for ISU, but Red has the potential to call off one heck of a clutch for the Bruins. Sees how far Jokey just pushed back, but you're running out of time. In fact, you don't have any at all. It's that battle of the nerves that will win it for the Redbirds in the end.
They lose some guns in the process, but it's still overall a round win for Illinois State. Ties us right back up at 8 even. And you get just not enough time. Maybe an extra 5 seconds. Red probably pushes across that corner, tries to take that last 1v1. Just doesn't work out that time for the Astra. And now a little bit of a kind of a mixed buy for Belmont. Don't have a ton of money to full commit. The only one with a full is going to be Red. I think partially because the kills they gained near at the end, and then 1 or 2 rifles with light armor. Heavy advantage for Illinois State. Oh well, that was not what that was supposed to be. ISU could get their first lead though since round 3.
It's okay, ZJ. It happens to the best of us. What a shot from Intellectual though. Kale slides on and thought I was being cool, but I gotta say that pick just slightly cool. Jockey though, 10 HP down mid. We'll put an end to Intellectual. He had his pop-off moment, got his one. While that was happening, ISU managed to get the spike down on the opposite side. Or ZJ on yet another flank. Look how much the map has flipped. He's walking so deep into the spawns with just a sheriff.
Yeah, the combo goes through and eventually that kill goes through. The fuse is already half during this because of all the worry on the flank. Someone really is able to find Ant-Man, finds the trade, but ZJ still hungry in the back line, and now has to worry about a 1v2. Can't have it go wrong, and it won't. Kevster slides on in, and just like that, Belmont retains the lead.
Belmont will keep that up, and again, I was a little worried for this team on this map. You had 2 shotguns, which on a C-type plant, not always the best thing to have to move down, but it was mostly ZJ coming up on the flank, something you don't typically see from the Cypher. Getting that 1 kill, had the rest of the scans, and allowed the Bruins to take some crazy positions that had ISU running around like chickens without heads.
Yeah, that was a pseudo thrifty there for Belmont, and now we'll try and stretch this out as ISU, because of that round loss, doesn't have any money. But granted, the last time they had a bunch of sheriffs, they were still popping heads over at, I think that was, what, round 11? So let's see if they can have a similar fortune here. Everybody running it down mid for the time being.
I think winning a thrifty with sheriffs on defense is a much different thing than on attack. But if Red will continue to peek that angle, well, Einzek will happily prove me wrong. Just with that last couple of shots there. So an opening towards C, or more specifically the garage area. You see how quick the Redbirds are to filter in to that now freed up space. Belmont not flinching. They know that ISU have been slow to commit to which point they are doing in the past. That, however, does not appear to be the case this time around. Of course, this left side, ZJ giving them a couple warning shots, keeping them all cluttered up in this garage, daring somebody to peek their head out. A little bit of a missed time, but Kevster eventually will make the rotate. It's a great crossfire angle. It's just not safe to move through, and look at this location of Intellectual. You're not expecting the yard to be there. Well, I mean, if you have 5 HP, there's just very little that can be done about that. Still a 2v3
30 seconds left.
favoring Belmont on this defense. You have the Neon ult if you really want it, but perhaps a rotation is in order for the Redbirds, and they seem to have that idea as well.
You can see already, there is Ant-Man here, and that scan's going to go through right as the entry goes in, finds 1.
But you're going to need more than that. Got a little greedy, wanted to pick up the Vandal, which is understandable, but Belmont already regrouping on their fallen teammates, and will keep their 2 round.
This is a massive round here for Illinois State, because if this round does not go their more than likely can't pull off the thrifty, then you go to 12-8, needing 4 rounds in a row just to force overtime, which granted, these 2 teams love playing in overtime, considering how the upper finals went. Even an op, though, in the hands now of Kester will be looking to pop that A-log, and little as they know, there is all 5 members here.
That's why you jump peek. That's why you jump peek, so that
peek.
you don't have to worry about that. But a little bit of Hunter's Fury now for Pono. I think got a scan of it earlier, judging by the current health of Kale, and it's Kevster. Has an operator. Well, doesn't matter if you're just going to use the lightning anyways. It's 2 now for the Neon. They get a 3rd. It's Belmont lighting up the kill feed and sweeping themselves to an 11th round.
Easy enough.
Just like that. All that talk of, hey, maybe ISU can even up, fix their eco, gone. The eco is in the dumps right now, and that will cue the timeout, the second timeout for Illinois State. Just needing to find any sort of momentum to try and avoid losing map 1. Granted, this is Belmont's map pick. It's very important to say that, because I think it was the 14-12 in their first game. That was Belmont's pick. Illinois State's pick was a 13-3.
Yeah.
So things can change on a dime in this series, and we saw that earlier today. But Belmont have really done a great job of slowing it down when they need to, trying to force Illinois State to make some mistakes, but also even uncharacteristically on the defense, playing fast, having those quick flanks, trying to throw Illinois State off the game plan so they can have the upper hand.
I'm still remembering that one round where ISU got caught off by Red, kind of camping that close corner on the C site, and it was just like seagulls flocking into like some crumbs you dropped, or I don't know, a piece of bread or something on the beach. It wasn't good, I can tell you that. ISU absolutely the prey in that situation. They didn't know where to look. There was too much happening around them, and it's what the Bruins managed to do for nearly every single round of this defense. The timeout worked miracles for this team last time, and they're going to hope the same happens here.
Yeah, 2 rounds away for Belmont. Heavy. Well, never mind. They kind of feeling it out here. Somewhat decent buy for certain members here of Illinois State. They are not wanting to risk it at round 21.
I think, though, also as they're running back, the push on through, and this is a fast assault towards Garage. This is the game wanted to cook up, but Red is there, ready for these players. It's a 3v3 as the dust starts to settle. It's Jokey instead, who's kind of coming up. He's been silent throughout most of this attack. The Chamber benefits from having these preset angles that you just don't get on this point. Yeah, Spike is on C-site right now. That's a bit of an issue.
There it is.
Does have to teleport. Now you got Spike. Woo! So it's going to be an 8 plant now. As the last 2 players for Belmont will move on in.
They'll actually rotate through attacker side right now, which I don't think is the expected push here.
Jockey might find out.
Jockey might find the Astra here on the initial walk up, just barely the timing, not in their favor, but they do have one looking from heaven.
And they got 2 players that are in the general same area, just on different verticalities. You can't really tell as much on the mini map, but Intellectual will have to walk out of this smoke, instantly gunned down by the Spectre of all weapons from someone. And there we go, the magic of the timeout strikes again for the Redbirds.
They just love playing after timeouts, and shout out to their coaching staff, because they're making each of these count so far, and that saves their economy, saves the map, honestly, for Illinois State. Now, you can start bringing it all the way back. They have the op and the Torta 4s available here for Jokey. It will be Kevster buying the op once again. Even the Odin now making an entry into this one as long as it is held down to. It is op again near A-Long for the Neon. But the other op is out the other side towards C-Long. Yeah, you can tell ZJ not wanting anything to do with that.
I don't think I would either.
No.
Good choice. Good choice. Let's not get one tapped down a choke. The Jokey will hold it here a little more. I think still senses that there are some warm bodies nearby that he can take out. But again, waiting for somebody to flinch has been the way. I feel like garage pushes have been something ISU has preferred through a lot of this map. It's easy to get your duelist into a fighting spot, but we'll be hitting the trick. It's just the drones will give away some location information, knowing the presence more towards B. We'll see both Kevster and Sama start to make a move on back before doubling, seeing that the Redbirds, I think it's some of the longer time we've seen them stand around before picking what their next option is.
They're begging Belmont to make some sort of move, but they're just not giving them that luxury. Eventually, it'll be given up over on C. Not enough found. And the quick rotate over to A, and you can tell immediately Ant-Man's trying to comment. Eventually those rotates will come in, but right now it's a 1v4.
Yeah, that is Ant-Man's like, I don't want that. I'm going to keep my life. Allow Pomo to get the plants. Torta Force is up for Illinois State, as previously mentioned, and the World Divide will certainly help with this approach, but I don't think the positioning is all that beneficial. All it does is stop the back half. You still have the area by the spike. Belmont, I think the idea was there. They had a plan, but perhaps a bit of a whiff on where they wanted that Astro World to go and how quickly they're pushing after it.
Yeah, ISU pivot enough before the push actually comes into where that wall didn't really do a whole lot. And now eco round for Belmont. More than likely, we will be going to 11-11. And just when we thought, hey, this series last time couldn't get any closer, we might be even getting to another overtime between these teams. As, yeah, this has been an incredible game. It will be an eco. There's a judge there for Kevster. Not surprised. He'll be running around.
I mean, as he should be. And if you're at an eco round, I think you're okay to be a Neon with a shotgun.
Yeah.
If you can find the angle on the defense, and you can camp a corner for as long as you need. But ISU, we saw that time. A team that has, I think they're starting to figure out, you know, Belmont aren't going to fall for a basic, I'm going to jump up and down over in this corner and see if I can make somebody come over here. It's just faster if they commit all into one spot while they have that numbers advantage. I want to find out if they do that a bit faster this time, whether they are going to wait. Because the more rounds that we get into the game, it feels like the less risks these teams will be willing to take.
You can see Belmont here. ZJ is just really trying to hold Garage close. 2 members from ISU wanting to push in, not knowing that the Cypher is right here for the punish. But still just trying to play it slow. There goes the smoke and the top Garage.
Flash Shout from Zank, won't find anybody. It's a great blind though. Lights up CJ's head, and there's nothing that he could have done about it.
30 seconds left.
Phoenix coming up with 2 for Illinois State. They want to find themselves in a tie game once more. Spike is down, and so many options for them to go. Belmont University not wanting them to get comfortable, but perhaps they should have settled in for the long run. Between Kale and Zink, these duelists melted through the whole lobby.
These teams are just not giving up after being down early. There's the timeout from Belmont, their first of this map. My goodness, Illinois State. Again, ever since these timeouts, during the end of the first half, wins the last 2 rounds. After the timeout here in the second half, they've won 3 straight and have now brought it back. And now it's up to Belmont to try and cook something up during this timeout to get the lead back to 12-11. But I don't know, if I was a betting man, it'd be overtime on the horizon.
It's kind of looking that way, Jesse. I'll give you that. I do wonder, though, because it is still technically a timeout. Does this buff ISU further, or is it because Belmont is the one that specifically wants to make a plan change this time that it will change? Will it have the same effect? That's what I want to know.
I have a feeling Belmont are trying to cook something up here.
Yeah.
We were talking with them earlier. They have a lot of strategies ready to go. It's just the big question is which one is the right one for this situation. We'll get to see here in just a moment what the game plan is. Early on, Illinois State looking over towards Seaside. This is something they have not pushed a full 5 over here in a hot minute. It's usually at least been 1 or 2 towards garage, maybe 1 teetering by mid just to create a little bit of noise. But this is just all C. And there's 3 members from Belmont for a set play that's not going to get anything because there's just Jack Squad over there.
No, I think we're going to see the first fast push in a while, but in fact, the opposite. Look at that. 3 players from Belmont rotating up through A right now. So ISU, I think if they're going to make this work, you need to go right now. And I think the smoke's going to make that incredibly clear with the scans. Both Intellectual and ZJ quick to clear off of the objective. Zank goes forwards, identifies that there's nobody in the location. Are they aware of the 3 lurking behind?
Not yet. It looks like the Neon will rotate more towards garage. The other 2 still trying to push in the back end. They have been found. Pomo has called it out, but I don't know if they know 1 or 2 is there. ZJ backside is caught early. Well, Intellectual, that didn't work.
You knew Pomo was there, but it still goes completely against him. Couldn't get out of the animation in time, and is jockey with it off. You know what's about to happen in this kill feed, and it is utter devastation for Belmont. Talked about the timeout buff. I gotta say, this still seems like a Redbirds thing with the way the strategies have been going. They're up to match point.
Yeah, ISU just continue to take advantage of these timeouts, even when they're not even their timeouts. They're continuing to get work done. Now, just need 1 more round to take away the map pick of Belmont of Haven. Don't need just something here. Anything to send it into overtime. Scrappy buys here.
You want to
3
play?
heavy
Let's
shields, a
play.
mix of shotguns, and unideal ARs. But let's see if Belmont can pull anything off.
Yeah, and that's kind of the part. I think that's why you pull the timeout there. You know that the last real round, they're going to have a chance to win. It almost seems that may have slipped through their fingers. And while you're not favored, it ain't over until it's over. Kevster and ZJ both camping this corner. Pomo does have the drone to scout them out. Knows the Neon is there. Forces Kevster to step on back. Pops the cage. Illinois State just going to continue hovering.
Not wanting to commit anything yet. Trying to see what Illinois State is hoping to do. Spike starts moving the way towards A site. There's still 2 members here for Belmont, but nothing super confirmed yet, at least. Intellectual just kind of holding there with Ant-Man, trying to see if this push is legit or if they need to call some backup. It looks like it's going to be a no. The Phoenix walks up, kind of touches the orb, backs up, but that draws the rotation all the way, and C-Site is completely free. Eventually, you see Kevster maybe realizing this, will start heading back.
Hunter's Fury is out. They know that something is up for sure now. Illinois State bum rushing down this mid. Knowing Kepster only has a shotgun. It will work out, but no way! ZJ on the flank through the garage, grabs 2. Someone IRL so snappy on this approach. It's gonna come down to the wire. 9 seconds, the plan still has to happen. A start within the next 3, but you're not gonna have time. Has to go for the kill, but no! The clutch up is there on what was almost a thrifty round. Shotgun plus a bulldog to close it out. And Jesse, we are officially in overtime for game number 1.
Who would have thought?
That's crazy.
An overtime game between these 2 teams? No. As Ant-Man, who hasn't had the greatest series so far, right? Bottom of the standings right now at 9-20-7. But when Belmont needed him most, clutches up and sends us into overtime. It will be Illinois State starting on the defense first. Belmont, despite just kind of sitting outside of B entry, not really committing yet. We'll hope to find a kill. Looks like on A long before any decision is made.
Well, the good news for Belmont is that with these overtime rounds, not only is it win by 2, but you also don't have to worry about pistol rounds. You head right into these full buys, everyone at equal strength, even an Odin on board for Kevster. Something that we'll see quite commonly, especially if you're going to pressure towards this B side. Spike still on the ground for now as the Bruins deliberate where to set up. If you remember anything from the Illinois State attack, it was Jockey, a one-man army on the C side and partially for Garage, and it forced the Bruins to filter towards the other parts of the map, and it seems that's what they're leaning to do for now.
Belmont playing this extremely slow. Just wanting to see if Illinois State get a little bit antsy. Eventually, they'll find one, but the push out.
Yeah, and you could tell Kale was getting ready to line it up, but jumped the gun on the flick. So be Intellectual clearing the way now for the Bruins on the objective. But it is still 3-on-3. The spike nowhere near A site, believe it or not. It is, who has it right now? The Neon for Belmont.
He gets caught?
They caught him. That is worst case scenario for Belmont. I think they had too much time. They had it all the way on B. By the time you jumped A, well, you're out of opportunities. Illinois State, they had a small window to strike. As soon as they saw the spike was down, they had to go for it because Red picked it up. You're going to realize pretty soon where this Astra is. And it's with his back to Jockey. One more for ISU, and Haven is theirs.
Just needs another round. Side swap back over. Let's see if ISU can finish off. Both times these teams have went to overtime before. It has been a 14-12. We have yet to go, 13-13, 14-14, and onwards. It has been, whenever overtime starts, team who wins round 25 ends up winning round 26 and takes the whole thing. So let's see if Illinois State can continue that trend. Spike just thrown in attacker spawn, not committing to anything quite yet, but already some noise over by C. Orb is grabbed. Zinc wanting another run it back.
This is a Belmont University map pick, though, and that's the thing you have to remember about this side. You do not want to be losing on the things that you are setting up, your best areas. And for the sake of the Bruins, either making this go to an additional 2 rounds or even winning this one out at a minimum, I think would be an ideal scenario. But for Illinois State, it was I don't even want to say a full fumble from Belmont with how well Illinois State played on that last retake with the windows. They kind of fell through for the Bruins, but it seems ISU made the decision. They're going to move towards A site, or at least bait some of the utility. That spike still in spawn near B.
Belmont hasn't fallen for it yet. Nobody has moved off A. And eventually the rotate will start back over this direction. Ant-Man will have some guests here very soon.
Ant-Man on the short corner. Intellectual will join him eventually. The amount of smokes will be difficult. Remember, check what the corners is. With beautiful flick, gets Kale. Someone IRL follows suit. It's good enough out of your duelist to have them get a couple as Kepster melts them from above alongside ZJ. Jesse, unless we see a miracle here from Zinc, I'm sensing more rounds in our future. The Odin will do it out of red as we'll continue onwards in Haven.
So the curse is broken, at least on that regard. We will reach past round 26, and we go again. And it seems like the defending teams have had just a lock so far on this map. And yes, it's been a little bit back and forth, but in overtime so far. Each team holding it down. And, well, hey, that is a sick emote from Zhang, I will say. Shout out VCT. But let's see here what Illinois State want to change up on their defense. Probably not a whole lot. This is a very aggressive A-look, and the rotate under is immediate.
Oh, and the judge, though, from Kevster. Seeing that get value is a bit of a kind of feeling for this team, but Belmont, they're going to break their way onto A site with perhaps too much speed for Kevster. Pomo plays the patient game, actually gets a second out of that engagement, which is quite shocking. 2v1 now. If only this rotation from Choki, who, again, on the non-C side of the map, have not seen a ton of light from. We'll see if he can break that curse. Spotted the barrel of Ant-Man off the course. Looks for Zedje. He will get him now. So Belmont University this time, the ones up on that match point.
Switching
Can
sides.
Illinois State
Match point.
find another round here to bring us to round 29? Already the longest game of this tournament so far. Let's see if we can go even longer here during the last grand final of MVC Championship Sunday. Belmont initially just, again, very similar spread to what they have had so far. You got Red and Ant-Man chilling over on A. Everybody else on C with some trips over on B just for a little bit of recon. But it'll be another very slow push for Illinois State, teasing maybe a look over by Garage.
Illinois State couldn't quite pull together this tack last time around. So I'm going to make that trip over to B. Knowing there's not much presence, I think it's more of a common thing seeing a 3-2 split on this Haven map, just because B, obviously in the middle, easier for either side to get to if there is presence. But it will mean that the Redbirds, while they'll put themselves in a pinch, they will guarantee this spike is planted, all 5 members rotating to be long.
Yeah, they realized 3 on C, 2 on A. There is nobody even looking in the direction of B, and now everybody jumps off site. It's going to be a push out of Garage.
3 players ready to book it, and Zedje calls Zang's bluff. It's 2 there, but the response instant out of the Redbirds. Pomo, again, bit of a rough start to this game, but has been lighting it up in overtime. Love to continue to do so if ISU want to keep this round alive. Red is near the spike, but just tapping in and out. Seeing if he can get anybody, but you're going to run out of time for this. It's just up to Pomo now. 2v1. Gets the one ass to stick on the spike! And ISU got to clutch it out. Pomo, a 4K for him. As we are going to continue onwards.
We just keep on going here in map number 1. Round 29 and 30. Now a guarantee. These teams, none of them want to give up on this one. And all of a sudden, at the end of the first half, Pomo was kind of near the bottom of the scoreboard. 26, 18, and 7 now is now top of the leaderboard. What a turnaround here for the Silva of Illinois State. And one of the big reasons why this series is even going.
He had a bit of time to get warmed up. He was at the bottom of the leading board from the first half. One insane turnaround considering, especially the performances of some of his teammates throughout today. Where I think Belmont a little bit more consistent in that regard. Zedje being a main leader on this Cypher.
Spike planted.
So looking to make this a closer game. Spike is down right now for Belmont University on this A side as ISU. All pushing either through Heaven or through that main defender hallway. That's going to be difficult. Look at all the angles that Belmont have at their disposal. Pomo and someone making something happen. On this first side, they have the ability to take the 2v1s here, but it's Ant-Man that somehow wins out both of them, and Belmont will prevail.
The Sova is cleaning it up here in these last few rounds
Yeah.
for both these teams. I will say, as a Sova main myself, it feels good. I'm usually, though, closer to where Ant-Man is right now rather than to where Pomo is in these leaderboards. But no, very clean round for Belmont. Actually, a way quicker pace than they usually have played a lot of these attack rounds. Just committed to a site right away. Illinois State are used to them kind of poking and prodding and trying to drag out some util. So a very nice change of pace. It'll be 3 members on B, not wanting to allow that kind of situation to happen again. But it also leaves C completely open, other than a little bit of a watch coming in from Garage from CJ.
Yeah, SJ will be able to. Oh, I just have to. You'll have the information whether you're actually going
Well, now they
to
won't.
get a kill after that. Okay, well, you don't have any trips or ZJ anymore. That's a problem for the Bruins, but at least you know where the Redbirds are pushing at a bare minimum. Has this wall for Kale to wash on in, but Red has been loving this Odin throughout all of these rounds and started melting through HP bars. If you happen to sit there for just too long, I don't know if they know Kepster's in the back sight. No, Boba whipped around, but didn't see the neon in time. It's a 1v1 now for the map jockey. Has a spike and calls it. As we will have ISU this time in the driver's seat. Will they actually end it here? Not quite. We keep going because Haven will never end. I think we're gonna be here all night. That's my conclusion of today.
The map marches on. It just will not end here as everybody behind us that's reacting to the last round. Little do they know, the chaos continues past round 29. We're now in round 31 here, and we've played basically an extra half of Valorant. And yeah, I don't think we're going to be ending anytime soon.
Gotta go. Now, if this is how these two teams are going to manage to battle it out, well, buckle in, get your popcorn, people, if you haven't already. Well, okay, wait till after this game ends. Get your popcorn. Then you're really, really going to want it. We'll have a bit of a break then. But ISU, though, do the classic, stick jockey on C site. Hey, this is your territory. Mark it. He's like, bet. Goodbye, ZJ. That big opening fragger for Belmont. Out of the equation, although, as you said, it's kind of been the overtime of Sova players for a lot of these clutches from both ISU's captain in Pomo and on the other side for Ant-Man. It's Belmont, now without that Cypher, seem a little lost as to what to do next.
This is more of a return to that slower style that Belmont want. They obviously don't have those trips to catch any of these rotates, so maybe a little bit of extra attention on the flank. But in reality, nobody is there. Spike slowly making its way over to A. There is just Zank here up on the high ground. A few players just playing right outside of A.
30
knowing that
seconds
the push could be coming in any moment now, and it looks like that will be the commitment, even though still, you see A-Mid still trying maybe to catch the rotate over from C to A, playing way over towards B main.
Will eventually be the A commit though. For Belmont, Zank is ready, has that flash in hand, ready to chuck the curveball, goes for the flash, and it doesn't hit Kepster, but he'll still finish off the kill, but not before the spike goes down. Red, Odin, those two things starting to mean the same thing in these latter rounds. Let's look at this angle that they have set up between the two of them. Kill can focus on one and clear the way for Illinois State to get in. Pomo now teaming up with Jockey. See what they can do against Ant-Man. Clutched these out before, but at this time it is Pomo for Illinois State to clear it out. It'll be Illinois State on match point again.
But will it actually be the last round? I don't know. As I have a direct look at Belmont's coach, head in hands. It's just been that kind of game for the coaching staff. I bet Illinois State has had a very similar expression during much of this series. But here we go. Can Illinois State get over the line here in one of the longest games we've had in MVC Valorant history? But here we go. Spike and everything towards C. Immediate flash over. ZJ wanting a peek, but only getting some damage through.
ISU love themselves some C sites. This rotation has been called. Normally Belmont like to wait for the Redbirds to call their bluff, but this time, a little bit of movement on the defensive side. But once things start to quiet down, we'll see the retreats back over, at least from Red on the Astra, to rejoin his teammate on A, as the spike seems to be headed that direction anyways for the Strauss. I can only imagine how stressful this is for these two teams, how delayed into the game. We haven't had a solid break for them to kind of let these nerves settle.
Yeah, the adrenaline must be on cloud 9 right now. And that is a great little jump peak, but it's actually a little bit bait because 3 members, including the spike carrier, is here on A, and that is now being common. There is still 3 members here, though, for Belmont. They are ready for this push whenever Illinois State actually commit. Here we go.
There's Dank going in around the corner, but instantly silenced with Ant-Man. Nobody catches the Odin either. This is the setup that Belmont have had over and over. Those pinches out the corner, but it's getting bloody. Lays it down to just Jockey, the 1v1 for Intellectual. And this one, game on the line. And they're peeking at ISU. If Jockey can clutch this up, this game, it's series over, but no! Intellectual snags the 1v1. And I'm seeing head over heads now for a coach, but in a much different way this time.
Different way. This game just never ends. We are now on round 33 here. And this is, guys, this is map 1. This is map 1. This is a map 2. This is a map 3 of this series. Thank God we didn't do a best of 5. That was almost happening today. We would be here until midnight if this was a best of 5. But these teams just have no quit in them whatsoever. Back and forth we go as the rounds continue. Nobody wanting to give an edge. And now let's see. Can Belmont capitalize again here on the attack? Last overtime round for them on the attack. Illinois State shut it down. Let's see everybody pushing towards A again with 2 going in through sewers.
Yes, we have a fast approach from Belmont. They are not wasting any time. Any shenanigans on this. They want to go in guns a-blazing. Tested the Redbirds are ready for the hands check. But that's the spike down. Zank will get the carry on the kill. And what a round. You blink and you miss it. That's a new record. And Illinois State, I think they're happy. Belmont perhaps a little too jumpy on their approach.
Just not crossing all the way over to check back box. And the Phoenix takes full advantage of that. But then the question remains. Will they finish the job? That has not been the case.
We need to stop saying that.
I know. I'm going to keep saying it until actually a team does it, though. Because that's just been the game today has been. Even when it was Belmont winning these first rounds of OT, Illinois State has the answer. Now it's been Illinois State these last 2 sub-rounds, winning the first, not able to capitalize on the attack. Let's see what they're doing differently this time. 1 through sewer, 3 through A main. It is only 1 here right now, and that is Kevster to try and lock it down. Actually, I just saw it now. I'm blind. I'm blind. And A-Man is on A as well, but now the spike slowly rotating out, joining over towards B-main to make sure no flank has been there. But this time there is. But Belmont has at least fixed one mistake. They have somebody on B.
That is better. We also haven't seen a garage push in a while.
No.
It's been like either hard commit A or hard commit C, and in the middle of the map might as well not exist. But this time, we're going to get a little bit of action on that end, and Intellectual is hoping to be ready for it. Zig can't turn around there in smoke. Oh, someone was lined up right behind him. He gets the second bullet to the head. That's a 2 with 0 answer. Illinois State, it could have been their chance, but it's diminishing. ZJ has this set up with the camera, knows where the rotation is happening. It will stop the plant. It seems like they took it off for a second, but Pomo eventually will land it down. 3v4 now for the Redbirds.
Joking to get a big pick, though, at least brings us to a 3v4. But you can see Kale, only 44 HP, no armor to work with here, but already a trade.
More trades coming in. It's still 2v2, so Illinois State have evened the player advantage. Jockey stuck in the main. You don't want to mess with the guy. In long range, Tour de Force is up, has sightline of the spike. It's 1 shot. That will end it all! And Jockey will put an end to what has been the longest singular game of MVC this season. Illinois State will take it.
18-16, and eventually Illinois State's able to break on through, but what a map 1 that was. Neither team giving up on that one, and it's going to be that's a heartbreaker for Belmont, but they have to find a way to reset and go into this next map, because yes, it was their map pick. They do lose it. So what? You have to go into this next map feeling good about yourself still, because you cannot let this series slip away like you did map 2 of the last series, to where they had won that map 1 in a great game. Illinois State crushed them on map 2. They cannot let that happen if they want to stay alive.
As again, this is their map pick that you did lose on, so you will be going to the turf of ISU. They could be good on that map, but you have to think the Redbirds will choose that for a reason, and I think a much-needed breather will be coming in after this game number 1. We're going to give our players some time to re-strategize, regroup before we head into Game 2 after what is already proving to be an electric Valorant Grand Finals here at Illinois State University. So we'll be right back with the last title of the day.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it.
Careful!
Oh, God. No, come on, just reach. Just grab my hand.
I can't hold it. Grab my hand!
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is... Oh! What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. No, just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it. Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, it's no worries. I got it.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it.
Careful!
Oh, God. No, come on, just reach. Just grab my hand.
Grab my hand!
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is... Oh! What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. No, just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing. It's on the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Yeah. Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it.
Careful!
Oh, God. No, come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand.
I can't hold it. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is... Oh! What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Missouri Valley Conference Esports Championships here at Illinois State University. What a banger for map number 1 of this series. Illinois State 18-16 over Belmont on the Bruins map pick. Now we get to go over to the Redbirds pick next of Pearl. Not a map they played earlier today, so kind of TBD on what's going to be played, how these teams are going to perform. But we saw the faces of a lot of players walking out once we hit break. Just kind of drained. Even the ISU players like, man, that was a lot. So I'm curious how these players are going to recover after a super long map like that.
Yeah, 34 rounds in, and that was just game number 1. And mind you, we've started competition since 9 a.m. this morning for our Valorant teams. In fact, that was the match at 9 a.m. this morning. Were these two teams hitting this one off. And at Pearl being Illinois State's map pick, I think that's a feel good. You look at the history of their map picks, it's, I mean, to be fair, one that they are confidently going to win, but I think it allows them to play to this range more. We saw this from Yoki in particular. We apologize. We're pronouncing that wrong. For the first game, we'll be there. Yoki, chamber player for Illinois State. Pearl is the range map, especially on B, and with one less site to be able to push on. I think that's something we will see the Redbirds lean into. It is match point. Reminder, with this being a best of 3 and a potential not only back-to-back championship for this Valorant team, but also an entire sweep of the Missouri Valley Conference for Illinois State.
Yeah, the hosts want 4 for 4 here at this event. Ignore the score on the top of your screen. That is flipped. It's actually 1-0 Illinois State, not Belmont. But here we go. Still double. You can see double here. I think that's initiator here for Illinois State. So let's see. And it's from Belmont, sorry. With the fade going in. So let's see how this is going to run out here. As it'll be Illinois State first on the defense.
Yeah, a couple of change-ups, even in the roles. Like we're seeing Kale, who's on this Neon, over to the Fade. Same with Intellectual. So a lot of these duelists shuffling. The one that I think I'm really excited about is ZJ, who was on this Cypher before. We talked about potential he had just to now be ending up on this jet, which will make him even more of a threat on the latter part. Hey, that rhymed.
Wow.
Sorry, I had
This
to
is
say that.
guys. This is what well, we're probably nearing
Marked one.
Oh, we're in
16,
the weeds at this
18
point.
hours of broadcast this weekend. The brain's a little done. Kale can already heal, and he hears some movement, and just has to.
Yeah, Kale taking a couple of shots on the way out, but will live, and I think we're
great
pretty
combo.
okay with that. Yeah, here we go. Palma reaching over to the Teo of all the agents to give this a start. Waylay, of course, one of those other ones, but didn't get much of a glimpse. Belmont will find themselves in this middle section. Illinois State did opt to attack, or excuse me, defend on every single map, I believe,
Yeah.
throughout the course of the day today. So at least that makes it simple to remember.
Yeah, and ZJ just gets caught out early, gets caught with the C's from the fade, and then the rocket sent in from the Teo of Illinois State for that elimination. You can see Yoki just holding it down, trying to see if anybody's coming this way, finds one shot, finds two, and then is able to escape.
Yeah, and you get these health bars chunked low on pistol rounds. This is kind of the ISU thing. Won both that and the bonuses every single time, and Yoki, a huge leader in that, the headhunter for Chamber. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Either putting in the chip damage or coming up with the elims as we are finding ourselves in 18 seconds left to go in this round for Belmont to make a move, and Red, no health in the tank. Be able to move further forwards. It'll be a 3K, finish that one off for Yoki as well.
Yeah, Yoki just pick it up exactly where he left off in that last series. I think it was, what, second to top frag?
Yeah.
In that map, now hoping to keep it going here on Pearl. This is a map that I think a lot of teams have figured out. I will say, it's one of my favorite maps to play.
Yeah.
Granted, my lobbies are nowhere even remotely close to these players, to be fair. But no, this has been a very cool map to see how teams have really, over time, changed up the strategies. There was a lot of Gecko for a while. That's kind of shifted away with some nerfs that have come in. So early util over here by A, but then nothing to really follow up. Just slowly rotating through mid, but this time rotating towards the B site.
Yeah, not wasting any time on this spot. Pearl's just one of those maps you're not going to have much presence in that general area anyways, especially in these earlier rounds. You like to have the focus in this open area if the weapons are absolutely in your favor. For Illinois State, gotta say it's looking that way. We talked about how Yoki, such a threat when it comes to any sort of sniper rifle he can get his hands on, and no different here on the Marshall.
Yeah, even though it's a little bit trickier to get that one tap, still an excellent weapon for the Chamber. And now slowly through mid, is making their way back through. ZJ actually never really left mid, never went over to B, so gets early positioning on A. Everybody from Illinois State playing offsite. More just wanting to see where this plane actually goes, knowing that they have the gun advantage and the retake with it.
30 seconds
Belmont
left.
have A site almost entirely to themselves. It's just a matter of when do they decide to plant the spike, which Red will pull the trigger on that, and they're pretty close to this defender spawns. Pomo walking right into that trap, barely has any health alive. I don't know how he's still on his feet, but it is still a bonus round after all. He can throw in the utility at any point to secure this one out, and it will be a clean round for ISU as they will once again begin up 2-0.
What's with the pistols, man? Belmont just cannot win pistol.
Maybe it's like some sort of drill. I mean, we're not like Valorant experts by any like in terms of how teams practice. Maybe that's kind of the thing. You practice pistols, so instead of doing that, Illinois State, they are down there. You're saying you can only spend 800 credits max. Have fun.
Go.
Yep.
Yeah, this has been a fun one. Yeah, for whatever reason, Belmont just
One
came
death.
with the pistol 0 and 3. Yeah, only the one so far, and that was Zank. I think that was very early in the first round. So let's see here. Now that the gun's starting to be a little more equitable for Belmont, let's see what they can answer as they were just completely pushing towards B.
Yeah, look at this 1-3-1 on this. They are leaving just this chamber to defend this B site. That is how much confidence there is in Yoki, and maybe too much at that point. Was 4-0, and now 4-1, thanks to Kevster there. Quite ready for that fast push. But a good tap from someone with the rage on Spectre, mind you. Will be Red. The spike on down here. It's not a fantastic pole plant setup for Belmont, but it's enough to force an awkward situation out of Illinois State. Walking one after another, and it's a tether too onto Kale. They know exactly where it is. You can't hide from this one. Red will eventually hunt you down.
Team Ace for Belmont to start getting the train moving here on Pearl. I was needing this map for their life in this tournament, and also a bid, I believe, to see ECC May Madness on the line here for both their teams. That tournament just in 3 weeks' time in Waco, Texas, which is crazy to even think about that. We have a little bit of a tech pause going on, so we're going to jump back here in the booth with you guys. But yeah, this has been a little bit back and forth. Yes, it is kind of just funny how Illinois State, pistols galore. Like, winning the other 3 games wasn't enough at this tournament. We're going to win all the pistols. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
And now we got to see where Belmont, this is kind of where they started their comeback and built their lead in the last map. They got to a 7-3 advantage, fell to a 7-5 at half. Eventually, Illinois State chipped it away to get a 7-5 half of their own. Let's see here if Belmont can have a very similar trend.
Yeah. And it was really funny because it occurred in both where Pistol ISU, Belmont running away with it. ISU, hey,
run to end.
Let's time out here, take a T, and then they just finish out whatever round it is. And then you talk about overtime, which that's a whole different beast because that was back and forth. That's the only way overtime keeps going. So
it was. We were talking with production during the break, and all of us were just like, "What just happened? Like, what was that game?" Because one of the most wild overtimes I've seen in a while. Clutches left and right. You know, the 1v2 on B almost went through for Belmont, but then Illinois State had some great plays as well to save it, continued the overtime, and now we get to keep it going here on Pearl. We'll get to see here, hopefully soon, this tech pause isn't going to be going on for too long, and we can get back into the action for you guys. But it has been Illinois State taking a lot more of the pacing. They seem to be very happy with, if they're on site, cool, whatever, we can wait a bit. And as long as we have most of our team to push back into sight, that's completely fine by us.
Yeah, that's a very common occurrence. Belmont are so good at getting this spike down. Like, I guess it's over 75% of the time, honestly, with how much they've managed to do it. It's put Illinois State in a lot of recovery situations, which are really difficult, I think, for this team to manage. And that's that middle chunk we were talking about if Belmont start to snowball away from things. We'll see how those adjustments are made as it is an operator in the hands of Yoki. Since their gets caps the most stunned up and grabs a third onto Red. What a play from the Sentinel player of the Redbirds. Gonna look for another one. It's Nexual will eventually shut him down, but he's done more than enough and deserves to take a rest.
2v3, make that a 2v2, Molly. Don't be jinxing us.
I didn't jinx anything.
Don't be jinxing this now. Belmont turn this 2v5 into a 2v2. We'll plant outside of default to avoid. Well, never mind. Going to still get hit with the strike. 6 HP for Intellectual. Just breathe on him and he falls.
Yeah, still technically a second player, but a wisp of one at that. ZJ, those are odds you like significantly better, unless you are Kale with Phantom going down mid. That time I'll take the Caster Curse. But it will be clutched out. I think a lot scrappier than Illinois State expected with the start that Yoki had, but it does prove that they will not be run over again after that pistol.
Yeah, just the clutch up there at first. Like, man, Yoki, 3K, that last shot with the stun, disgusting. I'm like, okay, like you said, this is probably going to be an ISU, and then all of a sudden, 2v5, 2v4, 2v3, 2v2, brings it to a 2v1, but Kale clutches it up here for Illinois State, brings it to a 3-1. It keeps the economy in a great spot for the Redbirds as well.
Yeah, you're very happy about this. Belmont had finally gotten that one buy round up, and just for it to go down, you do lose the operator if you are Yoki, but Tour de Force is online for him. Again, solo locking down this B site. Look at that. Belmont want absolutely nothing to do with him.
No, especially with the Tour de Force activated. Yeah, I would bet Runaway too. Considering the way Yoki is hitting shots right now, not the player I would want. That's why single holding B, 3 here over by A, and it will be found out very soon here. That's 1 or 2 players holding it down near mid, just trying to see if that's going to have anything. Red hasn't found anything yet, and they'll find out soon. All 5 members are here at main.
Yeah, it was almost a premature rotate from Pomo on Illinois State. So there's one less player here than originally. That's exactly what Belmont wanted to happen. It frees ZJ up to get the pick, but Pomo, I believe, canceled the spike plant that Red has typically been responsible for. Will eventually get it, but now Pomo, even more information, has the ultimate. Gonna clear the space for the Redbirds to make a swift reapproach. Intellectual, they have nowhere to run except straight into the captain's crosshairs as he'll take him down one by one. 4K for Pomo here in round number 5. Redbirds starting to run away with it.
Yeah, Pomo, what a disgusting 4K. To have, just that little bit of knowledge of, hey, there is at least one person here, gets the Neon with the scan, just ult immediately. Hey, even if it is just the Neon, you find one, you take the man advantage into the rest of the fight. Pushes out several members, though, of Belmont, and it's a skirmish with a complete advantage over to Illinois State. And a great fight plan there from the Redbirds. And now Belmont, they cannot let what happened last time during map 2 happen this time around. It kind of got away from them, weren't able to clean it up and catch up in time. Let's see here what they're doing.
Get out of my way. It'll be a fast approach through A, actually, for Illinois State. They're going to move up, take that spot. Does have the shorty to work with. ZJ has the knives out, but only one remaining. Unless that finds ahead of Yoki, which it will not. He's going to barely manage to hang on to life, and it's not exactly where you want your duelists to be at this point in the map, but it does buy the space for Red to get the plant. It feels like Illinois State, as much of a threat Yoki is, they still have options to get denied this space. It's a great wall. Stop the Fade ult on the point and going in. No eyes, no ears. Thrifty for Belmont.
They just hold down. Fade ultimate, not a care in the world. They know as soon as that wall goes down, doesn't matter about hearing, as long as they can see what is coming at them, they'll be able to fire back. What a great answer for an eco round and the Thrifty for Belmont, and that's exactly the type of response they need to know. The economy not in a perfect spot for Illinois State. Theoretically could force a small buy out of this, but electing just to save, setting it up potentially for a Belmont 4-3 scoreline. But let's see, we've seen plenty of Thrifties today already. Let's see if Illinois State can pull another one.
That's our second that we just witnessed there. It's Belmont. I think it is the right decision, honestly, to go B. If you have this amount of smokes, you have the Neon lane to work with. It's only this chamber in Yoki, which, yes, he can at the shots, but if he can't see anything, it just doesn't matter. So it's a very quick plant now for the second round in a row as Belmont seem to have figured some stuff out.
A little bit of util, backside, just trying to clear it out. Zank able to jump on in, finds one, nice little tap before trade up by ZJ, played deep, but able to find two. Let's see what else they can do. Holding it down to that back corner, all of a sudden 2v2, and now some guns return to ISU.
A couple more there. Don't really have the vision to work off of. Lockdown for Ant-Man, though. That will seal it. You have the choice to either move up or walk towards the spike. With how low health Kale had, that grenade swarm going to do just the amount of damage needed. So Belmont shortening this lead just slightly, as it seemed that the Redbirds were finding their groove.
Stopping the Redbirds in their tracks. Pomo continuing to be one of the stars here for Illinois State. Them and Yoki at 7. Also Ant-Man and ZJ at 7. For a very quiet round, kind of uncharacteristically for Kevster. 1-6-2.
Wow.
He was kind of one of the big members here for Belmont to get the ball rolling, to get that energy up. The Bruins will be looking for a very similar response here, as Zank is the one now holding it down here close on B-Long.
Ended up using that recall rather early and took 50-50 chance where that haunt was, guessed incorrectly, but the information seems to be enough to fear. Look at the presence of ISU players now towards that B side of the map. Figured out what Belmont knew what their setup was, knew that you couldn't keep it the same forever. So new options will be explored. All 5 members of the Bruins now over to the A site. The drone scouts out towards main. Don't be anyone there, but they will now realize A site very much populated by the Bruins squad. Red.
Kevster backside, able to find one before the trade comes through. Who else but Pomo? Still a 4v3, and now everybody's stuck in the corner, but he'll get punished.
No way! Wait, oh, not enough to
Pomo!
stop their tracks. It's instead hero cape of the day. Come up with 3, and that is yet another round going up for ISU. Gotta say, it's a little dicey, but Jesse, I think this is just the game of Pomo we're watching.
Yeah, Pomo has woken up. If you would have showed me the scoreboard from the first half of Haven, and then showed me from second half OT, and then so far this map, it's a completely different game for Pomo. Really starting to line it up. Another Armageddon ready to go for whatever site Belmont decide to push. Right now, it's looking more towards B, and who else? It's going to be Yoki again, chilling here alone with the operator in hand, but not playing as far up as he has during some of these previous rounds.
Yeah, it's like these learned patterns. That's a lot of what Valorant is. You keep running a strat until your opponent figures out how to break it, because eventually they'll start to piece things together, and the operator here will help open the door. Teleport force out of Yoki. They're just saying forfeited, but Kempster face takes the operator shot point blank. It'll be just a 1-for-1. Spike will still go down, but at least you still have an idea where the spike is, how you can get pushed back in with enough players.
I think this tail wall is going to be used quick as soon as they realize everybody's retreating.
There's Hanks here.
Back main, Zay not able to capitalize on the flank, and now leaves up to his 3 teammates to push in through mid.
Yeah, he had the golden opportunity there, I think, on the flank, but overstepped a bit too early before the rest of his team was in a position to follow up and get some preferred value. There is that Armageddon that you were talking about. Will clear the path for this ISU squad, but it's still scrappy. Health bars might be low, but that doesn't mean Intellectual can't aim at all. It'll be Belmont bringing it back.
Yeah, even though the Armageddon, everybody just plays enough back. Yes, you kind of sacrifice ZJ during the moment, but still enough. And here is the infamous Illinois State timeout. Can they have a similar response to what they've had the last 2 timeouts in this series? This would be the perfect time to do it. If they capitalize on these last few rounds, it could be an 8-4 half for the Redbirds with only 5 to go until a championship. But Belmont, it's been a little bit spotty, a lot of close rounds, starting to pick up the pieces once again to make a run.
And this is also where, as you said, with the ISU timeouts, where they've managed to just, every time they've had a timeout, I think it's been at least 3 consecutive round wins. Or
at least 2 to 3, yeah.
2 to 3. Somewhere in that ballpark is the success they've managed to find, which in deficits, I'd say, oh, that's kind of sketchy. It's weird to say that it feels like they're out of control. It feels like that they're the ones that are losing, but they are the ones that have that score lead, and I think it is just because of how imbalanced that presence is with some of these players, like Pomo having an absolute blast here on this Tejo, and has helped drag these rounds back, even if they start to slip through their fingers midway. With that timeout coming to a conclusion now, beyond ISC, what strategy have they cooked up this time? See if they can throw the Bruin.
Yeah, let's see what the Redbirds have cooked up. Their coaching staff has been on fire today with some of these post-timeout strats. Let's see what they got. Right now, it's actually 3 on B. It's the most they've ever had on this site to start up a round, and they might have gambled correctly at least. Well, they did. Until now, everybody moves out almost immediately, and this gamble to put 3 over by B may not have worked out.
No, and it's all 5 players of the Bruins now getting their move on, and I think having that presence towards B is warranted, just with how much pressure Yoki has been under, despite the shots that he's been hitting. In a 1v5, there's only so much one guy can do. So making that switch up made sense at the time, and ISU have realized something is up. They'll leave Yoki to himself and let the rest of the chaos unfold on this point. You already used the Neon Lane, and a lot of Dash Stars being depleted as well. But just like that, Belmont could have pulled a switcheroo.
Yeah, a little bit of a switcheroo. Will get called out by Yoki, but sniped off of the top pedestal on B. And it will be a very early wall as well to separate the high ground. Oh, an easy plant on the site.
Yeah, Intellectual made that perfect. I think for Yoki, it's a little bit of kicking himself. There are 3 opportunities for the shot, and this wall is just perfect for Belmont. There is no safe way for Illinois State to break through. It's relying on pure aim mechanics, nothing else at this point. And The ball dissipates. Someone IRL
Player standing.
wants to start moving ahead, but you're still on a save round. Regardless of that fact, Illinois State, I think they knew going into this, after the timeout, this one would be kind of rough.
Makes 3.
Kale
Still waiting.
has made it more pain than it actually could have been for Belmont. You can see how these last two players are backing up. ZJ and Red will have to stop him eventually. Is it with the vulnerable? Knows there isn't time to defuse. And only Belmont tying us up.
So the curse for the timeouts has been broken
Yeah.
from Belmont. Able to get one of those wins across, but that was also a little bit of an eco from Illinois State. So now we get a full buy round after the timeout. Let's see what Illinois State can do. Only 2 more rounds left in this half, and the biggest lead either of these teams could have is going to be at 2. Operator back online here for Yoki. It just seems like he's rotating between that and the tour de force really well. Again, single-handedly locking down B-side most of the time.
I'm out of here.
That's not the case right now. Actually, over on A, to kind of peek A long, a little bit of an unconventional angle, but might get caught out here very soon by the Killjoy.
We talk about the element of surprise and how important that is in a game like Valorant. You have to keep your strategies diverse. If you run the same thing, well, eventually your opponent will figure out an answer to it if they have a decent head on their shoulders, which both of these teams have proven that multiple times throughout this series, throughout this tournament. There'll be a bit of investigating going on, though. Heavier presence towards B, but because the spike is mid with Red right now, it'll be up to him to confirm where this push is going. It seems that B is the final choice.
Just trying to bait out any sort of shot on A long, but is just not giving it to the chamber whatsoever. And B site will be open because of all that movement. Everybody thinks, hey, it's not on B. Nobody's here. Everybody from Illinois State slowly rotates back over. It will be a free site for the plant of the Redbirds, unless this is a very quick push in, but Zank gets punished.
Yeah, Zank also been having a bit of a rough game on this Waylay. Agent that finds more success on the attack for sure, but it's just been the story of ZJ on this Belmont University roster. And 5v2 now. This Belmont, I don't even know if it's worth pushing, and it seems that the Redbirds are just going to opt to chill this one out.
Yeah, considering they bought so much this round as well, they need to have some sort of heavy weaponry to go into the final round of the half. So it'll be 6-5. Belmont will gain their first lead of Pearl. Illinois State will have the chance to even us up going into halftime after this one. But yeah, don't blame Illinois State at all just for getting the heck out of Dodge. But the craziest thing is Belmont 3 ultimates already to work with going into this next one. The Lightning go in with the Fade ult as well, and the knives in your back pocket in case ZJ gets into a tricky situation. It's like, yes, you have also the Fade ult on the other side for ISU. Wall is up for someone IRL as well for that retake. But it's definitely a little bit tricky considering you got a Spectre, a Spectre, Sheriff, and Judge to work with rather than a bunch of rifles for Belmont.
And the nice part is you do get to keep the operator from the save round that Yoki decided to hold on to, not take a swing at round 11. But hey, is this an A push? Wow, I forgot what this site looks like.
They're going to rotate out anyway.
Yeah, they will. They're using the voice line of the Jet, trying to see if there's anyone there. Giving credit to Illinois State, nervous steal right now. With those fade ghouls, though, going on in. And all the util, lighten up the point. You're like, all right, they're here now. And there's nothing Pablo can do to just take this lightning that Kevster has unleashed. Spike down now for Belmont. And it could be the final round of the half and a great setup to work with.
This Astro Wall, though, on the retake could be critical. You can just put it on this main point. Kevster is going to hold it down, but is caught out by the Fade util as well.
Kevster bunkering down and praying for dear life, but that's the thing about Waylay. She'll just appear in front of you before you realize what is happening. Lockdown will buy more time for Belmont University. This spike about to go off soon, so if a move's gonna happen, it's gotta be now, and that's what CJ was waiting for. He'll come up with 2 for Belmont, and you gotta stick it now or never. Yoki try to clear this up, but it will not reload fast enough with the operators. Belmont once again finished
Switching
the
sides.
first half leading 7-5.
I've seen this before.
Ha!
Will it end the same? I think for the sanity of our voices, maybe not the full 18 to 16. But we have seen this before. Now let's see how Illinois State can do on their attack. And let's see if the pistol curse remains here for Belmont. Because it's been rough sailing for these pistol rounds. Illinois State looking to go towards A right now with only 2 members over there for Belmont. So it could catch them off guard relatively quick, depending on if they try and push through mid or if it's through A main.
But hey, don't worry about it. It's the pistol round, remember? This is Illinois State.
It's just an insta-win.
Exactly, it's an insta-win, right?
Right.
Yeah, they're 3 for 3 on these so far. You don't break the pattern. I love patterns. They make sense. But the Redbirds, I think that's also what they were hoping, that they too can continue to pull this off. We'll go over to the A site to investigate. Do you see the stars that are set up there for the Astra? But albeit those are defensive. In the case of Red, who hold on to this corner. Bit risky, knowing you need to be alive for longer. But the Ghost, nice headshot though from Kale. Shot to the shorty at that range would have been deadly. That's ISU. Keep the streak alive. Get the first plant.
Rotates coming quick for Belmont, but can't catch the corner peek. Zank finds 3 on the way, like just as we were saying. Maybe not the greatest map for him so far. It is a flawless pistol for Illinois State. 4 for 4 on the pistol. They just don't lose on the pistol rounds. And as long as they convert this next round, we are tied up once again at 7-7 after 14 rounds. But let's see what Belmont has to say about it.
I guess some patterns just aren't meant to break. Going on in these series, and the Redbirds, it gets it free 2 rounds every time. Cool, that's nice. And Belmont, they do definitely want to change that. Although you're kind of looking down the barrel of a loaded gun quite literally here. This will be the Fade Haunt thrown rather early. That's the clearest sound signal you could possibly give where this push is happening. Normally ISC would play these safer, but because of the weapons advantage that they have, they're fine. Pushing their advantage and going in rather fast.
It is a full A-hold right now. 3 from Belmont ready for this push. But Illinois State maybe getting some cold feet, realizing that a lot of resources have already been pivoted to this A site and will slowly make their way out. Yoki is still holding down B-Long, so they will know if anybody's trying to push a little bit too aggressive, not knowing that there is still a killjoy of Ant-Man sitting all the way back in Cubby.
I don't know. Yoki is definitely looking. I feel like he smelled something
Maybe got an
going on
idea
over
of the
there.
killjoy
He knows
is still
something's
here.
happening. You're not as sneaky as you would like to be if you are Ant-Man. But Yoki, that is some sound indicator. The turret will spot him. So at least if you are Ant-Man, you know something's up. Just don't know where he is. They have no idea that that back cubby is still contested, and I think KJ wants to keep that way. Pommel will secure the plant for ISU, but Ant-Man eventually will unleash the trap, get the 1. Here's that weapons advantage we were talking about.
Not a guarantee, though. 3v3, Red finds Kale in a very awkward spot, but there is the weapon advantage. We're talking about a 3K for Yoki, and we are all tied back up at 7 apiece. Man, this feels just like Haven, doesn't it?
Kind of does. And this is Yoki setting up. If you can get Yoki to be long, I think you're happy. Everything's
you're chilling.
peachy. And even if the push...
It's just like C-Long last map.
Exactly. Like, even if the push hasn't been... Like, ISU aren't going to be first, they're still setting up over there to post. Because at least you can deny a flank or force somebody else to kind of push up. Although they don't really want to be corralled. So we're at that tie game. 7-7 history is repeating itself.
You know, history doesn't it always repeats itself if you don't make the changes. And Belmont, I guess, didn't. The world has a funny way of reminding us of that sometimes. 7-5 into a 7-7. ISU winning both pistols. This is a cool spot from Red. With the Odin, who's waiting for any sort of foot step out, and the head goes bye-bye of the Waylay.
Red really is a thing for this Odin. I don't think we've
Yeah.
seen any other players lock it down on this
He's
weapon.
been watching NRG.
Yeah, like he knows what's up. He knows the tech, and it's working out. He has been like a little bit quieter in this game, but if you put Node into his hands, that will certainly start to change his a little bit of switcheroo. Like 2 ships passing in the night. I'm watching over in the attackers' spawns between CJ and Yoki, rotating to meet up with their teams. Missiles will force Red back, but there's so much pressure just from the sail to get this ISU space while these flanks are completed.
Gets into a decent spot though, and Kevstar is waiting for any sort of tap to go down.
30 seconds.
And they can at least peek out, but instead, it's ZJ on the flank.
CJ finds it. I don't think they know where
One
Red
enemy
is. Walking
remaining.
straight forwards with this Odin in hand. Cal, no health basically. 2 name, 1 bullet will be enough to do it. And if you're Belmont, I think you're okay with history starting to repeat itself
For
again.
now.
For now. Like this is the Belmont snowball time. We've entered that phase and a half.
Yeah, it'll be. I'll just throw a wild guess out there, just because it feels like this is what we're doing now. Belmont will get to 10-7.
Okay.
ISU will tie us up at 10,
Let's see now. Need that back.
and then we'll go into overtime again probably. But it'll be a 14-12. We'll go back to the Series 1 history, and not this series history. I'm not gonna say who wins that 14-12 because I'm not jinxing anybody. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm not doing it.
What was your thing? Is that 10-7 you're talking about? Is that because an ISU timeout happens that we get back to the 10-10? Are we
Yeah,
we're feeling
yeah,
the
let's say
ISU
it's
timeout?
at 10-7 is when that second ISU timeout's gonna come in, and then Belmont timeout at 10-10.
I mean, they might just do it. Just watch, but it might just flip on its head here, just to mess with you. That Fate has a funny way, or maybe Illinois State has a funny way of messing some stuff up. Kevster does have a judge, which, again, extremely silent compared to his heroics that he was pulling on the first map of Haven. See what he's able to do. On this angles, it seems the Redbirds are opting for more of a B site, and because only Ant-Man is there, he senses dangers, as I am not dealing with that right now. Let's get some backup, and we'll go for a retake instead.
Yeah, they cleared Cubby this time. They've
did.
learned their lesson from the last time the Killjoy did not get cleared back there. Instead, just rotating up into heaven. Spike does go down, and here we go.
Instant dash in with the judge, but it won't matter. Pomo will get Kevster from range. And again, just still struggling to get this Neon going to the same lengths that it did earlier to Belmont. You want that to come back, and Jesse, I fear there may be a jinx on the future. Said this would be a Belmont. This is the snowball that they want, but a 4v1 here. And it is intellectual. He has had some crazy clutches in the past. He could pull it off.
Not this time.
Not this time. Wow, you're just gonna outright say not. You've no
They're
faith in
running. Oh,
intellectual.
they're running away.
Okay, yeah, this time the spike. I can't hear the spike. It's really quiet. I was looking at the bright flashing light. Ooh, that's pretty. Oh yeah, that also means ISC win the round. Good point. Thank you.
Yeah,
My bad.
my jinx is inevitable.
It happens.
I chose to do it now, and not in a championship-winning context.
I mean, this is the grand finals.
I mean,
That's
like
the
last
point for
round.
Illinois
I mean,
State.
like last
Okay,
round.
Okay.
For those of you who just watch us, don't watch us in Overwatch, notorious over here for jinxes is me. So trying to not do that again here with a title on the line.
And making any sure statements is definitely
It's a
no-no.
dangerous gambit.
We are breaking through those patterns. I mean, Illinois State are keeping the trades even, but my goodness, are Belmont shocked by how quickly the Redbirds are dumping Util into this choke.
You just so much fade util right away. The Haunt won't get much, but it tells them that, hey, people are here, let's get after it.
And Kevster holding his ground in that back corner. The Armageddon buys the space, but you would think with all that util, yeah, maybe there's probably no one else back there, because that Kevster will at least get his one, and we're kind of falling victim to this. We love it when things go fast. It's kind of the Overwatch in us, but at the same time, anytime we've seen a team just kind of run it down, it's been scrappy at a minimum. But the spike has been placed. Yoki grabs Ant-Man as he'll close in from that last flank, and both these duelists on opposite sides of the objective. Kevster sliding in. It's a great start, but he won't have the finish as ISU will continue their streak. I'm out of here.
Just inching closer and closer and closer. It will be an eco round here for Belmont. And no real offensive ult other than the Neon for Kevster entering this round. 8-14 and 7. A very awkward round considering the star power that we know Kevster has in his arsenal. Just hasn't been the case here.
Chambers going down.
In map 2 of this series, there is one, it's kind of almost a half buy here. Still a Phantom bot from Belmont. Just no armor to go with it. Really banking on those shots lining up.
With big utility. Sniff this out, but Waylay ult instantaneous here from Zank to open up the field. Has the prime positioning, recalls out. That is Waylay 101 from ISU's duelist. Just talked about how messy these can be on going fast. That is a clear example of how it can work successfully.
And now already just kind of watching the flank. Nobody is there. 2v4 for Belmont. Weapon and disadvantage. At this point, you maybe just trying to find a rifle or two off the ground, or just try and pull this back in anyway. ZJ has found a Vandal, but they don't see anybody on Spike. They don't realize it.
Pommel's on point. Gotta check behind you. Pommel and Zank will finish that one off, which we do find ourselves in 10-8. Jesse, just in the opposite direction than you had originally predicted.
Is there a timeout?
Okay, all right. You know what? You nailed that.
I'm close. I'm just not the right team picking the timeout.
Or the
Or
lead.
the score. I was only one round off.
It was like, you had the timing. We'll give you that at the very least. I think for Belmont though, as they're heading into this round, it's going to be, by the looks of it, a force buy. Everyone should have a rifle.
Just
except
regen
for,
shields.
Yeah. Going ahead, but this is where you really got to get yourself back on the horse. If it goes much further than this to an 11th and, heaven forbid, a 12th round now, you're in a position where you cannot lose. Perfection is mandatory, and that is a terrible spot, especially mentally, for a team to have to be in.
Theoretically, if Illinois State win this round, 0 eco for Belmont going into the following. It would be 12-8. They would need 4 rounds consecutively just to force overtime, not to even win the map, just to force overtime to keep their season alive. Let's see what Belmont have. Maybe the most impactful round of this entire series so far. Let's see what Belmont have up their sleeves. They do got 3 ultimates, to work with as well. As the second time around, turret works out for him, man. And it may actually work out because 4 to 5 members here of Illinois State all pushing A main. Somebody may eventually rotate over towards mid. So that may actually work out.
I don't know. It's sort of force. I heard that dreaded sound inside of Illinois State is DJ twisting fade, but it is Zank that keeps the line. But that time it's Yoki, and you do not toy with that guy. An operator in the pocket, so 1 for 1 on the duelist. A typical expectation for that specific agent role.
ISU fans be like, if no one's got me, Yoki's got me. It's been ridiculous, his level of output today. Even the judge to kind of peek these corners, not afraid to get down and dirty, even though they have the Tour de France ready to go.
Yeah, despite kind of that early exchange that happened, things are really settled down now for Illinois State, because not only we talked about how important this is for Belmont, it's not like Illinois State don't know that. If you can pull out a round win here, Belmont's economy crumbles away. It cannot be recovered by a time it will be too late. So the Redbirds, if they can manage to play this patiently, keep themselves from making any massive mistakes,
30 seconds left.
It'll be the way to go, because they're on the attack. They need to be the ones to take the space.
Eventually we'll push back in. They did draw away at least one member. The Astra of Belmont has left the site. Pomo trying to get the plant on early. Neon ult just to try and fend away.
Guaranteed plant, lots of ults used to get onto the site, but ISU, that's 3 going their way. And all up to red now. Last hope for Belmont before things turn from an uphill battle to the climb of a mountain. That is where the Bruins will find themselves as ISU 1 step closer to victory.
2 more rounds for the Redbirds. And it looks like here for Belmont, they are going to force this round. They don't want to leave it up to 4 rounds consecutively. They want to try and at least chip it away to 11-9, even if then it goes to 12-9. Get at least one step closer. The economy for ISU is in a perfect spot right now. They could probably buy it for the rest of this round full rifles. It isn't that good of a spot. B long is the call out, and why not when you're playing like this?
And I believe I saw an operator too
Yes.
in the hands of Kevster on the backs. Whether they're expecting that on a save round will be debated. For now, it'll be the Astro Ball. Put on up, guarantees safe passage for the Redbirds to the objective. Pommel on the plant as Belmont. Last chance to start shining, and Ant-Man up to a great start. Actually comes up 2 on the Bulldog. Who needs weapons? If you can still land these shots, Pommel's down about 3 players instantly. Piles on top of him. This one still very much contested. CJ getting in there with the knives, grabs one before it goes down, but Kevster taking on the fuse. Anyone flinch? They do, but the sound cues were blocked. So Kale can't quite get it here. Belmont pull out the clutch.
I love this kind of staying at each other like, you ain't peeking, right? I ain't peeking, you ain't peeking. Let's just stay on these sides of the walls. But the gambit pays off for Belmont. They chip it away to 11-9. It is such a risky maneuver to do that because a lot of teams will think, hey, you're probably just going to save. Make sure you can buy during this potential last round of your season to extend it further. But instead, they buy heavy. I don't even think the op was even that big of a factor, but they now still have it to hold down a, that's had a short position, but it does get tagged. That'll force Kevzer to play a little, well, I was going to say play more passive, but he ain't afraid. He is still holding that down.
And with maybe that explains the cadence for the specific game, but there we go, Kevster. That said, that had to come up, prove the haters wrong. Gets the one on the op, Pommel down. And I really wanted to use that Armageddon if you're ISU to break through on the objective, especially one that's as condensed as A-Site. There's a second now for Kevster. He will pay for it with his life, but that's okay. You got 2 duelists for a reason. CJ comes up, and Belmont University, when it started to look grim, there seems to be light at the end of the tunnel for this team.
Am I a jinx?
Maybe.
Here's that other timeout, by the way.
In the case for Belmont, I think you're a bit of a blessing. You helped them out.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah.
I was a jinx last round for them, so I think I'm at least back to maybe okay standing.
We've evened it out.
Yeah. Timeout ordered here for Illinois State after back-to-back rounds for Belmont to chip it away to just 1. A max of 3 rounds remaining, at least for regulation. And as we all found out last game, that OT can go a whole long time. If these two teams continue playing the way they have been. That op will remain in the hands of Kevster, even though no armor to go with it. Everybody else got those rifles online. The only one with light armor is just 1 because I think they're just holding out, not wanting to waste an extra grand on heavy armor, knowing there is still some distance to go. And ZJ is so fine right now. Got the fidget spinner out.
I love how it still spins even when we're in timeout. I think that is the most Valorant player thing ever.
Yeah.
I do love that they added that as a feature. It relieves some of the stress that is built up from this moment. And if you're Belmont, I'd say you're feeling it a tad bit more than your opposition right now.
Yeah, if you're Belmont, you just want to ride this high. Ride the momentum and force us into a map 3. Illinois State will be looking to shut this all down swiftly. As will be everybody making their way over to A. There's 3 members, though, from Belmont rotating towards mid. If the backup is ordered here, it could be caught into a trap.
Even though this wasn't...
It is going to happen. Look.
Because even though this was an ISU timeout, Belmont still gets to talk to their coaches and come up with a plan, and this had to be it.
Oh, what a
and
tail
love
drone.
strategies like this. They have no idea what's happening, but they seem to have sniffed it out every ult. Going beyond, if Illinois State had an idea of what they were going to do before, well, I say that's all gone down. Look at the utility they had to burn just for that mid push, even there wasn't even a single bullet that went flying.
Yeah, the tail drone just caught it, turned the corner. Immediately, 2 members of Belmont dip out of there. And like I said, tons of util used, but no bodies will fall. Now with 45 seconds remaining, it looks like another return to the A site.
Gonna wrap back around, but this time Belmont, they have eyes and ears everywhere. They managed to corral Illinois State to a very approachable position. It is lockdown that will be placed alongside the spike. Illinois State hard to tell too. I mean, this is tough. At least you don't have to worry about the lockdown all that much longer, but mind you, that's Bellman on the point with the spike that they need, and Kempster still has that operator that I don't know how he's legally allowed to possess at this point. Grabs a second for the road. And Belmont University, Jesse, is overtime number 2 in the future.
Potentially.
Listen up.
Did I jinx? Me sorry. me sorry. You know, Belmont saying, no, we can jinx it now. Just have it be 13-11 for Belmont. Still enough to buy this round, does Illinois State. But again, they're playing a similar gambit to what Belmont did just a few rounds ago. They need to win this round because next round, unless they somehow have a flawless, they don't got any money going into it. So a massive risk here for Illinois State, but let's see if they can get it done. 2 members over on B, 3 on A for the initial setup of Belmont. And this may actually going just through mid. Drone will get sent through, trying to fish out if anybody is here. Does see that the drone and the Killjoy are there. That'll force a little bit of a retreat, but also the rotation over by the Fade. You can see Dutch wants this, but is caught out.
That was almost a face met with death. But he'll be okay. Back off, regroup with the rest of his team. Fade on though. I'd say great down this main choke, and you just can't dodge it. Kevster too, holding this op down on the B site. This guy had a huge struggle throughout pretty much every round except the last 4 for this team, but he's been coming up in the clutch and makes this an even 3v3. Spike did go down, but the Fade Aunt reveals the location of Kale and Red. We did help to stand up. It's just Yoki now. 2v1 gets the 1, but it is Red to clean it up. Belmont University, they either are going to end this map now and take us to a game 3, or we're going to overtime.
Still on the cards is overtime, but the economy, a lot of signs are pointing to us going to a map 3. I just looked over. Belmont's coach is a hype right now. He's been jumping all over the place. It's going to be a little bit of a force. Actually, not as bad of a buy as I thought it was going to be. Rifles pretty much across the board. Judge in for Zank, who's just going to int right away. And they do have the Astro Wall to play around. So still some decent tools for the Redbirds to stay alive here in this map.
4 consecutive rounds now for Belmont. The 5th here will secure their chances, and moving forwards in this finals, it is already off to a banging start for this squad. And the Astro Wall still an option. Spike is recovered by Zank here towards this A site.
He wants the Vandal
you gotta
so
figure
bad.
out which gun. It's like, I want this one. No, I want this one. There are a lot of pretty skins in this game.
At first, it's like, the Bulldog's fine, but like, I don't want that. Like, the Vandal's available. Yes, please. 2 watching it towards B mid. 2 still way backside A. Have a feeling this is still where the push is going to come in from Illinois State. Both Astros now have the wall. Kind of a miniature game of tic-tac-toe. I'd say more like Foursquare, I guess, going
Yeah,
here.
I was gonna say that's about how many boxes that makes when they eventually overlap. Is 4.
Maybe not boxes. It could be like diamonds.
Okay, well,
triangles.
Yeah, triangles. More likely triangles.
More like way likely
We're
triangles.
not trying to hit exactly 90-degree angles here. So, but that's okay. We will have 1 Astro Wall placed, and it will be from Red by the looks of it. Or excuse me, other way around. It will not be from Red. It will actually be from the other side in someone. It gets the spike down, which of course Belmont do know that. So if they have to wait the wall out, or if they decide to go through it. Kepster, as you can tell, get Nancy, has the lightning, gets the shock on the Junkie in the corner. Results in a 1-for-1, and if you're ISU, you do not like those odds at all. It's gonna come down to someone and the Ant-Man. Ant-Man, who has been the hero for them in the past, but no! Someone nails the shot when it matters! And we find ourselves in a second consecutive overtime.
What is happening? Sorry, I'm loud. Like, what is happening in this series? OTs galore. What a clutch coming in from someone IRL. He's been more of a utility player, at least in this map, setting up a lot of those walls with the rings as well. comes up clutch in the 1v2, sends us to the 4th overtime today between these two teams. It is just absolutely wild. Illinois State will start on the defense. We are back to square one and another 7-5, 7-5 half with ISU clutching out the last two.
Well, let's see how much Belmont remember from their own time on attack as full buys seem to remember, hey, we can run it down. Yoki often by himself on this point. We'll have Zayden to accompany him for now as the rest of the team moves on over to assist. But all of the util used early for Belmont. They want to get there before the util comes out, but it doesn't matter. Yoki, it hit the raw shot to 3 for just the 2 defenders in a 2v5 disadvantage. You blink an eye, you miss it. ISU, they could just take this here.
1 round away, but we've said that God knows how many times today, so let's see if it actually happens here for the Redbirds. I don't even mind the idea there for Belmont. You know that the op is probably not going to be in the hands of Yoki, because if you buy the op, you're taking a giant risk. You barely have any util. You have no shield. Very similar situation to what Kevster is going to be in. But that is why they kind of push in heavy. But this op right now isn't going to pay off because, once again, Illinois State, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You got into this situation by pushing in A. You might as well return to it.
Yeah, they're going to keep it going, especially with that up that we did see Kevster pick. Very rare in these overtime rounds because it prevents you from picking up any armor. We'll see how that ends up going for this team as the round evolves. ISU deciding, you know what? Side is pretty cool, but it's not that cool. Let's go see what mid has to offer instead, which is currently decently clear of the Belmont University Bruins. As they know the pressure that's on this championship title just within their reach for another year. These two teams building up quite the rivalry.
Yeah, and ZJ gets caught out here in mid, has to rotate all the way through a defender spawn. That'll open up the mid lane into A side, but Red ready to hold it down with the Odin.
Red, love this Odin. Best performance today have been with that exact weapon. You get it here in OT, and the spike is down. This is where things are starting to get scrappy. Kale, the top fragger currently for Illinois State, adding a couple more bodies to his pile of what could be the beginning of the end. If Kale can do it here and do it in his fashion, it would be incredible. But if it's going to end, it won't be at his hands. Intellectual starting to clutch this one up. Kevster toward the spike. You still have a couple Astra stars that you have to burn through, but both players from ISU are at this choke. Kevster still with the up, slides on in for the second. What a play from the Neon to keep it up. Half of Bellevue out of their seats, and they haven't even won the map.
Belmont just jumping around their roof as soon as that went in. What a clutch up there. I'm thinking, man, this is almost an ace to end the series going on from Illinois State, but the clutch comes on through, and we go once more.
As it should be.
As it should. It feels like this is how this series should be going. God help us all if this is, let's say Belmont theoretically wins this map and then we get another OT in map 3. That would be one of the most wild championships, not even just in MVC history this year, but across the board.
There's a lot of joking going on. What if this had been a best of 5?
Oh, Lord help. Lord help us.
Would have been quite the day, but we'll have to see how long it actually ends. Because it could be another 2 rounds. That is what happens every time this resets. It's always a win by 2. Illinois State back on the defensive setup, and Belmont finding much more comfort this time on the A site. See what they can do. Have held on to all these stars from Red, which will be very helpful in these closer quarters battles. As he's going to look to get the team set up. ISU know what's happening. Are they ready for the surprise that is about to become? Kale stunned up 5 days to tomorrow. We'll get the trade out for Ant-Man. As a result, Spike hit the floor for Red. Still a favored fight for ISU.
Pamo just chilling back here. Eventually, drone just to call out where the Astra is, and that'll force Red to retreat.
Having a high-piercing weapon by the wall is scary, but Red didn't want to go that way to begin with because Yoki has that angle covered. There just wasn't any good option. Belmont, they've been spotted. They know there are 2 players there, and with how many players are ready to burst them down, there's nothing that ZJ had left to say. ISU back to match point for what feels like the 50th today.
But can they do it?
Switching
Can
I
they
was
do
gonna
it,
say
or
that.
will Belmont hold the line? It'll be Belmont on the defense, ISU on the attack for round 28. This has been just this has been an unbelievable game of Valorant. Like, can we just series across the board, unbelievable. And there's already 34 rounds, and there is a timeout actually. Fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. This is going to be the 62nd round of Valorant. In this series alone between these 2 teams today, let alone everything this morning, it's just been ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a lot of Valorant consecutively. And we're not even including the rounds that happened earlier. Actually, you know what? Jesse pulled out a calculator. 130 to be exact, if anybody was wondering on that stat, the amount of rounds these 2 teams have played against each other today is Illinois State. They want to make this one the very last. The title is so close within
their
their
grasp.
reaches, and as much as they don't mind going to splits, they won that map earlier today. You absolutely want to prevent that from happening if you so have a say.
Yeah, you want to keep this going. You want to at least have the chance to play split one more time. And if you guys, needed a memory of how that went, that was, shocker, another overtime game on split that ISU won 14-12. So, yeah, maybe even more on the cards. They have to hold on. Gotta send us to at least around 29 to make it happen.
That's a really big number when you say it like that.
Back in a flash.
ISU. Try to trim that down. They had that timeout. They like their timeout buff. And it worked every time, except on the one that they were on a save round, which is completely understandable. So will that magic find its way to life here in round number 28? For this, every player in mid, the B rotation in the cards for this roster. As they begin the move, not burning through too much utility. I wanted to give away their location, because this is one of those maps that baiting doesn't do you nearly as much good as how spread out these objectives are.
Turret will call out at least some sort of rotation towards mid. Granted, Belmont do not understand the level of that rotation, but it's actually going to end up being bait regardless. 2 members, pardon me, rotate all the way back through mid towards A. Everybody else will follow through, and you can see the rotate from Belmont starts going over. You can tell, hey, maybe guys, there's nothing here yet. Somebody has to track back. Intellectual will watch, and now all the util starts flooding in. This site is going to be pretty much free.
All it took, one flinch from the Bruins, the Redbirds. Ready to dive in. Spike is down with 12 seconds to go, and CJ loses his head. Belmont, they've been in these post-plant situations before. Nothing as high pressure as this. Not with Zank hitting the shots. That he is. The third now for the Waylay. ISU, they can taste it's coming through. Zank wants to give it with the ace, but it won't be needed. It will be ended in 28. ISU not only claimed the sweep here for Illinois State in the Missouri Valley Conference, but also get their 2nd consecutive Valorant title.
They get the title here, and my oh my, was that a game. And yes, it'll say 2-0 at the bottom. It's not, this is not right. It doesn't feel right considering what this series was. 18-16, 15-13, a whole lot of Valorant being played, 62 rounds, but eventually Illinois State, all they need is that 4-round advantage, and they have claimed the Valorant title here at the Missouri Valley Conference. But what an unbelievable game between these 2 squads.
I think we expected nothing less.
No.
We heard it hyped up between the players, the coaches, seeing the results come through. The only 2 Valorant rosters, it's been Belmont, it's been ISU. Break everybody else. This is the expectation that was here when we headed into the Missouri Valley Conference Valorant Finals this weekend, and it certainly delivered. These 2 teams have a rivalry solidly built up between them, between all of their meetings in this past week.
Yeah, Belmont should hold their heads held high because this was just a crazy game. And again, one of those fights and one of these gunfights here and there go differently. We are talking about a completely different scoreline. Could be 2-0 Belmont and this thing's over.
Yeah.
Right? It was that close of a game. So Got to shout out Belmont for an unbelievable game, but it is ISU who not only, like you said, claimed the Valorant title for their second consecutive year, but also the clean sweep across the Missouri Valley Conference against 4 separate colleges as well.
Yes.
A quite impressive feat here for the Redbirds. We got to do one final shout out. Everybody behind the scenes, there is an egregious amount of people working on this event, but it's helped make it so incredible, from production, TOs, everybody from the MVC and NECC staff who are here, MVC and NECC, Rally Cry, and the United States Space Force. Thank you all so much for helping this event be what it is. We can throw up the QR code one more time. Mr. Producer, there we go. Shout out to Space Force once again for making events like this through Rally Cry such a possibility. Go to spaceforce.com to start your future today. But what an unbelievable event from myself, Tiny Shiny, and all the incredible casters who have worked on this event throughout the weekend. This has been your 2026 Missouri Valley Conference Championships at Illinois State University. We are signing off one final time. Have a great weekend, everybody, and a great end to your spring semester.